Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was All for One's Son? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Right arm. I made a promise to reclaim everything you have stolen. All the smiles and hopes you took away. All Might declared, causing the villain to flinch, reminded of his own broken promises. You promised. Make sure to keep it, Tenko's words echoed in Hisashi's mind. Now, I'm going to fulfill that promise all for one. I'm going to make you pay for all you've done. United States of Smash. With all his remaining power focused on one final attack, Toshinori punched All for One, slamming him into the ground. The impact generated a massive shockwave that shook nearby helicopters. As the nation held its breath, a hush fell over the crowd, waiting for the battle's outcome. Then gasps filled the air as the dust settled, revealing their number one hero, triumphantly raising his fist to the sky, standing victorious over the unconscious villain. All Might is victorious. The villain has been defeated, the reporter exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, as cheers erupted across the country. All Might transformed back into his hero form for the last time, embodying the people's symbol of peace. With the battle finally over, heroes, medics, and police officers rushed to the scene to rescue any remaining civilians trapped under the rubble. All Might sat outside an ambulance as medics tended to his wounds. He and Endeavor watched as the police force transported the unconscious All for One, placing him inside a secure containment unit. All Might let out a sigh of relief, knowing that All for One would finally face justice. But then, the crowd heard an unusual set of footsteps approaching the containment unit, seemingly coming from nowhere. Confused, both police officers and pro-heroes looked around, trying to locate the source. Then something caught their attention. A man with glowing yellow eyes, his body flickering in and out of visibility, approached. He wore a black dress shirt with a white tie, a white vest, white trousers, and black dress shoes, almost like a mirror image of Kurogiri. The police and heroes immediately raised their guard, but an inexplicable daze washed over them. The man kept his left hand behind his back while raising his right hand, causing confusion among the officers near the containment unit. Suddenly, he swung his arm down, unleashing gusts of wind that sent the police officers tumbling away from the unit. The heroes stood frozen, unable to respond as the villain sent a wind blade toward the containment unit, destroying its locks and hinges. Toshinori's eyes widened at the realization of what was happening, breaking free from the daze. Knowing he couldn't act in his current state, he called out to Endeavor, "Enji, he's trying to retrieve All for One. Stop him." Toshinori's voice snapped the number two hero out of his stupor. "Don't order me around, All Might." Endeavor charged at the man, pushing him away from the containment unit. He raised the heat of his flames to incapacitating levels, but the man seemed unfazed. As Endeavor stared into the man's glowing eyes, a sense of dizziness washed over him, causing his flames to weaken. The man's eyes squinted in apparent delight. With a swift motion, the man delivered a knee strike to the number two hero, sending him flying. The man adjusted his attire before turning his attention back to the containment unit. But before he could take a step forward, he was suddenly ensnared by branches. He looked down at the branches, seemingly annoyed, then turned to the person who had bound him, Kamui Woods. He glared at the hero before unleashing his wind blades to sever the branches. Aiming his hand at the hero, he released an air cannon attack. Kamui Woods was too dazed to evade immediately, but thankfully, Edgeshot was able to move him out of the way. Kamui snapped out of his daze and thanked his fellow hero, "Thanks." His appearance seems to have the ability to confuse, it's best to refrain from looking directly at him, the ninja hero advised. The man's eyes squinted in annoyance, but then widened as he sensed an attack coming from behind him. He quickly moved to the side to evade the incoming strike. "So you're the one who pinned me to the ground, huh?" Gran Torino snarled before charging toward the man again. The man barely managed to evade the old hero's attacks by backing away, but something felt off. His glowing eyes widened when something suddenly restrained his feet from behind, holding him in place. Flashfire fist, jet burn. The man's eyes went wide as he saw a powerful blast of fire heading his way. It was a trap. The heroes were confident that Endeavor's attack would be enough to defeat the villain, but they were left dumbfounded when Kurogyari appeared and redirected the attack using a portal. "Ni-san, I'm sorry I was late." Kurogyari apologized to the man, who wasn't wearing his usual attire, only his metal band. "It's fine. You retrieve Master, I'll handle the heroes," the man finally spoke. He sent wind blades toward the ground to free himself, but they immediately retracted back to edge shot. Kurogyari's brother? Huh? Gran Torino's interest was piqued. The man glared at the heroes, then suddenly charged toward Endeavor. The hero was able to read the villain's movements and moved back just before the villain could send a high kick toward him. However, he wasn't expecting the villain to release a wind blade with that kick. The villain continued to send more wind blades toward Endeavor, each attack losing its edge after the other. Although the later attacks didn't wound Endeavor, they managed to push him back. From the corner of his eye, the man saw Gran Torino prepare to attack Kurogyari. He extended his arm and released an air cannon, which struck the old hero just before he could land a hit on the missed metal band. The man's eyes widened when he suddenly felt multiple restraints from behind, courtesy of edge shot. He felt lightheaded, causing him to fall to his knees and seemingly pass out. "Ni-san." Kurogyari called out to him, then tried to open a portal to teleport his brother to safety, but Gran Torino caught him off guard, grabbing his metal band and shoving him to the ground. Edge Shot suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to put him to sleep when suddenly. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." The heroes immediately looked toward the voice and were surprised to see the man wasn't unconscious as he was supposed to be. He was now beside All Might, aiming a prepared air cannon attack at the #1 hero's head. "Let him go or things will get messy," the man threatened. The heroes glared at him. Gran Torino reluctantly decided to release Kurogyari to save his student. "Kurogyari, get Master," the man ordered, and Kurogyari complied. So he pretended to pass out, and while they were distracted, he took All Might hostage. Edge Shot grimaced. The heroes had no choice but to watch as Kurogyari opened the Iron Maiden and surrounded All for One in black mist, followed by the Man of White Flames. The heroes grimaced. They had let All for One escape after finally apprehending him. 2 days after All Might's battle with All for One and the latter's escape, the now former #1 hero remained in a hospital at Kamino to recover. The fact that he was the reason All for One was able to escape still haunted him. He might have won their battle, but the outcome was far from a victory. It was decided that it was better to keep the fact that All for One had escaped a secret from the public. A strict GG order was enforced. The reveal of All Might's true form, as well as the announcement of his retirement, had already cast great uncertainty in the minds of the people. News that a monster like All for One still roamed would plunge society into dark times. The door opened, making Toshinori look over to find Gran Torino and Naomasa. "How are you feeling, Toshinori?" "I'm sorry I couldn't visit you sooner," Naomasa apologized. "It's fine," Toshinori replied, forcing a bright tone in his voice, but his friend knew it was a facade. Toshinori couldn't use One for All anymore. All for One was still out there, and he had to grapple with the fact that Tamura was his predecessor's grandson. All of that must have been difficult to bear. "Toshinori, about Tamura," Gran Torino suddenly brought up the topic. "It's possible that All for One wasn't lying about his son's grandmother being Nana," the old hero stated. Nana realized that she wouldn't be able to raise her daughter while working as a hero, so she sent her only daughter to an orphanage. It was also for her own protection against that man. Sorahiko clenched his fist. But to think that he had a child with Nana's daughter after all that. The room's atmosphere dimmed. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya household, after all the excitement that occurred within 1 week, Izuku was understandably exhausted. He was still asleep, even though it was already 10 a.m. The door to the Greenette's room opened slightly, and an eye peered in. The eye's owner grinned mischievously. The person quietly entered the room, careful not to make any sound as he made his way toward the sleeping Greenette, a pair of symbols held by his bandaged hand. When he finally reached the side of the greenette's bed, he held out the symbols, took a deep breath, and started clanging them together. Wake up! Wake up! It's already noon. Dad's here. Dad's home. Wake up! The sudden noise made Izuku jump and accidentally tumble to the other side of the bed. Izuku! Tenko rushed to his brother's side. Tenko, you're back? Since when? Izuku was surprised. Tenko smiled and replied, this morning, actually. I was going to wake you up, but Dad said to let you sleep. That never stopped you before, Izuku retorted. Well, Dad wasn't here to stop me before, Tenko said, leaving Izuku looking at him in confusion. Tenko sighed, a playful grin on his face. Were the symbols too loud, or did you just not understand what I said earlier? What did you say earlier? Izuku asked. Tenko laughed. I said Dad's home. He came back with me this morning. He's in the kitchen if you... Before Tenko could finish, Izuku dashed out of the room, prompting a laugh from his older brother. Tenko took a seat on the bed, smiling to himself. After 6 years, huh? The kitchen door swung open, catching the attention of the cooks and Hisashi. Izuku, good morning. Did you sleep well, or did Tenko wake you up with those symbols? I bet it was the latter, Hisashi chuckled. Izuku's eyes began to well up. Dad. I told him not to wake you up, but your brother can be quite stubborn. Hisashi was interrupted as Izuku ran to him and embraced his father, tears streaming down his face. I missed you so much. Hisashi smiled and hugged his son back. It's okay now, Izuku. I'm home. Tenko peeked into the kitchen and saw the touching scene. He crossed his arms and smiled to himself. Dad kept his promise, Izuku, he thought. What's going on, Tenko-nai? A small voice asked. Tenko looked down to see a little girl. He knelt to her level. Izuku-nai finally woke up, Eri. We'll introduce you to him later, okay? Tenko said, patting her head. Eri's hair, once cruelly cut short, now reached her neck. So that's Izuku-nai, my other new brother. Eri thought. Izuku continued to wipe away his tears as he, Hisashi, Tenko, and Eri made their way to the dining room for lunch. Once seated, Izuku noticed Eri still staring at him. Embarrassment flushed his cheeks. Izuku-nai turned into a strawberry, Eri said, making Tenko chuckle. A strawberry? Izuku asked, confused. Your face turned red, and the dots on your face make you look like a strawberry, Eri pointed to her own cheeks. Izuku nervously laughed. Right, Tenko-nai? Eri looked at Tenko. Tenko-nai? Izuku echoed, puzzled. This is Eri. She'll be staying here. You can call her our new little sister, Tenko explained with a grin. Hisashi added, she's the granddaughter of a friend of mine, but he recently fell ill and can't take care of her. She has no other relatives, so I decided to take her in. I see, Izuku whispered, then turned to Eri with a smile. Well, nice to meet you, Eri. Eri smiled back. Tenko leaned closer to Izuku and whispered, Dad says that, but actually. Izuku turned to his brother in shock. No way. Tenko giggled, clearly enjoying his brother's reaction. Look at her. The silver hair and red eyes? And she's 6 years old, Izuku. 6. Izuku's face was a mix of confusion and surprise, while Tenko struggled to contain his laughter. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Tenko, what did you tell your brother? Hisashi asked, his tone stern. Tenko straightened up but shrugged. Hisashi sighed in frustration. Tenko, stop messing with your brother, or so help me, I will ground you. Tenko laughed it off. I was just joking. He turned to Izuku. Listen, Izuku. Disregard everything I just told you. It was all a joke, okay? A joke. Eri's our little sister now because Dad decided to adopt her. Everything I whispered to you was just a joke, got that? Izuku glared at his older brother. Tenko looked back at their father. Is it okay now? Am I not grounded? Hisashi could only sigh as their servants began serving lunch. Tenko was still giggling. Thank you for the food, all 4 of them said in unison as their meals were placed in front of them. As Izuku split his chopsticks, Eri noticed the scars on his arms, wincing slightly and recalling her own painful memories. Izuku noticed Eri staring at him again. Eri, is something wrong? Do you want me to split your chopsticks for you? Eri shook her head and instead asked, what happened to your arms? Did someone hurt you? The question made Tenko pause. These? Don't worry, they're nothing, Izuku reassured her, but Eri pressed on. But they hurt, didn't they? If they hurt, then it's not okay. You don't need to worry, Eri. They're fine now, Izuku insisted, but Eri remained unconvinced. After lunch, the four of them moved to the living room. Izuku, can I see your arms? Hisashi asked. Yes, sure, Izuku replied. They all sat down with Izuku and Hisashi on the longer couch. Izuku held out his arms as Hisashi used his quirk to examine them. Tenko and Eri watched closely. Hisashi sighed as he deactivated his quirk. Tomorrow we're going to Jaku. Daruma told me he has cleared most of his schedule for us. Try not to stress your arms until then. Understood, Izuku? Izuku nodded. So his arms are not okay? Eri suddenly asked, drawing the attention of the three. Hisashi-sen, can I use my quirk on Izuku and II? Eri asked, surprising both Hisashi and Tenko. They exchanged glances. Hisashi knelt to Eri's eye level. Are you sure, Eri? I thought you said you were only going to use it once. Yeah, but Izuku and I seems nice, and he's my new big brother. I don't see why I shouldn't use it for him, Eri explained. Hisashi smiled at the little girl. If that's what you want. Eri got off her seat and walked towards her Izuku. She took his hands and closed her eyes. Soon, the horn on her head began to glow. Within moments, the scars on Izuku's arms vanished, leaving him slightly shocked. Once Eri finished, her horn shrank to a small bump on her head. Izuku stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. He began to mumble, is that some kind of healing quirk? Wait, no. You don't heal scars, scars don't heal, they fade. But my body feels great. So it must be some kind of healing quirk, right? Eri giggled. Izuku and I sounds just like Hisashi-san and Tenko and II. Her adorable laughter spread to the others, and they joined in. Eri's quirk is called Rewind, Hisashi explained. She used her quirk to restore your body to a state without your injuries. Then he looked over at Eri. But are you feeling okay, Eri? You don't feel dizzy or tired? Thankfully, Eri shook her head and smiled. I'm fine, Hisashi-san. I'm glad Izuku and I's feeling great. Thank you, Eri. Really? Izuku pulled his little sister into a warm hug. The embrace reminded Eri of the time when Tenko rescued her from Chisaki. She returned the hug and said, You're welcome, Izuku. The next day, the four of them went to Jaku General Hospital for a checkup, just to be safe. Izuku had just finished getting his X-ray scanned, and Eri was also done with her checkup. All they had to do now was talk to Daruma in his office. The results were surprising, according to Daruma. Not only did Eri reverse Izuku's injuries from the summer camp, but she also reversed all the damage his body had acquired over the years. I'm amazed she had enough power to do so even after. Ahem. Hisashi cleared his throat, interrupting the doctor, while Tenko glared at him. Thankfully, though, the doctor continued, there don't seem to be any other issues. It appears Eri didn't overexert herself, and Izuku's body is perfectly healthy. Hisashi and Tenko both sighed in relief. But even though your body is fine now, the doctor said, addressing the greenet, it would be best if you still restrain yourself. Your body could suffer again if you repeat your mistakes. That's right, Izuku. You shouldn't expect Eri to heal your body every time, Hisashi added. It was just for this one time, understood? Yes, Dad, the greenet replied. I also think it's better if you keep the fact that your arms have been healed a secret, Hisashi advised. Eri's quirk is special, like yours. If it gets out that she can heal any kind of injury, she might be taken advantage of by others. So as much as possible, cover up your arms and refrain from using them, understood? Hisashi asked his youngest son. Izuku nodded. I understand. Good. Hisashi placed his hand on the greenet's head. Then he turned to the doctor. Is that all, Daruma? The doctor nodded just as Tenko's phone pinged with a message. He took it out and frowned at the screen. Tenko! Izuku's voice made Tenko look over at them, realizing he was the only one still sitting. I'm sorry. I'm coming. He stood up quickly and followed them out. It was already a little past noon when they returned home. On the way, Eri had fallen asleep. Adohira offered to carry the little girl to her room, but Big Brother Tenko insisted on doing it instead. As they headed to their respective destinations in the house, Hisashi to his study, Izuku to his room, and Tenko to take Eri to her room, a servant approached them. Eraserhead and All Might are back, the servant informed. Izuku and Hisashi exchanged confused glances. Back? Hisashi asked. Yes. They were also here this morning. I sent a message earlier that they wanted to talk to Master Tenko and Master Izuku about some changes at UA, the servant explained. Izuku reacted at the mention of UA. I told them you weren't here, and they said they'd return this afternoon, the servant continued. And you told them we just arrived? Tenko asked coldly, his tone sharp. No. They just got back from visiting their other students, the servant stammered. Tenko, calm down, Hisashi said, trying to ease the tension. Tenko rolled his eyes, prompting a sigh from Hisashi. Hand me Eri. I'll bring her to her room myself. You and Izuku meet Eraserhead and All Might, Hisashi said, taking the sleeping Eri. He then instructed the servant to let the two heroes in. Yes, sir, the servant replied before hurriedly leaving. Izuku, don't forget to cover your arms, Hisashi reminded before exiting the living room. Izuku nodded and activated a quirk called Silk Weave. Silk-like cloth appeared at the motion of his hands, wrapping around his arms. He glanced at his brother, feeling a sense of unease about the upcoming meeting. The room was quiet, too quiet, amplifying the tension. Glared at the two heroes, while Izuku shrank back from the atmosphere. Shota glanced at the Greenet's bandaged arms, grimacing slightly, which did not go unnoticed by Tenko, who clenched his fists. Before Tenko could snap at his homeroom teacher, Izuku quickly tried to lighten the mood. I'm glad you won, All Might. Tenko's eye twitched at the statement. Thank you, young Izuku, but it was all thanks to Y. Before Toshinori could finish, Izuku's eyes widened, and he shook his head, signaling the hero not to mention his appearance during the Kamino incident. Toshinori quickly understood, and Izuku felt relieved. But Shota continued to observe Tenko's reaction. So what brought the two of you here? Izuku asked. Other than to apologize, of course, Tenko added with a hint of sarcasm. Tenko, please, Izuku pleaded with his brother to behave, but Tenko remained unyielding. Shota sighed and explained, UA has recently decided to transition into a boarding school. We're here to ask if you would be fine with Izuku staying at the UA dorms. Let me guess, so that you can better watch over and protect your students? Tenko replied, adding, as if having the students in your care was enough from the beginning. Shota and Toshinori flinched at his words. First was USJ, and now it was during your summer camp. How many more times do you plan on endangering my brother's life? Tenko asked the two heroes, but he was also questioning himself. I'm sorry, but Izuku won't be going to UA anymore, Tenko stated, causing Izuku to react. Before his little brother could speak, Tenko cut him off. I've already made my mind up, Izuku. I told you before, if you get hurt one more time, I'm pulling you out of UA. But you almost got killed, Izuku. Tenko snapped, noticing his brother's eyes starting to tear up. Taking a deep breath, Tenko averted his gaze. I'm pulling you out of heroics. It's for the best. Izuku clenched his fists and ran out of the room. Izuku! Young Midoriya! The two teachers called out to him in concern, while Tenko remained silent, thinking, it's for the best. Shota grimaced, knowing that it was also Tamura's fault, Tenko's fault, his own fault that his brother's life was put in danger. As Shota was about to call Tenko out for his hypocrisy, Izuku came running back, holding a red picture frame. He handed it to his brother and explained, my classmates gave this to me while I was at the hospital. They were going to give it after we finished our summer camp, but... Izuku paused for a moment before continuing. We took it after we finished our final exam and learned we would get to spend our time together, after all. Tenko examined the photo, feeling skeptical until he saw the part that shattered him. A smiling Izuku, along with Achiko, Tenya, Shudo, and Shinso, his friends. Tenko's face darkened at the realization. So that's why Izuku was there that night. All of my friends are at UA. Tenko, please, don't take them away from me, Izuku begged, but Tenko remained quiet, staring at the photo. Tenko! Izuku called out to his brother. Suddenly, the internal phone rang. Izuku immediately went towards the phone and answered, "Hello. Dad. Why you want to speak with Tenko? Why not just?" Izuku was surprised when Tenko suddenly appeared from behind him and took the phone. "Go sit down, Izuku," Tenko said in a monotone voice. Izuku felt a wave of worry but obliged. Tenko's conversation with their dad seemed important and warranted privacy, so Izuku turned off his super hearing quirks. The conversation lasted roughly 3 minutes. Afterwards, Tenko walked back to Izuku and the two heroes. "Fine. You can stay at UA," Tenko told his brother, forcing a cheerful tone into his words. "Really? You mean it?" Izuku stood up in surprise and excitement. Tenko forced a smile. "Yes." "Thank you, Tenko." Izuku hugged his brother, but Tenko's smile faltered as he looked away. Then Toshinori stood up and bowed to Tenko and Izuku. "Thank you for putting your trust in us once again, Midoriya-san. We promise, this time, we will make sure nothing will happen to your brother." Shota stood up as well and begrudgingly bowed along with Toshinori. "I hope you do," Tenko told them, slightly catching the three off guard. "And I will as well." Izuku's eyes snapped open, only to find himself in a dark void that seemed to stretch for kilometers, yet felt claustrophobic. "Where am I?" Izuku tried to look around and move, but he couldn't. "I can't move my body. What's going on?" "Izuku." His eyes widened as he heard a voice. "It's those things again. To give them back." He felt a cold hand on his arm, reminiscent of the chilling sensation he experienced during the sports festival. He gulped. "To give back what you stole." More hands began to grasp his unmoving body, sending shivers down his spine. "I didn't steal anything. You stole our quirks." "You stole our quirks. Give them back." "I didn't steal them. Let me go." "Give them back." The figures began to claw at Izuku, causing him to wince in pain. His eyes started to water. "Someone, please, save me," Izuku begged as the figures continued to grasp him with their icy hands. He closed his eyes in hopelessness, tears streaming down his face. Then suddenly, a bright light appeared, making the figures flinch and disperse. "It's him. He's here. Get away." The figures all started to panic. Izuku opened his eyes, grateful that those things were driven away. But all the fear that vanished a moment ago rushed back as he saw a familiar tall man in front of him, wearing a mask shaped like a skull. Izuku immediately recognized him all for one, the villain who fought All Might. "Izuku." Izuku flinched when the villain called his name and reached his hand out toward him. "Izuku." "Stay away." Izuku tried once again to move his body, but it was futile. His body still wouldn't respond, and he began to shed tears in fear. "Izuku. Stay away." Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs as he finally awoke. "Izuku." He heard the same voice, making him panic even more. "No. Stay away. Stay away from me." He continued to scream in terror. "Izuku. Izuku. Calm down." Hisashi brought his youngest son into a hug as Izuku thrashed around violently. "No. Stay away." Izuku continued to struggle even in his father's embrace, causing Tenko and Eri to grow concerned as they watched from outside the room. "Izuku, calm down." "Dad, I'm here." "Calm down." Hisashi tried to comfort him. Izuku's eyes widened, and he finally calmed down as he realized the nightmare was over. Gritting his teeth, he shifted from tears of fear to tears of joy. "I'm glad you're here. I was so scared." Izuku cried as he hugged his father. "Don't worry, I'm here. There's no need to be afraid," Hisashi assured him, rubbing his son's back to soothe him. Izuku's tears continued to flow. Tenko and Eri felt relieved that their brother had calmed down. It was the middle of the night when screams echoed from Izuku's room. They rushed to the Greenettes' room and found their father trying to wake their brother, who was thrashing around in distress. "Come on, Eri, let's get you back to bed," Tenko said, attempting to lift his sister, but she resisted. "I want to go to Izuku and I want to give him a hug," the little girl insisted. Tenko glanced into the room and saw Izuku still crying in their father's embrace. Kneeling to Eri's level, Tenko gently said, "You can give Izuku and I a hug in the morning. For now, I think it's best if we let him and Dad be alone. Is that okay?" Eri hesitated but eventually nodded. Tenko smiled and picked her up, glancing back into Izuku's room before taking Eri to her own. He tucked her into bed and waited for her to fall asleep, which thankfully didn't take long. Afterward, he returned to Izuku's room, where he found their father covering Izuku with a blanket as he drifted back to sleep. Hisashi noticed Tenko enter and placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He then moved to the chair in front of Izuku's study table and sat down. "Were you able to see what his nightmare was about?" Tenko asked through their mental connection. "He recognized me, Tenko. Izuku recognized me as All for One." "What?" Tenko responded, concern evident in his voice. "This is bad. Don't worry. It seems he only recognized my voice. I didn't see the entirety of his nightmare, but I did see him envisioning me as All for One when I called out to him," Hisashi explained. "I miscalculated the hero's moves, and as a result, Izuku was able to meet All for One." Hisashi then stood and placed a hand on Tenko's shoulder. "But it doesn't change anything. We will still follow our plan." Tenko sighed, and the two exited Izuku's room, heading toward their respective rooms. "From this day forward, All for One has officially retired," Hisashi stated. "And Tamura Shigaraki will be taking his place as his successor," Tenko added. Izuku's eyes snapped open, fearful of finding himself in that dark void again. But he felt comforted upon seeing the familiar ceiling of his room above him. He took a deep breath, sighing in relief, before attempting to sit up. He paused when he noticed someone else sleeping beside him. Turning, he saw silver hair and a small bump on the person's forehead. Eri was sleeping soundly while hugging him, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at the peaceful scene. He tried to get out of bed without waking her, but Eri stirred. "Izuku and I? Did you have a good sleep?" she asked, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. "Yes. Did you sleep beside me so I wouldn't have any more nightmares?" Izuku replied, gently patting her head. Eri nodded. Izuku smiled and said, "Thank you, Eri. I'm sorry for worrying you." He glanced at the clock and saw it was already past 1. "Come on, let's go get something to eat," Izuku told his sister, and together they left his room for the dining area. As Izuku finished his meal, the door to the dining room opened, and Tenko entered, glad to see his siblings awake. "Morning, Izuku." "Morning, Eri. I hope you two slept well," he greeted them with a smile. "Eri couldn't wait for you to wake up to offer her hug, so she slept beside you instead," Tenko explained. Izuku smiled at this. However, his smile faded as he asked, "Where's Dad? I want to talk to him about something." Tenko sensed the seriousness in Izuku's voice and felt a wave of worry. "What about?" I want to ask him something. About our quirk." Izuku replied hesitantly. Tenko gulped, recalling what their father had said the previous night. "He recognized me, Tenko. Izuku recognized me as All for One." "He should be in his study," Tenko answered, trying to keep his voice steady. Izuku smiled sheepishly and stood up, heading toward their father's study. At the door, Izuku took a deep breath before knocking. "Come in," he heard his dad say from inside. Izuku turned the knob and peeked in, finding his father browsing the bookshelves on the right. "I want to talk to you about something," Izuku said as he entered and closed the door behind him. "Something that I'm sure you already know about." Hisashi looked over at his son. "It's about All for One, the villain that All Might fought a week ago, yes?" Izuku looked down at the floor and nodded shyly. Hisashi sighed. "Izuku, take a seat." Izuku nodded and sat down in one of the chairs in front of his father's desk, while Hisashi took the chair opposite him. "Go on. Tell me what's bothering you." "It's better if you say it yourself," Hisashi encouraged. Izuku took a deep breath and spoke, All for One can use multiple quirks like us, and like us, he can combine them to create powerful attacks. But the quirks he uses were stolen, like how he stole Ragdoll's quirk. He glanced at his bandaged arms and continued, "Recently, I've been seeing ghosts. And ever since they first appeared, they've said the same thing every time, give them back. Give our quirks back." Hisashi winced slightly but kept his expression neutral. Izuku looked back at his dad with tears in his eyes and asked, "Dad, are our quirks stolen?" Hisashi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and sighed. "I suppose I should have told you this sooner," Hisashi began. "When I was younger, well before All Might's rise as the #1 hero, the villain called All for One ruled over a chaotic Japan from the shadows. Due to his quirk's ability to absorb another person's quirk and use it as his own, he was feared by those who knew of his existence." Hisashi paused for a moment before continuing, "As you might have realized by now, our quirk, Gift, allows us to utilize multiple quirks, similar to that villain's quirk. That's why I had to keep the truth about my quirk hidden, and why I asked you to do the same. Izuku, don't forget, your quirk is special, it's a gift to have it. Your quirks are not stolen, you have them because you are worthy of them. Always remember that," Hisashi said, ruffling his son's hair. Izuku forced a smile and nodded sheepishly, "Thanks, Dad. I feel much better." But Hisashi could tell it was a lie. He sighed and stood up from his seat. "Come on, why don't you give Dad a hug?" Hisashi asked with a smile. Izuku smiled back and embraced his dad, feeling a little better in that moment. The next day, it was time for Izuku to move into the new dorms at UA. Hisashi, Tenko, and Eri all watched him off. As Izuku was getting into the car, Tenko reminded him, "Remember not to break any bones anymore, alright? Or Eri will be upset." Tenko signaled for Eri to say something, and she added, "Izuku, if you get hurt, I'm going to be mad at you." Izuku nervously chuckled. "Master Izuku, it's time," Adohira told the green-haired boy. Izuku nodded sheepishly at the light blue-skinned butler and got into the car. Izuku met up with his classmates in front of the new dorms called Heights Alliance. His smile widened at the view of their new home. It reminded him of the excitement he felt on his first day at UA. However, like that first day, things didn't go as planned when Aizawa-sensei appeared and called out his name along with a few of his classmates in an annoyed tone. Izuku, Shudo, Tenya, Katsuki, and Momo. The 5 students flinched. "Don't think that the 5 of you will be let off the hook after the stunt you pulled. You're not licensed heroes, yet you acted like you were," Shoda told them, making the 5 feel embarrassed. "And the rest of you," Shoda referred to the rest of the class, "you knew their plan and chose not to do anything. What if they hadn't escaped safely?" The students looked down in shame. "If it weren't for All Might and the principal, I would have sent the 5 of you to juvenile detention and expelled the rest, except for Shinso and those who were unconscious. There's a map for the building posted on the wall of the common room. Your bags should be in your rooms. Go unpack." Shoda finished, leaving his students speechless. Izuku couldn't help but rub his bandaged arms for comfort. Shinso noticed this and approached his friend. "Izuku, are your arms okay? I can help you unpack if you want." "I can help too." Shudo volunteered, along with Achiko and Tenya, "Will help too." Izuku quickly declined, "No, thank you. They're fine. I think I can unpack a few bags and boxes myself." "What about you?" Izuku asked Shinso. Shinso winced at the question and looked away while rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I'm fine. Everyone, come on, let's go inside and start unpacking," Momo told her classmates. Later that night, Izuku had finally stuck the last poster onto his room's wall. He stepped back and smiled proudly at how his room had come together. "I wonder if the others are done," he whispered to himself, then headed to the common room, where he came across the girls who had also just finished unpacking. "Guys," Toru called out to her classmates, "Me, Momo, and Mina were talking, and we thought it would be fun to have a best room contest. Is that all right for everyone?" Momo asked. The Class A students looked at each other and discussed for a bit until they all eventually agreed. Eijiro raised his hand and asked, I think Katsuki's already asleep since it's already. Is it okay if we leave him out? If he's already asleep, then it's fine. We shouldn't disturb him. Tenya replied. Achiko and Tsu already said they won't be participating either, so it should be okay? Momo noted, though with some uncertainty. But Mina quickly lifted the mood. Alright then. We'll start with the boys' rooms on the second floor. Mina excitedly announced, and the students went upstairs. At Shinso's room, they tried knocking, but he didn't answer. Maybe he's asleep already too? Kyoka suggested. I guess we shouldn't disturb him either. Shudo said, and the rest of the class moved on. However, Izuku could tell that Shinso was still awake based on the soft sounds of movement from inside the room. He was about to knock again when, "Hey, Izuku." Toru called to him. Don't disturb Shinso. You still need to show us your room. Why yes? I'm coming. To be honest, since his classmates had already seen his room at their house during their preparation for the final exams, they had some expectations. They thought his room would look luxurious but still plain. But their jaws dropped when the door opened, revealing an array of all-might merchandise, lots of it. From pillows and blankets to posters, plushes, and action figures, it was nothing like his room at home. What on earth, dude? Where did all this come from? Your room was nothing like this when we visited. Eijiro exclaimed. Izuku laughed nervously. I've collected them since I was little. Dad and Tenko didn't allow me to display them, so they were just tucked away in the back of my closet. But now that I can decorate my room however I want, I decided to bring them out. I'm really proud of it. It's just how I wanted. Izuku said with a cheerful smile. His enthusiasm was infectious, and a few of his classmates were glad to see him more like himself again. All right, let's continue. Mina told them. Afterwards, they went to see the rooms of Yuga and Fumikage, where light and darkness resided. One the exact opposite of the other. So far, the rooms on the second floor were extravagant in their themes, and the judges, namely the girls present, nodded in approval. On the third floor, it was a different story, with Koji, Denki, Tenya, and Mashireo's rooms mostly plain, featuring only a few personal touches like Tenya's collection of glasses and books. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they skipped Katsuki's room and headed to Eijiro's, where they found an array of masculine items and motivational quotes plastered on the walls. Mizo's room, in contrast, was minimalistic. On the fifth floor were Hanta, Shudo, and Rikido's rooms. Hanta's room was a blend of various furniture from different parts of Asia, while Shudo's room was predominantly Japanese, complete with tatami flooring. Did he remodel this room himself? Someone wondered. Are we even allowed to remodel our rooms? As the class pondered over Shudo's room, Rikido suddenly exclaimed, I forgot the cake. Cake? Rikido dashed to his room and pulled a cake out of the oven just as his classmates arrived at the door. You bake, Rikido? Izuku asked, surprised. Yes. Sweets and desserts needed for my quirk can get expensive, so I took some baking lessons. Would you like some? Rikido offered. Do we? The girls eagerly responded, quickly grabbing slices. They were thoroughly impressed by the cake and even went back for seconds. You girls polished it off. Looks like someone's going to have to hit the gym soon. Denki joked, earning him glares from his female classmates. After the girls finished their cake slices, it was time to resume the competition and judge their rooms. They all headed downstairs toward the girls' wing but paused when they saw Tsuyu and Achiko in the common room, seemingly waiting for their return. The whole class was taken aback when the two girls suddenly bowed. We're so sorry. Izuku, Shudo, Tenya, Momo, Katsuki, we're sorry. The named students were shocked by their actions. Achiko, Tsu-chan, are you apologizing? Izuku asked. Achiko and Tsuyu stood up, revealing tears in their eyes. I should have gone with you, Izuku. I felt helpless during the villain's attack. You, Shudo, and Tenya risked your lives to save Shinso, and I didn't do anything, Achiko said, her tears falling. I don't feel worthy of being your friend. No, Achiko. You shouldn't think that. I understand why you didn't come with us, Izuku reassured her, stepping closer. You don't need to be with us to be our friend. I made everyone worry. I was so upset about losing Shinso to the villains that I started acting out of character. I didn't consider anyone else's feelings, and I forced our friends to come up with a plan to get Shinso back, Izuku explained. Achiko, Tsu-chan, please don't be hard on yourselves. You didn't do anything wrong, he told them. But my words were harsh, Tsuyu interjected. I called you a villain for wanting to get Shinso back. I thought I could snap you back to the Izuku we knew. But it didn't work, and you still went. Tsuyu's tears fell. I'm so sorry. Tsu-chan, Achiko, Momo walked toward her classmates. Please, don't blame yourselves. You all tried to stop us, but we still went ahead, Momo stated. We understand that we broke your trust, but that's what this room competition was about. We wanted a fresh start, something to help us forget everything that happened, Toru explained. But it seems like it wasn't the best approach, Mina added. We should have just talked and cleared things up within our class. We should have taken the straightforward route so that you two wouldn't feel the need to blame yourselves. Tsuyu, Achiko, let's go back to normal, okay? Let's be friends and talk to each other like we used to, Izuku said. Achiko and Tsuyu nodded, wiping their tears. Okay, Achiko smiled. Let's be friends again. Yes, friends, Tsuyu agreed. Seeing their two classmates smile again lifted the spirits of the rest of the class. The man in black who had been watching from outside smiled as well before walking away, proud of his students. Izuku's eyes snapped open after waking from a dream. He looked around, a little disoriented, before remembering he was in his dorm room at Heights Alliance. Through one of his enhanced hearing quirks, he picked up sounds of movement coming from the room beside his Shinso's. Is Shinso still awake? Izuku recalled the time during their room competition and how Shinso had been awake then too. He got off his bed and stepped out onto his balcony, glancing over at Shinso's room before jumping over. Izuku peeked in first to see if Shinso was really awake, then he knocked. Shinso jumped at the sight of Izuku outside, looking startled but relaxed once he recognized his friend. Izuku, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be asleep? Shinso asked, opening the door. Shouldn't you? Izuku countered. Shinso frowned. Go back to sleep, Izuku. As Shinso began to close the door, Izuku stopped him. Wait. What? Shinso snapped, surprising Izuku. Are you okay? You seem. Earlier, you didn't answer when we knocked, and you still haven't slept. Is something bothering you? Izuku asked. Shinso sighed in frustration, ruffling his hair. It's nothing. Go back to sleep, Izuku. But Izuku persisted. Shinso, please talk to me. If something's on your mind, just tell me. I'm here to listen. Shinso narrowed his eyes. You're not leaving until I say something, are you? Izuku smiled in agreement. Shinso sighed and sat down on his bed while Izuku took a seat in the chair by Shinso's desk. Shinso looked down at his feet and exhaled deeply. Then he asked, Izuku, do you think I'm a villain? The question caught Izuku off guard. Shinso looked up at him, repeating, Do you think I'm more suited to be a villain? Izuku was confused. Where did this come from? Shinso, you're in the hero course. You want to be a hero. That's the opposite of a villain. Shinso stared at Izuku as if he were in disbelief, then burst into laughter, leaving Izuku worried. Why am I even asking you this? Of course, you wouldn't know. You're clueless. Shinso exclaimed. Izuku felt a bit insulted. I'm not clueless, Shinso, he replied sternly, causing Shinso to stop laughing. After seeing all for one's quirk. I've been having doubts, Izuku admitted. I can only imagine what you went through with the villains. But if they ever questioned your loyalty because of your quirk, don't listen to them. You're going to be a hero, Shinso. Remember that, Izuku reassured him. Shinso remained quiet for a moment, his face obscured by shadows. Get out, Izuku, Shinso suddenly said. What? You're clueless, Izuku. You can't help me. Not this time. Shinso stood up and pushed the green-haired boy out of his room. Shinso, before Izuku could say another word, the door slammed shut in his face. On the second day of their new life at UA, Class A students went to Gym Gamma, accompanied by Eraserhead, Midnight, Cementos, and Ectoplasm, to continue their training that had been interrupted by the villain's attack. Super moves. Yes. Developing super moves was supposed to be your next task after strengthening your quirks. Unfortunately, the villains attacked, Shota explained. In 10 days, just before the next semester begins, the provisional hero license exams will be held. Those who pass will receive temporary hero licenses, allowing you to act like pro heroes and protect lives. Super moves are crucial for a hero, as they can dictate the flow of a battle. Having a super move or two up your sleeve is a significant advantage. Take All Might Smashes, for example, Midnight elaborated. But not all super moves have to be offensive, Ectoplasm interjected. Even moves like Kamui Wood's Lacquered Chain Prison, which immobilizes villains, can be considered super moves. The key is to have a move that turns the tide of battle in your favor. The teacher's explanations seemed to resonate with the students, and thus, their super move development began. Cementus prepared the gym using his quirk, while Ectoplasm created clones to assist the students. While the rest of Class 1A began their training, Izuku stood hesitantly, subconsciously rubbing his arms as memories of a certain villain's mutated arms swirled in his mind. Ectoplasm noticed this and called out, "Izuku." Izuku flinched and looked over. "Wait, sir?" Ectoplasm frowned in concern beneath his mask. "Shouldn't you be working on a move as well?" Izuku hesitated. The truth was he was still troubled by his quirk's resemblance to All for One's, how their mutated arms looked and how their attacks were formed. It was all too eerily similar. Not to mention that his hero name All of One was inspired by that villain's name. He had randomly recalled hearing All for One before and based his hero name on it. But now that he knew the truth, he felt nauseous. "Izuku, is something wrong?" Ectoplasm snapped him out of his thoughts. Izuku forced a smile and replied, It's my arms. I was told I shouldn't continue using them like I have been. My super arms can already be considered my super move, but I don't think I can use them anymore if I want to keep my arms." He exaggerated what the doctors told him a bit, but Izuku just wanted an excuse not to use those cursed mutated arms. "I should have stopped using them years ago," he thought. Ectoplasm noticed how despondent Izuku was. Although he wasn't aware of the full truth, he could see how troubled Izuku was. As Shota observed the rest of his class, he noticed the Ectoplasm clone and Izuku had not moved from their spots since earlier. He recalled the state of Izuku's arms during the villain's attack and grimaced. He approached the green-haired boy and the clone. "Ectoplasm, is there something wrong?" Shota asked, wanting to understand the situation better. Aizawa, according to Izuku, he was warned by doctors to stop using his arms as he has been, or he might lose the ability to use them, Ectoplasm relayed. Shota sighed as he looked at his student. "Izuku, I know what you're going through is difficult. Just take it slow for now, okay?" Izuku nodded sheepishly. It was a little after noon, and most of Class 1A were having lunch in the cafeteria. As usual, Izuku was at a table with Achiko, Tenya, and Shudo. He wanted to invite Shinso as well, but he hadn't seen him on their way to the cafeteria. "What kind of super moves do you guys plan to have?" Shudo asked. "I'm not sure yet, but I do plan on improving the effect of my quirk on myself so I can use the martial arts I learned at Gunheads more efficiently," Achiko answered. "I plan on working to remove some of Reciproburst's drawbacks, so I'll be visiting the development studio after lunch," Tenya added. The three of them waited for Izuku to respond, but he simply stared at his food, which he had barely touched. They exchanged concerned glances before Achiko called out, "Izuku?" He still didn't respond. "Izuku." Shudo placed a hand on his shoulder, causing Izuku to flinch. "Wise. Izuku sighed in exhaustion, closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose in discomfort. "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention." He looked at his friends. "What were you asking?" His friends regarded him with concern. "Izuku, are you all right? You seem stressed," Achiko pointed out. "If there's anything wrong, you can tell us." Izuku forced a smile. "Don't worry, it's nothing." "We know something is bothering you, Izuku," Shudo insisted. "Just tell us what's on your mind. We'll listen." Izuku sheepishly smiled and decided to share, albeit hesitantly. I've been having doubts. Ever since we encountered All for One, I've become scared of my own quirk. He clenched his fists. His quirk and mine seem so similar. I'm afraid. Izuku's eyes began to water. I'm afraid I'll be labeled a villain because we have similar quirks. I don't think I even want to use my quirk anymore. His friend's concern grew after hearing the Greenette's words. Tenya and Achiko tried to think of something to comfort their friend, but before they could come up with an idea, Shudo spoke. You shouldn't feel that way, Izuku. Your quirk is yours. It's not that villain's. The similarity of your quirks shouldn't stop you from wanting to use your quirk for heroism. It's yours, not his. Izuku felt a little comforted by his friend's words. Then Tenya added, Shudo-kun is right. Even if your quirk is similar to that villain's, it's up to you to create a separation between you and him. Izuku's face brightened, and he smiled for the first time in a while as he realized what he must do. Izuku took a deep breath before he knocked on the door. Who is it? The person inside asked. It's Izuku, the Greenette answered, slightly nervous. Come in. Izuku slowly opened the door and peeked inside before fully entering. Izuku, what brings you to my office this afternoon? The man in black asked as he poured coffee into his mug. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, then continued, I want to change my hero name. Shota seemed intrigued. Although he already had an idea why, he still entertained his student. And why is that? Didn't I warn you that your chosen hero name may be permanent? Shota sat down in his chair and sipped some coffee. Aizawa-sensei. I made a mistake. I didn't realize that my chosen hero name was similar to a notorious villain's. I want to change it. I want to differentiate the two of us as much as possible, Izuku explained. Shota smiled. To tell the truth, he had been expecting this for a while. All right, I'll see what I can do. Izuku beamed. Thank you, sensei. He bowed. But if you wouldn't mind the question, what do you plan on changing your hero name to? Shota asked. Izuku was caught off guard by the question. He stood straight and nervously rubbed the back of his head. I actually didn't think I'd get this far. Izuku nervously chuckled. Shota raised a brow, just like the other time. Shota couldn't help but sigh. Then the door suddenly opened, and in walked a certain purple-haired student. I'm sorry I was late, Aizawa-sensei. There was a problem at the purple-haired student stopped and was taken aback to find Izuku there. Shinso. Izuku was glad to see his friend. As he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly hesitated. You're clueless, Izuku. You can't help me. Not this time. Izuku remembered what Shinso had told him last night and didn't continue. Izuku looked back over to Shota and bowed his head. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, for your time. The Greenette then hurriedly left the office, trying his best not to make any eye contact with his friend, his classmate. Shinso didn't try to peek in Izuku's direction, maintaining a cold gaze. Izuku closed the door behind him and clenched his fist. I'm sorry if I can't help you this time, Shinso. 7 p.m., just a little after his entire class had finished eating dinner. Izuku was in his room for a video call with his family. He made sure to keep the lights in his room off before he sat down in front of his laptop, and the video call began. Tenko, Eri, and Hisashi were in their living room at home. Izuku and I. Izuku and I. Eri exclaimed as she stood on the couch, on the verge of jumping up and down in excitement. You'd never guess where Tenko and I brought me today. We went to a toy store. Every shelf was full of toys. There were even teddy bears bigger than me. The little girl excitedly explained, making Izuku giggle. Tenko and I bought me the hugest one. It's in my room. I want to show you, but it's really heavy, Eri said, slightly disappointed. Izuku laughed and smiled at his little sister. It's okay, Eri. Just send me a picture later. So how's your second day living at UA? Comfortable, I hope? Tenko asked, standing behind the long couch where Eri and Hisashi sat. Yes, it's fine. The rooms have enough space and are air-conditioned. We also get our own fridge, and there's a bathroom and a closet as well, Izuku explained. We continued the rest of our camp activities earlier, and we started to develop our super moves. Tenko frowned after hearing that. Super moves? Don't tell me you're going to use your super arms as your super move. No. Izuku immediately denied, almost insulted, making Hisashi and Tenko a little concerned. Izuku cleared his throat and backtracked. No. They're not going to be my super move. Don't worry, I learned my lesson. I'll only use my 5 quirks from now on, like originally planned. Tenko sighed in relief. But remember, if you use your super arm again, you're getting a mouthful from Eri. Isn't that right, Eri? Tenko's question immediately received an energetic nod from their sister, making Izuku chuckle. How cruel, using our little sister against me, Izuku playfully said. It's working, so I don't feel bad at all, Tenko proudly retorted. Hisashi was rightfully amused by his son's brotherly banter, reminding him of similar times with his own brother long ago. Still, he thought they had enough fooling around for now and decided to bring back the topic about super moves. So have you thought of a super move yet? He actually thought about bringing up Izuku's unusual reaction earlier but fought against it. His son didn't seem eager to talk about it. Maybe a topic for another day. Izuku took a while before answering, slightly despondent. No, not yet. I don't know what super move I want to have. I don't think I want to use my arms for a while. I'm a little worried, Izuku expressed. The provisional license exams are in 10 days, and if I don't have a super move by then, I might be left behind. The call went quiet for a moment after such a downbeat statement. Tenko was concerned for his little brother. He could tell that Izuku had more troubles on his mind. Maybe letting Izuku leave home immediately was a bad idea. Perhaps they should have allowed him to stay home a little longer until he had enough rest. That was all Tenko could think of at that moment. Meanwhile, Hisashi had been muttering to himself as he tugged on his chin. It felt like forever since Izuku last saw his father in such a contemplative state. Compared to his and Tenko's muttering, Hisashi's seemed more quiet and collected. A few seconds later, Hisashi finished muttering and suggested to his son, "What about using your martial arts style with power limb? I don't recall you ever using your super legs for offense." Tenko couldn't help but scoff a bit. "Well, that's because he doesn't," Tenko interjected. "He's been trying to copy All Might's fighting style, punch here, punch there, smash in this direction, smash in that direction. The only part of Izuku's power limb fighting style that's not All Might inspired is when he uses his super claps, and even those he doesn't use enough." Tenko looked straight at Izuku through the call. "Isn't that right, my stubborn little brother? You have a point. When using other quirk combinations, Izuku's fighting styles are more inventive, but when it comes to power limb, he becomes an All Might copy," Hisashi commented while tugging on his chin. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Then he called out to his father and brother in an almost joking tone, "No fair. You two are teaming up against me again." Hisashi and Tenko couldn't help but laugh. "But seriously, Izuku," Hisashi said to his youngest son, "I think it's time you stop copying All Might and start fighting like you. Your power limb combination has more potential, even with just the 5 quirks. Think about it, okay?" Hisashi smiled at his son. Izuku smiled back and answered, "Okay, Dad." Hisashi seemed delighted by his son's answer. It was then that it finally seemed like a good time to tell his son something he had noted earlier. "Izuku, please keep your lights on while using electronics so you won't damage your eyes." Izuku was a little caught off guard and said in a monotone, "So you were going to say it?" He chuckled a bit, relieved that his father hadn't noticed any of the All Might merchandise. "And don't think I haven't noticed the posters behind you. I can see All Might's big smile from here," Hisashi said in a stern tone. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle nervously. "So he did notice?" Tenko burst out laughing. "Ha! Busted." "I'm sorry," Izuku said, chuckling in embarrassment. "I'll cover them up next video call." "No need. You didn't have to hide them. I already knew you'd put them up after moving there. Just make sure to keep the lights on for your eyes next time, understood?" Hisashi told his son. "Yes, Dad," Izuku responded with a smile. It was day 7 of the students' task, and most of them had already figured out their super moves, whether to cover their weaknesses or something flashy yet advantageous. Izuku looked up at the different pillars that Cementos had made for their training and gulped. He took a deep breath before pulling his costume's hood over his head and attaching his mouthpiece. The past few days had been filled with experiments on how Izuku could incorporate more of his martial arts into his use of power limb and stray away from All Might's fighting style, following his father's advice. It was a bumpy ride, and in the end, Izuku had to make a lot of changes, resulting in a new quirk combination, a similar substitute for power limb, but much better. Izuku lowered his body to the ground and got into his version of a runner's crouch. His body was much closer to the ground, his right foot stretched further than his left, and his left hand positioned in front of him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated the necessary quirks for this new combo. The quirks he needed were mostly the same as power limb. There was air cannon, his 2 reinforcement quirks, plus a new one, and a little quirk that he hadn't touched in a while, gravity manipulation. This quirk allowed him to make his body lighter or heavier, as well as alter the gravity of whatever he touched, but only to an extent, which acted perfectly as restraints. Wind started to swirl around the greenette, capturing the attention of the teachers and a few of his classmates. Izuku opened his eyes to reveal glowing green pupils, courtesy of his gravity manipulation quirk, but thanks to his new tinted visors, this was easily concealed from his teachers and classmates. The concrete beneath his left hand started to crack, making him look down and smile. He looked back at the pillars he planned to climb and mapped out his route in his mind. Shota and the other teachers continued to watch the greenette, curious about what would happen next. Shota remembered the last few days. Izuku had been training by himself and often excused the ectoplasm clone in favor of being alone. He had gotten worried at one point and confronted the greenette about it, but he simply received a smile and words of assurance. Was what they were about to witness the result of all his solo training? Shota asked himself. His question was answered the next second when Izuku moved from his initial position with such speed and power that dust flew and cracks appeared on the floor. The teachers and students were in awe as they watched the greenette jump from one pillar to the next with incredible force, gracefully evading numerous debris and attacks that were unintentionally heading his way using flips and spins. And it was all thanks to Izuku's gravity manipulation quirk. By making his body lighter, Izuku was able to maneuver and evade much more easily. Once he needed to land and propel himself to another platform, he adjusted the gravity on his body for that brief moment required for a kickoff before lightening himself again, providing enough momentum. His reinforcement quirks supported Izuku's body during the shifts in gravity. He could also opt to use air cannon for an extra boost, although that wasn't the primary purpose of its inclusion in this combo. It was the best arrangement considering that this quirk combo didn't have any physical aspects that could reveal Izuku as using a different quirk, aside from his glowing eyes, allowing it to reasonably pass as power limb, minus the self-destructive effects. Additionally, the new fighting style for this combo would help him distinguish himself from All for One. The thought made Izuku smile with delight. As he neared the top, Katsuki, who was too focused on his own actions, unleashed one of his one-for-all boosted AP shots towards a pillar, creating a significant hole just as Izuku landed on that pillar and kicked himself upward. As expected, the gravity kick from Izuku combined with the large hole compromised the entire pillar, causing it to begin to collapse. While in the air, Izuku observed the chaos below him and realized it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his super move. He maneuvered his body upside down and started to create an air cannon on his foot, strengthening it with his gravity manipulation. Once it felt powerful enough, he kicked the air cannon attack towards the crumbling pillar. The enhanced air cannon attack shattered the massive chunks of concrete, leaving only small debris and dust. The unexpected display left the teachers and students speechless. Izuku returned the gravity of his body to normal and landed on the tallest pillar with a flip. He removed his hood and mouthpiece to breathe more easily after all the excitement, unable to suppress a smile after such a success. Everyone who had witnessed Izuku's new super move remained in awe of what they had just seen. Thankfully, no students were near the collapsing pillar, and no one was hurt. Still, Cementos decided to reset the gym for the day, allowing the students on top of the pillars to ride them down like an elevator. The last to reach the ground was Izuku, still grinning like a child on Christmas. However, his smile quickly faded when he found himself suddenly surrounded by capture cloth and caught in a cocoon. "We're going to Recovery Girl so she can check on you," his teacher said. "You hurt your arms and now you're going to do the same to your legs?" Shota stated in a stern yet concerned tone. Izuku winced at that. It wasn't his intention to worry anyone. "I'm sorry," Izuku managed to say. Recovery Girl hummed as she examined Izuku's leg. When she finished, she told Shota, "The good news is he's fine. It doesn't seem like he broke anything." But just to be sure, Chio puckered her lips and gave Izuku a gentle kiss on his forehead. Shota felt relieved. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku apologized. "I know I've been acting a little off these past few days, especially at the beginning of our task. It probably worried my friends too, but I was just excited to show everyone this new fighting style and super move." Shota frowned, then sighed. "You really are a problem child. Right after I told you to take it slow, you immediately started changing your fighting style and creating a super move." Izuku chuckled nervously while scratching the back of his head. "Come on, let's go back to the gym. The other teachers and I will be giving you students more information about the exams," Shota said as he started heading to the door, and Izuku followed. Once the two returned to Gym Gamma, the teachers wasted no time explaining to the students that Class A and Class B's exams would take place at separate venues, much to the mixed reactions of one particularly intense blonde. Additionally, due to All Might's recent retirement, the passing rate for the exams, which was previously 50%, had been lowered to 10%, ensuring that only the best of the next generation would pass. This announcement left the students feeling both tense and motivated. Afterward, Class A was allowed to leave for lunch, vacating Gym Gamma for Class B's use. As usual, Izuku grouped up with Shudo, Achiko, and Tenya, but this time, Tsuyu decided to join them. As soon as the five of them took their seats, Izuku began stretching his back. Gravity manipulation may not have the same self-destructive properties as Max Power Limb. He had checked multiple times and confirmed his body was still in good condition even without using the reinforcement quirks, but it still caused some fatigue after use, which was one reason he had rarely used it before. Still, his friends were worried after witnessing his display of power. "Are you sure you didn't break anything?" Shudo asked with a frown. "Yes, Izuku," Achiko interjected. "That attack was powerful. Couldn't it have broken any of your bones? We understand that the license exam is in 3 days, but you must prioritize your body above all else," Tenya insisted. "Guys, don't worry. I'm sure this new move didn't break any bones," Izuku assured them. "New move?" Tsuyu asked, drawing the attention of the four friends. "It didn't seem different from your previous moves, except it was strong even without your leg swelling," Tsuyu noted. "Visually, it doesn't look that different," Izuku thought, considering that the point of this new quirk combo was to serve as an alternative to Power Limb without being obviously so. But the difference lies in how the move operates. This move may not achieve the same power as Max Power Limb, but it still offers impressive strength without harming my body," he explained, and his friends appeared convinced. "Then did you change your fighting style to something more acrobatic to complement this new move?" Shudo suddenly asked, capturing the attention of the other students. "Yup. I thought I should try changing my fighting style since I won't be doing much melee anymore," Izuku said with a smile as he took a sip from his juice box. "I'm surprised you were able to do all that in 7 days," Tenya commented, clearly impressed. "Well, it was all thanks to my dad. Every night, we had a video call to discuss different options for my new fighting style and super move. The next day, I would try out our ideas at the gym. I couldn't have done it without him," Izuku replied, his smile widening. Shudo furrowed his brows and looked away, but then sighed and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, catching him off guard. "I'm glad for you," Shudo said sincerely. 3 days later, it was the day of the Provisional Hero License exams. Class A's bus finally arrived at Takoba National Stadium. Shota exited first, leading the way as his students took turns getting off the bus. Some of them were visibly nervous. Momo noticed their anxiety and called out to her classmates, "Everyone! I know some of you might be nervous. This is a big day after all. But let's do our best, okay? Plus ultra." Her encouraging smile seemed to ease some of their worries. Izuku smiled at Momo's leadership. Maybe she should have been class president instead of him, he thought with a chuckle. Suddenly, Izuku felt an arm drape over his shoulders. "Long time no see, little guy," a loud and enthusiastic voice exclaimed, drawing the attention of nearby students. Izuku was taken aback. "Wait, little guy?" He looked up and immediately recognized the person beside him. His eyes lit up, and a huge smile spread across his face. "Inesa! Inesa Yorashi! That's me," he declared, pointing at himself with excitement. "We haven't seen each other since the recommendations exam. It's so nice to see you. I felt bad when I heard you withdrew your application," Izuku said, his tone sincere. Inesa responded with a slight smile. "Izuku, who's he?" Achiko asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over the group. He's," Izuku began, but Inesa interrupted, pulling him closer and answering loudly, "Inesa Yorashi. Proud title holder of Izuku Midoriya's first friend outside of home." Achiko and Tenya looked shocked, as if their reality had been turned upside down. Izuku chuckled nervously and added, "We first met at the recommendations exam." "That's right. The moment I first saw him, I could feel his passion for heroism and I knew we would be great friends," Inesa proclaimed. Just then, Shudo approached, his presence shifting the atmosphere. Inesa's huge grin faded, replaced by a scowl. Izuku could feel the tension rising. "Izuku, who's this guy?" Shudo asked, pointing at Inesa, who furrowed his brows in response. "You don't recognize him?" Izuku started, but Inesa let go of him and cheerfully said, "Well, I better get back to my class. Nice to meet you again, little guy." He ruffled Izuku's hair before walking away, waving goodbye. Izuku felt a bit confused but managed to wave back, albeit weakly. "But I'm surprised Izuku had a friend before Achiko and Tenya," Denki remarked, earning a fierce glare from Achiko. He quickly ducked behind Eijiro. "That's it," Kyoka suddenly exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. "What is it, Kyoka?" Momo asked. "The hat he was wearing. It's part of Shiketsu High's uniform," Kyoka explained. "Shiketsu? The famous hero school of the West." Izuku noted, realizing where Inesa had transferred. He sighed then smiled. At least they had met again. "Izuku and I." A familiar voice made Izuku's eyes widen. He turned to see a little girl with short white hair excitedly running toward him. "Izuku and I," she called, reaching her arms out for a hug. "Eri." Izuku knelt down to her level, arms open to accept her embrace. "I missed you, Izuku and I." Eri exclaimed. "Me too," Izuku replied, then asked, "What are you doing here?" Before Eri could answer, Achiko interrupted, "We didn't know you had a sister, Izuku. Why didn't you mention her before?" Izuku smiled and stood up. "That's because she's only recently become part of the family." "Why don't you introduce yourself, Eri?" he suggested with a gentle smile. Eri was a little nervous, but his encouragement helped her. My name is Eri, and I'm Tenko Nii and Izuku Nii's little sister." "And nice to meet you," she said, nervously playing with the edge of her shirt, which only added to her cuteness. Kawaii Izuku's classmates, especially the girls, began to circle around her, introducing themselves and asking questions. They learned that Eri had recently been adopted by Izuku's father. From a distance, Shinso watched, scoffing at the mention of Eri's adoption. He thought, "I wonder if the real adopted one is Izuku." His thoughts were interrupted by a chuckle from behind him. "Oh, I assure you, Izuku is my son," a voice said. Shinso's face went pale, and he felt shivers run down his spine. He looked down to avoid eye contact as the man walked past him toward his children. Izuku was surprised to see his father there. "Dad, you're here too? What are you doing here? Is Tenko here too?" he asked, scanning the area. "Unfortunately, your brother had other matters he had to attend to," Hisashi replied. "And why are you asking us why we're here?" "We're here to watch, of course," Hisashi replied with a seemingly gentle smile. "I didn't know parents were allowed to watch," Izuku said, confused. "Only if you know the right people," Hisashi explained simply. The rest of Class A felt a chill run down their spines. There was something unsettling about Izuku's father. It wasn't just his towering presence, it was the way he carried himself like a gentle giant, yet they could sense an underlying intensity. So this man is Izuku's father, they all thought. After parting ways with Ms. Joke, Shota headed back to his students, sighing at the thought that she would undoubtedly seek him out again later to continue her playful teasing. As he approached his students, he noticed an unfamiliar white-haired man speaking exclusively to Izuku, with a little girl with short white hair clinging to him. The man glanced over at Shota, sending a cold glare his way. Shota was taken aback but continued forward. "What's going on here?" he asked his students. "Aizawa-sensei, this is my dad." "Dad, this is Eraserhead," Izuku introduced them. Shota looked at the man, who was still glaring at him. Shota furrowed his brows. Suddenly, the man's cold glare shifted to a seemingly warm smile, which felt insincere to Shota. The abrupt change was unsettling. Izuku's father extended his hand for a shake, introducing himself, "Hisashi Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you from my eldest." Shota accepted the handshake, trying to keep his tone casual. "All good, I hope?" The man's smile widened, and an ominous aura surrounded him, sending shivers up Shota's spine. "On the contrary, you seem to aggravate him. I only know 2 other people who have succeeded in doing so." Glad to have the honor," Shota replied, attempting to maintain his composure. As they released their hands, Shota glared at the man, realizing this was the father of both Izuku and Tamura. Without warning, Izuku's father returned to his cold stare, causing Shota to feel slightly unsettled. It was as if he had multiple targets painted on him, and he could be struck at any moment. Shota gulped. "I see, so that's where your eldest got his death glare from," Shota said, trying to mask his unease, which only seemed to amuse Hisashi and make him smirk. The students nearby could feel the tension between the 2 adults, especially Hisashi's intimidating presence. It made them all tense and nervous, as if a huge explosion could happen at any moment. Before things escalated further, Izuku stepped in and playfully pushed his father, trying to alleviate the tension. "I think that's enough introductions. We need to get inside now, Dad. I'll see you later, okay?" Hisashi looked down at his son, who was still trying to push him without any effect. He sighed and said in a lighter tone, "I understand." Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him and stood up straight. "Do your best, okay? Eri and I will be watching." Hisashi smiled at his son and ruffled his hair. "Come on, Eri. Let's go find our seats," Hisashi said as he lifted the little girl to carry her. "See you later, Izuku and I. Don't hurt yourself, okay?" Eri called out as they walked away. Izuku smiled and waved goodbye to them. Once they were a little farther away, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he was caught off guard when someone suddenly grabbed his arms and squeezed them. He looked to his sides to find Achiko and Tenya drawing deep breaths, fear evident on their faces. He scanned the area and noticed the rest of his classmates were in similar states of shock. Even Aizawa-sensei was unusually quiet. "Hey, are you guys okay?" Izuku asked. "Izuku, your dad is scary," Achiko said, squeezing his bandaged arm tighter. "Why? He has that effect on people." "I'm sorry," Izuku replied in a low voice, feeling the need to apologize. Shota finally snapped out of his thoughts and managed to calm himself down. He looked over to his students and said, "Pull yourselves together. You still have a license exam to pass. Now go change into your hero costumes." Inside a huge hall in the Takoba National Stadium, students from various hero schools across Japan gathered to hear the details of this year's license exam. To their shock, they heard the following announcement. Only 100 of you will be taking the actual provisional license exam. The remaining 1440 students will be eliminated in this first exam. The mechanics of this first exam seemed straightforward. Each participant would receive 3 targets to place anywhere on their body, as long as they were visible, along with 6 balls to hit the targets. To qualify for the license exam, participants needed to knock 2 students out of the race. Points would go to whoever hit the last target. As the targets and ball were distributed, the hall's ceiling began to recede, revealing various terrains surrounding the students. Meanwhile, in the bleachers, Hisashi, Eri, and Adohira took their seats just a few rows away from Eraserhead and Ms. Joke. Hisashi leaned back in his seat with a content smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Eraserhead had finally spotted them, but he chose to ignore it. "Hey, Shota." "Hello." Ms. Joke snapped her fingers and waved her hands in front of Shota's face to get his attention. "Hey, Shota, talk to me," she urged, but he remained silent. She then looked in the direction he was focused on. "Who are they? Why are you staring so intently?" Shota sighed in annoyance and decided to respond. "They're the family of one of my students. The white-haired man is the father of a problem child." "Oh, so they're here to watch." "'Kay," Ms. Joke said. Shota grimaced as he recalled the earlier encounter. He gritted his teeth. "But still, Shota," Ms. Joke said in a more serious tone, snapping Shota out of his thoughts, "you really are cold. You didn't even tell your students what to expect. They seemed so nervous earlier when I saw them get off their bus. Are you sure they're going to be okay?" Shota furrowed his brows. "They better be. If they can't even get past a little ambush, then how can they expect to pass the license exam?" The elimination exam had finally begun. While a few of their classmates decided to separate from them, a number of Class A's students had chosen to stick together, but now they were in trouble. Dozens of participants from other schools had teamed up and surrounded them, intending to knock them out of the exam. However, even though they were in a tough spot, the students of UA remained calm. Their breathing was steady, and their hearts weren't racing as they should have been in such a high-stress situation. They were composed, their minds clear. After everything they had faced with Izuku's father, it felt as if nothing their competition could throw at them would faze them, not after experiencing such a formidable presence. 100 participants have passed. The elimination exam has ended. Those who failed will leave the premises. The Provisional Hero License exam will begin after a 15-minute break. The announcement echoed throughout the stadium. Shota leaned back in his seat with a sigh, which Ms. Joke took as an opportunity to tease him about being concerned for his students. Shota remained unfazed, much to her disappointment. He then glanced over in the direction of Izuku's family, only to find them missing from their seats. Shota furrowed his brows. When did they leave? Meanwhile, in the waiting room, the students of UA's Class A were celebrating the fact that all of them had passed the elimination exam and would have the chance to take the license exam. "Everyone, I'm so proud of all of you," Momo cheerfully told them. "Let's all pass the provisional license exam next, okay?" "Yeah," their classmates exclaimed in agreement. Izuku watched his classmates with a smile while stretching his body. After finishing, he took a deep breath and exhaled. He was slightly surprised when someone started giving him enthusiastic pats on the back. "Glad to see you pass too, little guy," Inesa loudly proclaimed. Izuku chuckled nervously. "Me too. Inesa, could you move your hand a little lower to the left?" Inesa looked a bit confused but complied. "Oh yeah, that's the spot." "Thank you, Inesa-kun," Izuku said, beginning to relax. Backaches were still much better than broken bones, he thought. "No problem, little guy." Inesa grinned. But that grin disappeared when a certain bichromatic figure approached them. Inesa scowled, which Izuku noticed. There it was again. "Izuku, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Shudo asked, catching the greenette's attention. Izuku stood straight and assured his friend, "Don't worry, this is nothing. Just a little backache." Shudo wasn't fully convinced, but he knew Izuku wouldn't completely admit it, so he decided to let it slide for now. Then he turned his attention to the Shiketsu High student beside Izuku. Inesa was still scowling at Shudo, making the latter furrow his brows. "Is there something wrong?" Shudo asked. Inesa didn't respond and continued to glare at the bichromatic. This slightly annoyed Shudo, and the two ended up exchanging tense looks. Izuku sensed the rising tension and decided to step in between his two friends. "Maybe we should keep you two apart for now," he chuckled. "What's your problem with me?" Shudo pressed. "You've been glaring at me since earlier." Inesa stood tall and bluntly told Shudo, "I dislike you and your father." Shudo frowned at the other student's statement. I've disliked you ever since I met you at UA's recommendation exams, ever since I saw how you have the same eyes as your father. Izuku looked at Inesa in concern. His behavior seemed uncharacteristic. Almost like how I felt after the training camp, he thought. Inesa, Izuku tried to talk to his friend, but he was cut off. You might be acting differently now for some reason, but my feelings about you remain unchanged. You and Endeavor are not worthy of being heroes. Inesa finished before walking away, leaving Izuku with no chance to respond. Izuku watched Inesa go, concern etched on his face. Then a voice caught his attention. Izuku? Izuku turned to find several of his classmates looking a little unsure. Yeah, what is it? Izuku asked, confused. Kyoka stuttered, glancing back at the others. Hey, why am I the one who's got to tell him? Toru, you tell him. Kyoka grabbed Toru's hand and switched places with her. Why me? Toru exclaimed. Just tell him. Kyoka insisted. Izuku was still confused. Fine. Toru exclaimed, taking a deep breath before saying, Izuku, please thank your dad for us. What? Izuku wasn't expecting that. The thing is, Toru began, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. It may have been unintentional, but it was thanks to the intimidating presence he gave off that all the nervousness we felt disappeared. In a way, it was because of your dad that we passed more easily than we should have, Toru explained, her glove rubbing the back of her head. Izuku's eyes widened, and he struggled to find words, not because of what he had just heard, but because he was looking past his classmates. A certain someone behind them had caught his attention. Well, I'm glad to have helped, came Hisashi's voice from behind them, causing Izuku's classmates to gasp and rush behind him, making Hisashi chuckle. Though I do hope I didn't overdo it, Hisashi admitted. Had he been there this whole time? How did they not notice him? Then from behind Hisashi, Eri appeared. Izuku and I. Eri. Izuku knelt down. You were amazing. You were so fast and you beat those other people easily. Eri praised, her excitement fading as she asked a more serious question. But you didn't get hurt, did you, Izuku and I? Izuku smiled at his sister and patted her head. I didn't, Eri. But thank you for worrying about me. Eri really wanted to check up on you, Hisashi explained. Izuku then stood up. But I'm surprised they let you here, even Aizawa-sensei couldn't come. That's because, Hisashi began, but he was interrupted by loud explosions from outside the waiting area, surprising the students. The large screen in the waiting room flickered to life, displaying the devastated terrain outside, along with the instructions for the Provisional Hero License exam. For your final test, you will conduct rescue maneuvers in the now-destroyed battlefield. Your task is to rescue the actors portraying civilians scattered throughout the disaster site. Your final score will be based on your performance. Hisashi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I see. So this year's Provisional License exam is based on the Kamino incident. Izuku tensed at the mention of the Kamino incident. Hisashi noticed and turned his gaze toward his son. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Izuku repeated in his mind. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, I heard that you and a few of your friends were there. Hisashi's tone carried a hint of hostility. Izuku's classmates stiffened at the tone of Hisashi's voice. Looking up at his father, Izuku saw a frown on his face. He chuckled nervously. So you read my mind? Hisashi sighed. It was a miracle your group came out unscathed. Izuku could only chuckle nervously in response. Midoriya, a senior-looking teenager, interrupted, capturing their attention. It's time for you to leave. I understand, Hisashi replied, looking over to Adohira, who nodded and picked up Eri. Well then, we're taking our leave. Do your best, Hisashi said to his son as they began to exit, with Eri waving goodbye to her brother. Izuku waved back. He noticed the senior-looking teenager starting to leave but called out, Hey, I want to ask a question. What do you want? The person asked, his attitude noticeably more pompous than before. Why did you refer to my dad with the honorific Dano? Izuku inquired. Your dad. The person replied with an accusatory tone. That explains why he wanted access here. If you didn't know, your father is a major sponsor and shareholder of the Help Us company. But don't think that just because your dad is our boss, we're going to let you pass, you spoiled brat, the person added, a look of disdain on his face. A spoiled brat? Izuku felt insulted. The provisional hero license exam will begin in 5 minutes. I suggest you get ready, the person said before leaving. Due to a large-scale attack by villains, there were numerous civilian victims. Emergency units will be arriving late due to the damaged roads. All necessary tasks will be left to the heroes. The primary goal is to rescue all civilians. The students prepared themselves, eager for the moment the waiting room's gates would open. Underneath Izuku's tinted visors, he activated his bird's eye view quirk, searching for nearby victims who might need help. Then the gate opened. The 100 participants rushed out, heading to various areas of the arena. Izuku, along with Momo, Achiko, and Toru, made their way to the urban area. Izuku headed toward the location of the nearest victim he had seen earlier, with his classmates trailing behind him. As they approached, they heard the sound of a child crying. Over there! Toru pointed to a section of the road that had opened up to an underground parking area, where they spotted a crying child. Toru seemed to have caught the child's attention, who looked up and cried, "Please help us. My grandpa got buried." Achiko, make me float down there, Momo instructed as Izuku jumped down using his gravity manipulation quirk. Once Izuku landed, he knelt in front of the child and asked, "Where's your grandpa? Where did he get buried?" The child pointed in a general direction. "Izuku, I'll handle the child," Momo said. Izuku nodded, "Thanks, Momo." Izuku then walked toward where the child's grandpa was supposed to be and activated his infrared quirk, confirming that someone was indeed trapped beneath the rubble. "Hey, Grandpa, can you hear me? Are you still conscious? Please respond if you are," Izuku called out. After a moment, he received a weak response, "Why yes. We'll get you out of there, so hold on, okay?" Izuku assured the person trapped beneath the debris, reassuring the trapped civilian. "Good job," the Help Us company employee thought as Momo wrapped a bandage around her arm. "And amazing first aid work," he added, referring to Momo. "Achiko, get this kid up to Toru," Momo instructed Achiko, who had just arrived. She nodded and lifted the child, making herself float up. "Izuku," Momo called to her green-haired class president, "is there anything I can do to help?" No, thank you. I got this. You three go ahead, I'll catch up with you and the kid's grandpa," Izuku told her. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes, I'm sure," Izuku smiled at her. "Okay," Momo replied as Achiko returned to help her up as well. "Catch up to us, okay?" Achiko told him before they left. Once he was certain his classmates were gone, Izuku focused back on the trapped civilian. "I'm going to remove the rubble now. Are you still with me?" he asked the civilian while removing the glove from his costume. He received a weak yes in response. Removing the glove exposed his bandaged arm. Using his silkweave quirk, he manipulated the bandages, causing them to unwrap. He then touched the rubble with his bare hand and used gravity manipulation to lift the debris. Izuku crouched down to assess the grandpa's condition. "Grandpa, are you okay?" he asked, making the grandpa look over at him. They were both surprised to see each other. "Wait." Izuku recognized him as the man who had called him a spoiled brat earlier. "Yes, the guy that insulted you before. What are you going to do now, brat? Leave me here?" The Help Us company actor thought. Izuku shook his head, snapping his thoughts back to the exam. "Are you okay? Is anything broken?" he asked, impressing the actor. "Why, my leg got crushed." "I can't move it," the grandpa replied. "Take my hand. You're going to feel a bit strange for a moment, then you'll feel lighter and I'll pull you out, all right," Izuku said, extending his hand. The grandpa accepted it, and as promised, he felt a peculiar sensation before he began to float. Izuku then carefully pulled the grandpa free from the rubble. Once the grandpa was out, Izuku returned the weight of the debris and gently set him down. "I'm going to secure your broken leg first, then we'll get you to your grandson," Izuku said, tearing off a strip of bandage from his hand to tie a rod to the grandpa's leg. Afterward, he put on his glove and carried the grandpa on his back as they made their way out. So he isn't just a rich man's brat. He'll make a good hero, the HUC actor thought. The rescue efforts of the 100 participants had been successful so far. Most of the civilians had already been rescued, and the HUC actors were grading the students accordingly. Izuku was tending to a child at the makeshift shelter for the injured when he felt gusts of wind behind him. He turned to see Inesa flying in with more civilians. "Hey, little guy. Here are more civilians that need first aid. The urban area is almost cleared," Inesa exclaimed, skillfully guiding the civilians down with his quirk. As expected of Inesa-kun, Izuku praised his friend, and Inesa flashed a grin in return. Suddenly, loud explosions echoed through the stadium, capturing the attention of the examinees. Izuku quickly activated his bird's eye view quirk to assess the situation. In several areas, parts of the arena walls opened up, allowing a number of goons to enter. One notable figure could be seen entering through an opening just a kilometer west of the makeshift shelter. "Jigang Orca? What's he doing here?" Then another announcement echoed through the stadium. "Attention, heroes. Numerous villains have arrived in the area. You must suppress the oncoming attack while continuing the rescue efforts. You can count on us," Inesa shouted. "Inesa, over there." Izuku pointed toward Gang Orca's entrance. "The boss is over there." "You got it, little guy." Inesa saluted before flying toward Gang Orca's location. "Izuku," Momo called out. 3 o'clock. Villains are approaching. On it. Izuku replied, rushing to the other side of the shelter to defend. Izuku noticed that the goons were armed with cement guns, reminiscent of the equipment he had seen during his internship at Gang Orca's agency. He was soon joined by a few other examinees, including Kyoka and Fumikage. Izuku activated his main quirks and charged at the goons, using his gravity kick to knock them aside and using them as stepping stones for his next attacks. The goons attempted to hit him with their cement guns, but he skillfully evaded their shots with acrobatic moves. With Izuku distracting the goons, the other examinees were able to take them down one by one. Once this part of the threat was subdued, Izuku paused to catch his breath. However, the sudden sight of huge flames shooting into the sky from the direction where Inesa faced Gang Orca drew his attention. He immediately recognized those flames as belonging to Shudo. "Stop messing things up, Todoroki, and leave him to me," Izuku shouted. "Me? You're the one who misdirected my attack," Shuto retorted. Izuku could hear the argument between Inesa and Shuto with his enhanced hearing. "This is bad. The two of them are together. Fumikage, Kyoka, I'm going to help Shudo and Inesa with Gang Orca," Izuku informed them. "We're coming with you," Fumikage declared, and the three of them rushed west. Izuku activated his bird's eye quirk to monitor the fight between Gang Orca and his friends. They won't cooperate with each other, he thought, gritting his teeth. As they moved, Izuku was suddenly hit by cement, causing him to deactivate his quirk. More goons appeared before them. "Don't think we'll let you get to the boss that easily," one of the goons taunted. "Tifish," Izuku cursed, using a weak air cannon to break the cement that had stuck to him. The sound of one of Gang Orca's hypersonic waves made him uneasy. "Don't get in my way," Izuku yelled, launching an air cannon kick at the goons, sending some of them flying. Those who remained began to surround them. Izuku gritted his teeth. "The shelter is just behind us. I can't just leave." "Damn it," he cursed. Kyoka and Fumikage recognized his frustration. "Calm down, Izuku," Kyoka urged, snapping him out of his anger. "We know you want to help Shudo and that guy from Shiketsu. We'll try to give you an opening. Remember, you're not alone." Kyoka reassured him as her jacks connected to the amplifiers on her forearms. Heartbeat distortion. Gloom of the black arm. The combined attack from Kyoka and Fumikage effectively broke through the goons' defenses for a few moments. "Izuku now," Fumikage signaled. "Thank you, both of you," Izuku said before leaping into the air. Kuga watched as the two teenagers launched their individual attacks at him once more, and as before, their attacks redirected each other elsewhere. "This is getting old," he thought. "Stop using your fire," the one with the wind quirk shouted. My ice has no effect on him. What do you expect me to do? Shudo snapped back. Is it really wise to have this conversation while in battle? Kugo attempted to interject, but they ignored him. When we first met, you said you hated your fire, so why are you using it now? When we first met? I don't even know you. Then it struck Shudo, and he finally remembered who this guy was. He had come in first during the recommendations exams and had hung around Izuku at that time. He was the one student he had shooed away. The fact that you're using your fire just proves that you are like your father. Inesa accused Shudo, sending another wind attack at Gang Orca. I'm not like him. Shudo snapped back at Inesa, unleashing a much more powerful flame attack at the user of the Orsinus quirk. Kugo didn't even try to move this time, having grown tired of all the back and forth. And just like countless times before, the two attacks redirected each other, but in an unexpected turn, the flames began heading toward an incapacitated Ketsubutsu examinee from earlier. Kugo's eyes widened, ready to rush in and rescue the kid when silk-like cloth wrapped around the paralyzed student and pulled him away from the flames. Kugo, Shuto, and Inesa watched as he was drawn toward a certain greenet hovering about half a kilometer away. Izuku had removed his right glove earlier to use his silkweave quirk to save the Ketsubutsu student from danger. The greenet was fuming with anger and disappointment. He gritted his teeth and activated a quirk. Pronounce. What are you two doing? Your argument almost got someone hurt. Snap out of it. The greenet's voice echoed loud and clear, even at that distance. Inesa and Shudo winced at his words, affected by the quirk. Meanwhile, Hisashi couldn't help but smirk as he watched the events unfold, feeling a swell of pride. Inesa's eyes widened upon hearing the greenet's words, and he was struck by the realization that he had let his anger cloud his judgment. This wasn't how a hero should act. He gritted his teeth. Todoroki, did you hear that? Inesa's grin returned. Shudo looked up at him. Little guy wants us to work together. You up for it? Inesa asked the bichromatic hero. Yeah. Shudo replied with a smile. Did Izuku do that thing again? He wondered as he prepared his fire once more. Todoroki, watch out. Inesa warned. Shudo's eyes widened as he felt a shadow loom over him. I'm glad to hear that you two have decided to finally team up, a voice said from behind Shudo, followed by a sudden force that slammed him to the ground. But that means it's time for me to take this. Seriously. Shudo turned his head slightly to see blood-red eyes staring back at him. Gang Orca unleashed a hypersonic wave at point-blank range. Todoroki. Inesa sent a wind attack toward Gang Orca, but before it could reach the pro-hero he was suddenly hit by cement, losing his concentration. Before he could recover, a hypersonic wave from Gang Orca rendered him paralyzed, unable to keep himself in the air. Gang Orca looked down at the two teenagers, unimpressed, before heading toward the makeshift shelter. Inesa and Shuto gritted their teeth, realizing they were letting their opponent get away. Not on my watch. Izuku landed at the makeshift shelter and laid the partially paralyzed Ketsubutsu examinee on the ground. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah. Thanks for the save. Izuku smiled at him, but his attention was quickly drawn to a Firenado a kilometer away. He recognized it as the result of his friend's cooperation. Activating his bird's eye view quirk, he observed the fight from afar. He was glad they were finally working together, but his joy turned to worry when the Firenado was extinguished by Gang Orca's hypersonic wave. Through his quirk, Izuku saw more goons arriving, while other examinees were too preoccupied to help Shudo and Inesa. His eyes widened as he watched Gang Orca approach his friends, whose attempts to fight back were futile against the pro-hero's waves. Izuku activated his quirks and prepared to jump into the battle, but just as he was about to leap, a goon hit him with cement, altering his trajectory. The goon was quickly dealt with by Ochiko, but Izuku realized he wouldn't reach his friends in time. He had no choice. Maneuvering in the air, he began to prepare his super move. Air was drawn toward his leg as he added weight to the attack using his gravity manipulation. Panic set in as he saw Gang Orca getting closer to Inesa. Damn it, I'm too far. Will my attack even make it in time? Gritting his teeth, Izuku thought, I have no choice. Activate Kinetic booster. Black lightning with a green glow surrounded his leg. It won't be enough. Times 2. The black lightning grew larger and more erratic, capturing the attention of nearby examinees, victims, and goons. Hisashi couldn't help but grin. Taking a deep breath, Izuku released his super move, Reach Them. Arahabaki. As he kicked, the black lightning vanished, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. But then, a swirling force of destruction erupted, disrupting the dirt below and racing toward Gang Orca at incredible speed. Kugo's eyes widened at the sight of the Greenit's attack heading toward him. He couldn't evade in time and could only brace himself. The attack was powerful enough to push Gang Orca back, starting to break the restraints on his arms. If he didn't act quickly, he might end up seriously injured. Gritting his teeth, Kugo unleashed hypersonic waves one after another to weaken the attack's power. All eyes were agape at the sight of a pro hero being pushed back by a first-year student. Gang Orca was nearly at the walls of the arena when the attack finally subsided. The restraints fell to the ground with loud thuds, and he gasped for breath. To think that boy could unleash an attack like that. Kugo thought before another announcement rang out. Attention, all victims have been rescued. The threat has been subdued. The test has come to an end. After the exam ended, the examinees were instructed to remain in the waiting room while their final scores and ranks were being calculated. Gang Orca's sidekicks quickly came to his aid after the ordeal, assisting him as they brought him to the waiting room, where medics were tending to his injuries. As the pro hero received care from doctors and nurses, he noticed a certain green-haired boy trying to make his way through the crowd of examinees to reach him. Once the boy stood before him, he began bowing repeatedly, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, Gang Orca. I didn't mean for my attack to be that strong. I just wanted it to reach you in time." Kugo smiled, pleased to see the boy after months, and felt a sense of pride in his growth, even though he would have preferred if they had fought together instead. "It's all right, Izuku. I'm actually impressed with your super move. If it weren't for the restraints I was wearing, you might have sent me back to the hospital bed." Gang Orca's intentions were good, but Izuku misinterpreted his words and continued to apologize until Gang Orca asked him to stop. "But I'm proud of what you did earlier," Kugo said, catching Izuku off guard. "You managed to stop your classmate and the Shiketsu students bickering and got them to cooperate." Kugo's smile, though slightly intimidating, was genuine. Recognizing Gang Orca's smile, Izuku returned it. Suddenly, two of his friends draped their arms around him, surprising him. Hanta stood on his right, and Denki on his left. "But that move back there," Hanta casually brought up, "was nothing like the super move you showed us during training." "Yeah, Izuku, why did you hide a move like that from us? Were you planning to show off?" Denki teased. "What? No." Izuku defended himself, explaining, "That was the first time I tried it on that scale. I had only done that move with my finger before. I had no idea it would become that strong. I just wanted it to get faster. I completely underestimated it." "Is that so?" Denki said in a comically suspicious tone, making Izuku a little uncomfortable. "But your super move's name was that the first time you said it? What was it?" "Ahara. Abra. Arba. Arahabaki." Hisashi suddenly interjected from behind them, causing Hanta and Denki to jump. "It's the name of a supposed Japanese god of destruction. I say, supposed, because there isn't much information about Arahabaki, only bits and pieces. In most accounts, he is regarded as a god of destruction and calamity," Hisashi explained as Izuku carried Eri. "A fitting name for a move with that power, wouldn't you say?" he asked, looking at Izuku's classmates. Hanta and Denki nodded nervously. "Dad actually picked the name," Izuku added, rubbing the back of his head. "That somehow makes sense," Denki and Hanta thought. The medics finally finished tending to Gang Orca, allowing him to stand up from his seat. "So you're Izuku's father. I'm glad to meet you. Your son is an amazing child. You must be proud of him," Kugo said, extending his hand for a handshake, which Hisashi accepted. "Yes. He interned at your agency, correct? Thank you for watching over him during his stay," Hisashi replied as they retrieved their hands. Izuku suddenly tensed as he recalled that the Hosu incident occurred during his internship. Hisashi noticed and frowned. "Why are you getting tense, Izuku?" Izuku flinched and slowly looked up at his father. "I thought so you're not going to." Hisashi raised an eyebrow. "I won't." Izuku sighed in relief. "Oh good. I guess I got used to Tenko berating every hero he meets. I just assumed you would too." Hisashi chuckled just as another announcement echoed through the room. "Attention, examinees. Thank you for your patience and hard work. Your final score is based on the ratings given by HUC employees and members of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Out of 100, 90 of you passed. The names of those who passed will now appear on the screen." The large screen in the waiting room turned on and began displaying 90 names. Izuku obsessively searched for his name, which his father found slightly amusing. When Izuku's eyes widened as he finally found his name, he started to tear up, covering his mouth in surprise. "Izuku, why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Eri, whom Izuku had been carrying, asked. "No, Eri," Izuku said, wiping his tears. "I passed, Eri. I'm going to get my provisional license. I'm a hero now," he excitedly told his sister. Eri smiled brightly. "Izuku, congratulations." While Izuku and Eri celebrated, Hisashi observed the screen, pondering, "So All Might's successor passed as well, and even Tenko's little toy. Actually, almost everyone in Izuku's class passed, except for one. The HUC employees will now distribute sheets containing the details of your performance. Please take note of them and consider improving where you were unsatisfactory. For those who failed, you can choose to undertake a special training course or simply take the next Provisional Hero License exam next June." "Good job on passing, brat," a familiar senior-looking teenager said to the green-haired boy with a proud smirk. "You better become a great hero." Izuku accepted the results sheet with a smile. "Thank you." The person smiled back and continued distributing the rest of the results to the other examinees. "Little guy." Izuku's smile widened upon hearing that voice. He turned to see Inesa struggling to walk properly, relying on the wind to keep his balance. "Inesa, are you okay? Aren't you still numb?" Izuku asked with concern. "I'm fine now, little guy. Don't worry about me," Inesa enthusiastically replied, making Izuku chuckle nervously. "Plus, I still have to thank you." Inesa's tone shifted, more subdued but still bright. "It was thanks to you that I realized my hatred towards Todoroki and Endeavor made me the kind of person I disliked. You helped me get out of that rut." "I'm glad I was able to help," Izuku smiled. "Thank you again, little guy," Inesa exclaimed, returning to his usual cheerful tone. "Now that I failed, I'll have more than enough time to reflect." Izuku was taken aback. You failed? Wait, then does that mean?" He glanced over to where Shudo should be, only to find him standing just a few feet away. "I failed too," Shudo said casually. "No way. You too?" Izuku exclaimed, still in shock and a bit disappointed. "But that's okay, little guy," Inesa said as he moved closer to Shudo, pulling him into a friendly embrace. "Now that we both failed and will be attending the same special training course, we can take our time to become friends. Wouldn't that be amazing? Your two friends becoming friends?" Inesa asked enthusiastically. "Please get off of me," Shudo replied, attempting to free himself from Inesa's grip. Izuku chuckled at the scene. Hisashi watched from a distance, pleased to see his son enjoying himself, but his thoughts turned to a certain blonde girl. "Damn it, I can't find that Shiketsu girl. Even her classmates have no idea where she is." Dusk was falling as the Provisional Hero License exam came to an end, and the students were heading back to their buses. Izuku stared at his license with teary eyes, still in disbelief that he finally had a hero license. "Okay, everyone, form a line before boarding the bus," Momo instructed her classmates, and they complied. Before joining the line, Izuku said his farewells to his family, starting with his little sister, who looked a bit teary. "Bye-bye again, Eri. Let's talk on video chats, okay?" "Okay, Izuku and I. Just promise me you won't get hurt, okay?" Eri sniffled. Izuku smiled at her and gave her a warm hug. Then he turned to his father. "Thank you, Dad. For everything. I finally have a provisional hero license thanks to all your support. You've helped me pursue my dream of becoming a hero, even though you have your reservations about them." Hisashi smiled and pulled Izuku into a hug. After they separated, Izuku thanked his father once more before running to the bus. "Midoriya-san," Hisashi heard someone call him. "Ah, Aizawa-sensei. I apologize for my first impression earlier. I wanted to help your students with their nervousness, and it was the most discreet method I could think of," Hisashi explained. "Well, it helped them." "I can't complain," Shota replied. "Edohira, you and Eri head to the car. I'll follow after a little talk with Eraserhead," Hisashi instructed their chauffeur, who nodded and left with Eri. "So, what did you want to discuss?" "Surely, you wouldn't confront me at this time just for small talk," Hisashi noted. Shota hummed thoughtfully. "Of course. I just wanted to ask a few questions, that's all." "Oh." Hisashi's interest was piqued. "All right, you can have 3 questions." 3, Shota felt slightly insulted. He furrowed his brows and glanced at the man beside him, who wore a confident smirk. "Fine. 3 questions." Hisashi grinned. "First question. I heard you were abroad for the past few years. When did you return?" Shota asked. "Just a few days before you and All Might visited our home. I apologize for not being able to meet you both myself. I was carrying little Eri to her room at the time," Hisashi replied. "Next question?" Hisashi prompted. Shota frowned. "Second question, what exactly does your company do, Midoriya-san?" Hisashi rubbed his chin, slightly amused. "I recall Tenko mentioning a similar question from you before." Shota winced internally, prompting a smirk from Hisashi. "My company encompasses a number of businesses, actually. Pharmaceuticals, engineering, manufacturing, whatever it may be, we've probably dabbled in it at some point." Hisashi turned to Shota with a confident smile. "Your last question, what's it going to be?" Shota furrowed his brows, glancing at his student's bus just as his last student boarded. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "All right, last question. If you dislike heroes, why allow your son to become one?" Hisashi's expression shifted to a more neutral one. He sighed before admitting, "I had a feeling you'd ask that." Shota turned to see the man gazing at his student's bus. "Izuku is young. I believe he should enjoy his youth. Because soon enough, it will have to come to an end." Shota's brows furrowed in confusion at the man's ominous words. "What do you mean by that?" Shota inquired, making Hisashi grin. "Huh," Hisashi said, wagging his finger. "You only had 3 questions, remember?" Shota frowned, which amused Hisashi. "Well then, I enjoyed this little interrogation, but I must take my leave, Aizawa-sensei. Your students must be waiting for you," Hisashi stated. "Farewell, Eraserhead. I hope we can speak again," Hisashi said before departing. Shota watched the man walk away, pondering his earlier statement. A sense of worry crept in. What did he mean it will come to an end soon? At Heights Alliance, the students of Class A were taking their well-deserved rest after a long day of the Provisional Hero License exam. In his room, Izuku had just changed into more comfortable clothes and completed some stretches. He tossed his used clothes into the laundry bin, only to discover it was already full. "Looks like it's time to do the laundry," he thought, grabbing his laundry bin and heading to the laundry room on the first floor. He passed a few of his classmates watching television in the living room. Upon reaching the laundry room door, he noticed someone else was already inside. He pushed the door open with his back and stepped in. To his surprise, he found Shinso leaning against one of the unused washers, waiting for his clothes to finish. Their eyes met, but Izuku quickly looked away and walked toward the washer furthest from Shinso, placing all his clothes inside without thinking. "You need to separate your white clothes from your colored clothes," Shinso said suddenly, causing Izuku to pause. Without looking at him, Izuku replied, I forgot." "Thanks for the reminder," Izuku said as he removed all his colored clothes and placed them in his laundry bin, leaving only the white clothes in the washer. "Do you need help setting that up?" Shinso asked. Izuku shook his head. "No, I got it," he replied, pouring detergent into the washer, adjusting the settings, and starting it up. All that was left was to wait for it to finish before tackling the colored clothes. You can use the other washers, you know, Shinso pointed out. No one's using them. Izuku nodded without turning to him and began placing the rest of his clothes in the washer next to the one he just used. He added detergent and adjusted the settings. I'm surprised you know how to operate these things. Did your servants teach you for fun? Shinso joked as the second washer started its cycle. No, actually. I had no idea how to use these, but Achiko helped me figure it out, Izuku admitted, still facing away from Shinso. Was all Shinso could say. An awkward silence settled between them, broken only by the sound of water swirling. Izuku leaned against one of the unused washers, keeping his gaze on the floor. He decided to break the silence. Congratulations on passing the license exam. Shinso hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah, you too. Izuku smiled slightly. I heard that your super move almost beat Gang Orca. Shinso brought it up. I didn't see it myself, but I felt it from where I was. Izuku chuckled nervously. Yeah, I probably won't be using Arahabaki on that scale for a while. So the Arahabaki that kept being mentioned on the bus is your super move. I was wearing headphones and wasn't paying much attention, Shinso said with a slight smile, prompting Izuku to chuckle again. Another silence followed, but this time it was comfortable, and both boys wore smiles. Izuku peeked at Shinso and finally raised his head. Hey, Shinso? Yeah. Shinso looked over. Are we still friends? Izuku asked, bringing back a hint of tension. Shinso regarded him with uncertainty. Can we even be friends? Izuku's brows furrowed in concern and confusion. As we stand now, is it even possible for us to be friends? Shinso averted his gaze. I think it might be best if we're not. The washer beside Shinso finished, and he began to grab his clothes. Shinso, I don't know what's troubling you. I don't know if there was something I did to upset you. Please, tell me so we can work this out, Izuku pleaded. Shinso paused, took a deep breath, and without looking at Izuku, said, I'm sorry if I suddenly pushed you away the last time we talked. But that's why I'm telling you this now. I'm formally ending our friendship. Shinso. Izuku's voice was filled with desperation. I'm sorry, Izuku. Goodbye. Shinso said before leaving Izuku in stunned silence. Nizu took a sip from his cup with satisfaction. After setting it down, he looked over at his faculty members. Nice to see that everyone is present. We will now begin this faculty meeting, he stated. Our first order of business is the first year's hero work studies. The teachers present tensed at the mention. Before Nizu could continue, Shota voiced his concerns. Nizu, is it really wise to let the first years conduct hero work studies? With All Might retired, there will be a spike in crimes. Tashinori interjected, I have to agree with Shota. We cannot let the children venture into a more dangerous field. They're only first years after all. Sekijiro disagreed. With all due respect, All Might, we've allowed first years to take on work studies for years. Why stop now? These first years passed the 10% rate, unlike previous years that faced a 50% rate. Sekijiro, I understand your point, Namuri stated, but the streets have become much more dangerous. That's exactly why we should let them conduct work studies, Snipe interrupted. If we expect them to take over the hero industry one day, it's essential to expose them to the field they'll inherit. They're still children, Namuri insisted, her stance firm. The room grew tense. Ahem. Nizu broke the tension, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Good. I've caught your attention. I know we have different views on this subject, but I've come up with a compromise. Nizu took a sip from his tea before continuing. As I was about to say, it's up to their class advisors to inform their students about the hero work studies. They may be children, but they have already acquired their licenses, which declare them as fellow heroes. If they wish to conduct hero work studies, they only need to find an agency willing to take them in. Alright, everyone. Stay in formation. Momo reminded as they left the dorms to head to ground beta for the beginning of the semester address. She and Izuku, as the president and vice president of the class, led the two lines. On their way, they met up with Class B, who were also heading to ground beta. Izuku attempted to greet his counterpart, but was interrupted when Nito appeared. You hid that super move of yours from us. Then you flaunted it at the license exam. You show off. Nito exclaimed, standing behind Juzo, using him as a shield from the Greenet. Izuku could only chuckle nervously, even I didn't expect it to be so powerful. As if we'd believe a lie like... Before he could finish, Itsuka smacked him on the back of the head. That's enough, she said, then turned to Izuku. I'm really sorry you had to deal with him this early in the morning. No, it's fine, Izuku replied. Then he realized, wait, how did he know about what happened at the exam? Oh, talk about it has been going around social media since yesterday. A few photos and videos are starting to go viral, especially the ones of Gang Orca being pushed back, Itsuka explained, pulling out her phone to show him various posts about his super move. That's the second time you've gone viral, Denki said, suddenly appearing and draping his arm around Izuku. Lucky. I would have preferred if I wasn't, Izuku said nervously. But how was the exam for you guys? Izuku asked the Class B students. Suddenly, Nito regained his energy and began boasting. Much better than Class A, that's for sure. None of you has failed, unlike your class where one did. And it happened to be Todoroki. What are the chances? Haha. He stood proudly with Awase and Juzo flanking him. That statement earned him another smack on the back of the head. I apologize again, Itsuka said, bowing her head. Welcome back, students. I'm glad to see you return, Nizu began his speech. I hope you found your new homes just like your own. Although it's not obvious to you humans, my lifestyle and diet have been disrupted this past month due to recent incidents. I understand that some of you may be feeling uneasy as well. Our society will undoubtedly be affected negatively by All Might's retirement, but know that the heroes and police are doing their best to fill the void left by the symbol of peace. Nizu paused before continuing, as a hero school no, as a formal institution tasked with raising the next generation, we acknowledge that it is our duty to develop you into worthy individuals who will one day continue their efforts. And I hope that you acknowledge your duty as this society's successors as well. That is all, dear students. You may now go to your classrooms, Nizu concluded. There are two types of people in the world you should fear. Those who have something to lose, and those who have nothing left. It has been over 3 months since Tamura and his league took away everything Kai had worked hard for. I'll make that BSTRD pay for everything, Kai thought. But first, he turned his attention to a lone mountain lodge and smirked under his mask. You're not the only ones who can locate safe houses. Kai began to sift through a collection of files and folders in the hidden lab in the basement of the lodge. His interest was piqued. Even though these gnomes seemed like mere prototypes, All for One's research team had perfected the process. If the heroes were able to obtain actual files from one of their gnome factories, they could reach the same conclusion. Kai grinned under his mask, laughing maniacally. The disfigured staff of the factory could only look on in horror. He set down the file he was holding and glanced over at 3 specific tanks. 2 housed upper-tier gnomes, while the remaining 1 contained a middle-tier gnome. He walked over to a control panel and flipped 3 switches, causing the liquid inside the tanks to drain. Once the tanks opened, the 3 now awakened gnome stepped out. One of the upper-tier gnome had peculiar clock hand-like appendages beside its exposed brain. Hari, Joy, Shin, it's nice to see the 3 of you again, Kai greeted them. Nomu, by definition, are powerful mindless soldiers made to serve the League of Villains. They were created from human corpses that were surgically altered to hold multiple quirks. The corpses used to create these 3 Nomo belonged to Hari Kurono, Chronostasis, Joy Iranaka, Mimic, and Shin Nemoto, 3 members of the Shai Hasaikai taken during the group's previous clash against the League. The 3 Nomu were unresponsive to Kai's greeting, but he only snickered. It's true that the surgeries the Nomu undergo cease all higher brain function. However, Kai possesses the quirk overhaul, the ability to disassemble and reassemble matter as he wishes. He can even restore an injured or ailing person to a biologically perfect state. With that in mind, Kai approached the Nomu that had once been Hari and placed his hand on its exposed brain. The moment he did, the Nomu closed its eyes, and when they opened again, there was something different. Its eyes seemed alive. The Nomu looked around to assess its surroundings before glancing down at Kai, who now seemed small in comparison. It opened its mouth and, with whatever voice it had, spoke. Kai? Where? To Hari's surprise, Kai started laughing. He then walked over to the other Nomu and touched their exposed brains. Hari was unsurprised to see them. And Nomu, what's? Save your strength, Hari. You were dead for at least 3 months. I'm sure your throat isn't in the best condition, Kai told him. Dead for 3 months? Hari thought. Oh, over. Hall. The other black Nomu seemed to awaken. Where? Over, huh? The colored Nomu attempted to yell, but his dry throat caused him to cough instead. Shin-Joy, you too as well? Save your strength, Overhaul instructed as he took a few steps away, kneeling down to examine the ground. We're going to make the league pay. The 3 Nomu observed as the lab around them was dismantled along with the staff. The floor they stood on began to rise, and a hole opened above them. I'm coming for you, Tamura Shigaraki. The next day, after communication with the lab ceased, Dr. Ujiko dispatched some of their men to investigate the site. As soon as Daruma learned of the lab's disappearance, he promptly informed Hisashi and Tenko. Hisashi stepped out of Kurogiri's portals and was immediately greeted. Master, it's nice to see you. Tamura is already inside. Thank you, Kurogiri, Hisashi replied to the black mist before heading inside the lodge. He made his way to the door leading to the basement and found it ajar. Continuing down, he eventually reached the basement, where he found his eldest standing in the middle. Hisashi placed his hands in his pockets and approached Tenko. The lab really disappeared, huh? He remarked, slightly impressed. The lab, which should have been several flights of stairs below, was now replaced by an empty basement. Whoever did this cut the security camera feed before moving in, Tenko stated. They did a pretty clean job. Hisashi looked at Tenko, slightly amused. From the tone of your voice, I presume you have an idea of who the culprit is? Tenko let out a slight scoff. Dad's saying that as if he doesn't have a mind-reading quirk and hasn't come to the same conclusion as me. Hisashi chuckled. He left no trace of his crime. As expected of a Yakuza. Tenko couldn't help but scoff. So Kai Chisaki has resurfaced after 3 months, he mused. Then he smirked and in a teasing tone, said, should we be scared? At 5 p.m., Class 1A spent their free time in the common room, chatting about various topics while some prepared food in the kitchen. Izuku sat on the sofa with his classmates, but he appeared preoccupied and wasn't engaging with anyone. He stared at one of his bandaged fists, his right hand the arm that had taken the most damage during his battle with Muscular. After Eri healed his body, he had to cover his arms with bandages to conceal the fact that he was actually healed. It also served as a reminder not to use those mutated arms again. Unbeknownst to him, a certain bichromatic individual frowned in concern. Shudo had been watching Izuku closely, slightly worried by the serious expression on his face. It reminded him of Izuku's change in demeanor before the Kamino incident. Izuku, before Shudo could ask what was bothering his friend, Kyoka's voice rang out from the kitchen. Hey, the trash bin's full. Whose turn is it to take out the garbage? Kyoka asked. Izuku raised his hand and replied, It's my turn. He then stood up and walked to the kitchen before heading outside to dispose of the garbage, leaving Shudo without a chance to speak with him. As Izuku made his way to the garbage dump, he looked up at the sky, pondering the words, judgment, and punishment. He chuckled softly, it's just like Dad to suggest them. As he continued his walk, he heard a voice say, Yo. Izuku stopped in his tracks, looking around, but saw no one. Down here, the voice called. He looked down to find a face with blue orb-like eyes. The face greeted him, Hello there. Taken aback, Izuku maintained his composure and replied, Hi. You're Izuku Midoriya from 1A, right? The face asked. Yeah. Do you need something from me? Izuku smiled awkwardly. You've been getting quite popular lately, so I thought I'd meet you myself. I'm surprised you've remained calm. Most first years I've tried this trick on have flipped out. The face laughed. Izuku chuckled. I think most would be surprised if a face suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started talking. But it would have been nice to see you flip even just a little, the face said, sounding slightly disappointed. But anyway, objective accomplished. I should leave you to finish your task. Nice meeting you, IIzuku Midoriya. Hope we see each other again, the face said before sinking into the ground and disappearing. Izuku nervously chuckled to himself, thinking, that was a little weird, wasn't it? He then turned his attention back to his task. I should get these to the dump, he said, referring to the garbage bags he carried. Later that night at 7 p.m. What? Tenko left? Izuku exclaimed loudly, standing up and banging his desk during a video chat with his family. He had to return to work earlier today to deal with a pest, Hisashi replied matter-of-factly. Izuku frowned and pouted. He didn't even bother to say goodbye? Not even a text or a call. He just left? Izuku crossed his arms and angrily sat back down. Hisashi chuckled. It couldn't be helped. The problem suddenly showed itself. I'm sure your brother will call you sooner or later. Izuku let out a small scoff. Hisashi sighed before changing the topic. So when are your hero work studies going to start? He asked, reaching for a cup on the table. Izuku furrowed his brows in confusion. Hero work studies? What's that? Hisashi paused at his son's question. They haven't told you yet? I assumed that since you now have your provisional hero licenses, you'd be participating soon, he explained, taking a sip from his cup, which Izuku guessed contained coffee. No. I don't think Aizawa-sensei has mentioned it. But maybe he plans to soon. Izuku mused. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to forego first year's hero work studies, considering the rising crime rate following All Might's retirement, Hisashi remarked. But that's up to them to decide, Hisashi added. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Then, from off-screen, a little girl's voice piped up. What? Hisashi-san, did Izuku and II's call start? Eri appeared on screen, standing on the sofa. Izuku and II, she exclaimed with joy. Eri! Izuku smiled at his sister. Izuku and I started learning how to read. I know the sounds of. Eri looked at her hands and folded 3 fingers, then flashed them at the laptop. This many letters. I don't know how many these are, but Adohira told me to show this many fingers when we talk. Eri explained. That's amazing, Eri. Izuku praised, making his sister's smile grow even wider. Hisashi watched them talk, enjoying their interaction. In classroom 1A, Shota had just finished checking attendance. As he was about to leave, a certain green-haired student raised his hand. Sensei, what are hero work studies? The green-haired boy asked, piquing the interest of the rest of the class. Shota was surprised that he had heard of it since Nizu instructed the faculty not to let the first years know, leaving it up to Shota and Sekijiro to inform their class if they chose to. Where did you hear that from? Shota asked. My dad asked when we would begin conducting hero work studies since we already had our provisional hero licenses. I tried asking him about it, but he told me to just ask you, Izuku explained. Shota furrowed his brows, took a deep breath and sighed. Change into your PE uniforms and come with me to Gym Gamma, he instructed. On their way to Gym Gamma, Tsuyu raised an interesting question. Izuku, how did your father know about hero work studies? Izuku looked at her in confusion. Yeah, Izuku, Achiko interjected. For someone who hates heroes, I'm surprised he knew about hero work studies. Izuku looked at the brunette with a neutral expression but then averted his gaze, chuckling nervously. His unusual expression caught the attention of the other students. He just does, the green-haired boy stated. He knows an awful lot about the job and even about several heroes. Izuku nervously chuckled. I distinctly remember this one time when I was 9, and my dad was helping me figure out what my hero costume should look like. I jokingly said I wanted to add an armor-like support item, and he told me, and I quote, I know that you really like All Might and want to copy every aspect of him, but I draw the line at trying to copy one of his least practical hero costumes. I thought he was joking that All Might used to have a support item, but when I asked one of our servants to help me look it up, it turned out that All Might did have an armor-like support item at the beginning of his hero career. For less than a month. Izuku emphasized the last part. It took us weeks to find that information. How did my dad even know about it? Izuku's face showed a mix of surprise, fear, and astonishment. Have you thought that maybe he's actually a secret fan of All Might? Ichiro jokingly asked, which Izuku immediately refuted. Definitely not. If there's one person he hates more than heroes, it's All Might. Even to imply that you think he likes All Might will earn you a cold and deadly glare. I asked him that same question back then, and that's what happened. Dad never really turns off his aura, so Tenko and I got used to it, but that was the first and only time he managed to scare me and make me cry. Izuku laughed. Dad got a scolding from Tenko afterward, though, Izuku reminisced. Everyone forced a laugh. Izuku might have meant to tell it as a funny story, but after experiencing Hisashi's intimidating presence firsthand, they couldn't imagine what it would have been like for a 9-year-old to experience it. Eventually, 1A arrived at Gym Gamma. There, they found the 1B students, who seemed to be in some discomfort, along with Vlad King and 3 other unfamiliar students. A male with messy black hair facing a wall, a female with long periwinkle hair, and a blonde who was putting his shirt back on. Aizawa. Sekijiro greeted his fellow teacher. So you decided to tell them anyway? Someone already told them, might as well have them join this little demonstration, Shota replied as he walked towards Sekijiro's side. Shota took a deep breath and introduced the 3 unfamiliar students. These 3 students here are UA's big. They are products of hero work studies, and they will explain what it is through a demonstration. All right, the blonde one exclaimed as he stepped forward. 1. You will be facing me. 20 against 1. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the blonde's face. It's the guy from yesterday. 1A took their fighting stances, preparing to face Mirio Togata, a member of UA's Big 3, while the 2 teachers, 1B, and Shudo watched from the sidelines. Izuku took a deep breath and exhaled. Without his visors to conceal his eyes, he couldn't freely use gravity manipulation, so he would have to switch quirk combos as planned. Although this new combo wouldn't provide the same mobility as his Arahabaki combo, it should still suffice for practice. On second thought, maybe I should try that new quirk out, Izuku thought. You may make the first move, their opponent told them. Thank you for the opportunity, senpai, a few of 1A exclaimed, their enthusiasm clearly delighting Mirio. The first to charge in was Katsuki, unleashing a mid-power explosion aimed at Mirio's face as he flew past him. When he landed, he looked back to assess the impact of his attack. My control's much better now. Was setting off an explosion a few feet away from my face? Mirio remarked in an unbothered tone, surprising Katsuki. Aren't you underestimating me a little? He replied. Katsuki's eyes widened as the smoke cleared, revealing Mirio and Scathe. Acting quickly, he created distance between them. Oh, good judgment. Mirio commended, just as several other attacks from 1A passed through him. An intangibility quirk? 1A exclaimed. Mirio glanced back at them before suddenly vanishing, leaving the students searching for their senior. Then, those in front heard a shout from behind, followed by the sounds of punches landing and thuds. By the time the close-range fighters realized what was happening and turned around, half of the class was already on the ground. Then Mirio shouted, "Power!" How did he even get past us? Ichiro exclaimed. In just a small lapse of time. He defeated half of us. Tenya said, his mouth agape, mirroring the shock of most of the remaining students. That's it for the long-range fighters. Mirio declared. While most were stunned, Izuku was impressed, a huge smile spreading across his face. He was a worthy opponent to test that new quirk. Activate Thought Acceleration. Thought Acceleration, Izuku's new quirk that manifested the night before, allowed him to accelerate his thought process, making his reaction time much faster and making time seem to pass slower for him. He hadn't tested it yet, so this would be his first real trial. Once again, Midoriya disappeared in front of them. Disappeared, was that the right word? His quirk was permeation, so more accurately, he probably slipped through the floor. Izuku's thought process kicked into gear as the world seemed to slow down around him. Meanwhile, Midoriya suddenly appeared behind Katsuki, the first attacker. Katsuki launched an explosion toward him, but Midoriya remained unfazed, delivering a swift punch to Katsuki's gut, effectively incapacitating him. But how was he able to get past us? Izuku wondered. By the nature of his quirk, Midoriya shouldn't be able to run or walk while in his permeated state. Perhaps he took advantage of being repelled by the floor when he deactivated his quirk. After his attack on Katsuki, Midoriya moved on to the rest of 1A, starting with Iijiro and finishing with Toru. Finally, he focused on the one person he wanted to save for last, who impressively managed to track Midoriya's movements. Midoriya slipped back to the ground, leaving behind a group of pained students and the only one still standing. The spectators watched as Izuku scanned his surroundings, trying to predict where Midoriya would appear next. Normally, one would expect Midoriya to attack from behind, but this time was different. While he dealt with Izuku's classmates, he was also aware of Izuku's presence. Midoriya could tell that Izuku had figured out much of his fighting style, meaning he would likely anticipate an attack from behind. So, Midoriya appeared in front of Izuku. But Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as he resurfaced, greeted by Izuku's determined gaze, his palm aimed directly at him. Gotcha! Black lightning with a green glow surrounded Izuku's hand. Kinetically boosted air cannon, Batsu. Midoriya reacted quickly, activating his quirk to escape the effect of Izuku's attack, slipping back to the floor just as Izuku's powerful move obliterated the concrete where Midoriya had been. Midoriya then emerged behind Izuku, but the latter anticipated this and aimed another attack at the blonde. Batsu. Midoriya attempted to continue his assault, sending a faint punch toward Izuku to force him back into a setup for one of his surprise attacks. Yet, Izuku seemed to predict this as well, jumping up with his air cannon to create distance between them. The spectators were shocked as they watched Izuku engage in a game of cat and mouse with Midoriya, a third-year student who had easily defeated 1B and most of 1A. But no one was as shocked as Shota. This problem child had begun to show his true potential since the semester started. Izuku was able to surprise Midoriya, the man closest to becoming the #1 hero, even among professionals. Shota wanted to commend this display of prowess, especially after Izuku's first performance against Gang Orca, but he couldn't shake a feeling of concern. Shota furrowed his brows. As much as he wanted to praise this change in Izuku, something felt off ever since the semester began. The shine he had seen in Izuku's eyes during the quirk apprehension test was still vivid in his memory, which made him uneasy. Compared to the brightness in Izuku's eyes when he first demonstrated his quirk's full power, they now seemed different. The earlier shine resembled the wonder in a child's eyes upon discovering their quirk, while the current look felt tainted. Shota couldn't quite pinpoint it, but he sensed that something was troubling his student. The two fighters had entered a brief pause in their battle. The two of them glared at each other as they stood on the battlefield, both planning to take this fight more seriously when it resumed. You may make the first move, Midoriya offered with a smile reminiscent of All Might. Izuku's expression turned serious, and he accepted his senior's offer, charging towards the blonde with dust flying behind him. The steps he needed to take for an absolute win were ingrained in his mind. But as he was about to close the distance to Midoriya, he suddenly felt lightheaded, his vision becoming blurry as his new quirk deactivated. Damn it. A time limit? 1 minute? Midoriya observed the serious look on his charging opponent soften as Izuku began to slow down, even hearing him mutter a frustrated sound. Midoriya's smile widened, and he seized the opportunity. He took a large step forward and delivered an overhead punch toward Izuku's face, claiming victory. Then he yelled, "Power!" The rest of Class 1A started to recover, standing up one by one. Meanwhile, Izuku remained seated on the ground, his hands covering his face. Though thought acceleration had a 1-minute time limit, afterward, he felt disoriented. He needed to choose when to use it wisely. "Are you all right, Midoriya? I didn't hit you too hard, did I?" Izuku heard someone ask. He removed his hands to find a hand reaching out to him, offering help. His vision was still a bit blurry. Izuku accepted the hand with a smile. "No. I'm fine, just a little disoriented from something else." "Oh, good." The person, whom Izuku assumed was Mirio, sounded genuinely relieved. "But still, to think you'd be able to catch up to me. I knew you were good, but I didn't realize you were that good. When I was a first year, I had a lot of trouble controlling my quirk." Mirio addressed the rest of the first years. "Everyone. I'm sorry if I was a little rough. Do you guys think my quirk is strong?" Most agreed. "Of course it is. You got us in one hit, man." One hit. Izuku was the only one who had a chance, and even you beat him. What was that teleporting you did? Do you have 2 quirks? Mirio smiled at that last question. "If you really want to know the secret of my quirk, then I'll let Midoriya explain what it is, since he was able to understand my quirk and fighting style in such a short time." Mirio's words drew the attention of the entire gym to the green-haired boy. However, Izuku, who had been focusing on recovering his blurry eyesight, stood there staring into space. When Mirio's words finally registered, he became flustered. "Me? But I still lost." "Come on, Midoriya. After keeping up with me, you deserve some kind of reward," Mirio encouraged, a slight scoff heard from a certain blonde, but most ignored it. Izuku smiled and thanked Mirio. "Thank you, senpai." He then looked back at his fellow first years, his vision mostly recovered, and began explaining, "Mirio-senpai doesn't have 2 quirks. In fact, during the sports festival last year, it was explicitly stated by Present Mike that he only has the quirk permeation." "Ah, so that's how he was able to make accurate assumptions about my quirk," Mirio thought. As for the teleporting, it was simply an impressive show of ingenuity in the use of his quirk. Izuku's words captured Tamaki's attention and surprised Mirio. By default, every object is surrounded by its own type of force field that repels another object. That's how we can touch something and not just pass through it, even though we're mostly space. Mirio-senpai's quirk allows him to switch off the force field surrounding his body, letting him phase through surfaces. The moment he deactivates his quirk while still inside an object, his force field and the object's force field clash, resulting in him being repelled like 2 alike poles of a magnet. Izuku explained confidently. Then he backtracked, becoming flustered. "I mean, my dad and I like to talk about quirks, and this is how my dad said he would effectively use permeation since it's a tricky quirk to have." Mirio chuckled and said, "Thank you for the explanation, Izuku. I'll take over from here." Izuku bowed his head and walked over to his classmates. "Izuku's explanation is spot on, especially the part about my quirk being tricky to use. While my quirk seems strong, the truth is, it's actually difficult to use. When I use my quirk, I pass through everything including air, sound, and light. Even the simple act of passing through a wall involves many steps I have to be mindful of." Mirio explained. "I mentioned to Izuku earlier that back when I was a first year, I still had difficulty with my quirk. Actually, even last year, I wasn't someone to be taken note of. I was surprised when Izuku said he remembered me from last year's sports festival and maybe a little flattered." Mirio said, scratching the back of his head before getting back on track. "But that's where the hero work studies came in. It was during my work studies that I was able to get as strong as I am now. This whole demonstration was to show you first years the results I achieved," Mirio explained, stepping aside for Shota to provide more details about the program. "In contrast to your internships last semester, where you were considered guests, in hero work studies, you will be expected to operate like real heroes. You will conduct patrols, assist civilians, confront villains, and collaborate with authorities. Through these work studies, you will gain valuable experience," Shota elaborated. Momo raised her hand to ask a question. "Sensei, you compared this to the internships we took last semester. Does that mean we'll be scouted by hero agencies?" "Good question, Yaoyorozu. However, no. That used to be the case, but due to agencies often competing for the same top students, the process has changed. Now, it will be up to you to apply to a hero agency. For your work studies, you will need to leverage the connections you made during your internships," Shota clarified. Sekijiro interjected, normally, students may conduct work studies at any agency. However, due to the recent rise in crime, only agencies with strong track records will be allowed to accept first years. This means that only a few of you may have the opportunity. 1A and 1B appeared a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but one individual felt a sense of relief. It would be for the best, wouldn't it? Boro? The next day, after homeroom, Izuku attempted to call Gang Orca, whose number he had obtained during his internships. Shota had mentioned that they would need to use their connections from those internships, and that only agencies with good reputations would be allowed to take in students. Considering that Gang Orca was ranked the number 10 hero, it seemed unlikely that his agency would not meet those criteria. At least, that was the expectation. I'm sorry, Izuku, but unfortunately, I can't take in any student interns at the moment, Gang Orca said apologetically over the phone. After my oversight during the incident at Hosu, which led to you getting injured, the Hero Public Safety Commission decided to revoke my agency's ability to accept new student interns for a year as punishment, Kugo explained further. Izuku was taken aback by this news. He took a deep breath and began apologizing profusely, bowing repeatedly in his little corner of the hallway, which likely looked odd to those passing by. Kugo's chuckle resonated on the other end, causing Izuku to pause his bowing and apologizing, though he managed one last, "I'm really sorry, Gang Orca." "It's all right, Izuku," Kugo replied warmly. "But if you truly wish to pursue your hero work studies, I can refer you to an agency I'm currently working with, if you'd like." Izuku's face lit up. "Really, Gang Orca? Thank you." "No problem. I'll have one of my sidekicks send you the name of the agency, their address, and when they'll meet you," Kugo informed the green-haired boy. This prompted another round of bowing from Izuku in his corner of the hallway, this time accompanied by multiple expressions of gratitude. "Thank you again, Gang Orca. I hope I can repay you someday," Izuku expressed once more. Kugo chuckled again and said, "As long as your work studies in your second year are at my agency, that would be enough. You can count on that, Gang Orca." Izuku replied cheerfully. It was lunchtime. Katsuki observed as Midoriya left the classroom with his usual companions. "He's really loyal to them, isn't he?" Katsuki mused. "Hey, Bakubro, let's go grab lunch," Eijiro suggested, leaning on Katsuki's desk. Katsuki gave a neutral look at the redhead before responding. "Thank you. You can go ahead. I need to make a call first." Eijiro flashed a grin and patted Katsuki on the back. "Okay, Bakubro. I'll save a seat for you." Katsuki watched as Eijiro left with Hanta, Mina, and Denki. They were the last to exit the classroom, leaving him alone in the room. He sighed and pushed his chair back, resting his feet on the table. Taking out his phone, he called Gran Torino. After a few rings, the elder hero finally answered. "What do you want, brat?" Katsuki paused, took a deep breath, and adjusted his seat. "We'll be having our hero work studies. I was wondering if your agency could take me." There was a brief silence, followed by a long sigh of frustration and disappointment. "Considering I only recently reopened my agency this year to train Toshinori's successor, I'm not exactly the most eligible to take in students who will essentially be on the front lines, am I?" The elder hero's voice carried a hint of weariness. Katsuki lowered his head and remained silent. I understand. I'm sorry for bothering you. Why don't you ask that idiot Toshinori to introduce you to other pro heroes he knows, like his former sidekick, since that idiot apparently likes a brat like you so much?" the elder hero said sarcastically before hanging up. Katsuki sat quietly for a moment, reflecting on the conversation. "He really disapproves of me, doesn't he?" Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, he headed to the cafeteria to join Eijiro and the others. Somewhere else, a man in a suit sat in front of a computer, his chin resting on his intertwined fingers, his stern eyes fixed on the screen. On the monitor, 3 clips played simultaneously, one showing a certain green-haired boy's breakdown during UA's sports festival, another featuring the same boy's super move during the provisional hero license exam, and the last one depicting All for One's final attack against All Might during the Kamino incident. Mirai shifted slightly, causing his glasses to reflect the light from the computer and obscure his eyes. Then his computer pinged, notifying him of a new email. He closed the video clips and opened the email to find it was from Kugo Sakamata, from Gang Orca. It was a referral for a certain UA student seeking work studies. Mirai's glasses glinted. Izuku Midoriya? Huh? I'd be glad to have him. Sunday, the end of September's first week. It was a little late in the morning when Izuku set off to head to the Night Eye agency, the hero agency Gang Orca had referred him to a few days ago. AleahLRB arrived at UA's gates to drive the green-haired student to his destination. During the past few days, Izuku had researched the Night Eye agency and learned that the hero who ran the agency, Sir Night Eye, had been All Might's sidekick until 6 years ago. After about an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the agency. After Izuku got out of the vehicle, AleahLRB informed him that he would be driving around the area and to call him when it was time to return to UA. Izuku bid the light blue-skinned man goodbye before entering the building. Inside, he was greeted by a female sidekick with light blue skin and yellow eyes, much like AleahLRB, except the chauffeur's skin was much paler. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm the UA student Gang Orca referred to. I'm supposed to have an interview for becoming an intern here. Izuku introduced himself. Hi, Izuku, nice to meet you. I'm Bubble Girl, the sidekick replied. Yeah, I was told we were going to have 2 students from UA for interviews. You're the first to arrive. They're expecting another student from UA? I wonder who, Izuku pondered. You'll be interviewed by Sir Night Eye himself. His office is just down that hallway over there. Can you find your way there yourself? I can't leave the counter unmanned, you see, Bubble Girl told the green-haired boy. Izuku smiled. I'll be fine. He then made his way to Sir Night Eye's office. After he finally found the door leading to the pro hero's office, he knocked. Who is it? A voice asked from inside the room. Izuku Midoriya, Sir Night Eye. I'm here for an interview, Izuku answered, trying not to sound nervous. Enter. After hearing that, Izuku opened the door and was greeted by Sir Night Eye sitting behind his desk with his fingers intertwined in front of his face. He was also greeted by a number of All Might mementos in the room, including the commemorative hero tapestry from All Might's 10th anniversary. No way! Izuku exclaimed, pointing at the tapestry in the corner of Sir Night Eye's office, his eyes wide and a huge smile on his face. I've been looking for it for years. I've been meaning to add it to my own collection. Izuku continued to fanboy, making Mirai raise an eyebrow. You're a fan of All Might? Sir Night Eye asked the boy. Yes, sir. I've been a fan ever since I was 5, Izuku answered proudly. He was the one who inspired me to become a hero. I see. Mirai could only say as his glasses glinted, hiding his eyes. Come nearer, Mirai ordered the green-haired boy, and he obliged. Mirai took a deep breath before asking, You're aware that, unlike the internships you took at Gang Orcas, you will be expected to act like a pro hero while you're here, correct? Yes, sir, the green-haired boy responded. And that you'll be expected to take many absences during the month you're employed in my agency? Mirai followed up. Yes, sir. Izuku replied with the same enthusiasm. Mirai stayed quiet for a few seconds, then he asked for the green-haired boy's contract that UA provided him. Izuku beamed, believing that Sir Night Eye was going to accept him, and immediately rummaged through his bag for the contract. When he finally found it, he laid it down on the pro hero's desk. Mirai stared at the boy's contract as he played with the seal he had in his hand. He then sneaked a peek at the boy in front of him, who was looking really eager for him to put the seal on the contract. Your quirk. Mirai suddenly brought it up, catching Izuku off guard. What type of quirk is it? Mirai asked. It's an emitter type, Izuku answered with a forced smile. Mirai glared at the green-haired boy to intimidate him, but the boy remained unfazed. You're aware that your quirk is eerily similar to the villain that All Might fought, yes? Mirai asked. The question immediately wiped the smile off the boy's face, making him subconsciously rub his arms. Yes, I'm aware. How? Mirai interrupted, catching the boy off guard. You're aware that All for One's quirk allows him to steal quirks, correct? In your official records, your quirk is a strengthening quirk, power limb. What made you think your quirk is identical to all for one's quirk? Mirai asked, his gaze sharp. Izuku couldn't respond. Could it be that your quirk is identical to all for one's? Is that it? You also borrowed your quirks. Izuku was stunned by the man's question. He stared wide-eyed at the pro-hero as dark figures seemed to emerge from every surface, creeping around the room. One even found its way onto Sir Night-Eye, casting a shadow over half of the hero's face as it snickered. As they all snickered, a chilling whisper echoed in Izuku's mind. He knows your secret. He doesn't. He knows your secret now. Izuku shook his head, trying to dismiss the thoughts. I'm not a thief, he thought defiantly as the shadows began to close in around him. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the tension, and the door opened, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Hey, sir. I brought the other interviewee, Midoriya. Izuku turned to see Mirio and Katsuki entering the room, surprised to see them. Yo, Midoriya. Mirio greeted him, then asked, So you're going to be interning here too? Actually, yes, he will be. Izuku was cut off by Sir Night-Eye, the sound of the seal hitting the contract echoing in the room. Izuku looked back at his contract to find that, indeed, Sir Night-Eye had stamped his approval. His eyes went wide. You'll start tomorrow, Sir Night-Eye told him as Izuku stood there in shock. Mirio, take Izuku out with you. I'll now be having my interview with Katsuki Bakugo, Mirai stated, glaring at the sandy blonde, making him flinch. Yes, sir. Mirio gleefully answered before accompanying a still-stunned Izuku out of the room. As they walked, Mirio noticed that Izuku seemed out of it, but attributed it to excitement and shock. He offered comforting pats on the back. But one question circled in Izuku's mind the whole time. Why would you say that? After Mirio and a shaken Izuku left, the room was filled with tense silence, only broken when Mirai pushed his chair back to stand and stare down at the sandy blonde. Katsuki didn't falter under the pro-hero's glare, but he knew he had to be respectful. Katsuki Bakugo, Mirai said, using his full name, what makes you so special that All Might chose you to become One for All's successor? Katsuki's eyes widened. Why, you know about One for All? Of course. I was All Might's sidekick after all. I was the brains behind our crackdown on All for One 6 years ago. And I'm the one who suggested Mirio to become One for All's 9th successor. Katsuki was taken aback by that last statement. Mirio-senpai was supposed to be All Might's successor? Why not? He's the perfect successor for All Might, after all. His presence is impressive, and his smile is unshakable. He fits All Might's criteria for the symbol of peace, doesn't he? Katsuki gulped. Which is why I can't fathom why All Might would choose someone like you, who doesn't even come close to these criteria. Mirai glared at him, and Katsuki winced. You, who are known to be crude, arrogant, short-tempered, and aggressive. A pompous brat who'd shove down anyone who threatened your position as number one. If I didn't know better, I'd say you accepted All Might's offer just to gain the power to stay on top. Mirai gritted his teeth. Unforgivable. One for All is a quirk meant for the betterment of everyone, and you dare use it to further your own goals. Absolutely unforgivable. Katsuki winced again. You wish to conduct your hero work studies here? I'll accept you. But I will ensure that by the end of the month after we're finished, you will pass One for All to Mirio, All Might's rightful successor. Mirai declared. Katsuki remained quiet for a few seconds, his head lowered so that his hair covered his eyes. He stayed unresponsive for about 10 seconds before taking a deep breath and looking up at Mirai with a fury that hadn't appeared for months, catching him off guard. Hey! Katsuki said in a low growl, did you treat that Deku like this before Mirio-senpai and I arrived? What? Mirai exclaimed. That he wasn't smiling when he left. He looked messed up and his eyes were blank. The only times I've seen him like that are when absolute disaster struck. He always manages to cheer everyone up, so to see him without his smile. Katsuki glared at the pro-hero. You must have done something terrible to him. Katsuki clenched his fists. I've wronged many people in my life, including that Deku. Maybe I won't be able to make it up to everyone, but if I can start by defending Izuku, then maybe this heaviness in my heart will lighten, even just a little. Mirai stood there, dumbfounded, unable to find the right words to retort. I'll conduct my work studies here as planned, but I assure you of this. I say this as All Might's successor. Katsuki placed his fist on his chest and declared, I won't give up one for all and I will become the next symbol of peace. Izuku watched water flow down from the faucet with blank eyes. The sound of the water echoed and filled the small space as he let it drip down onto the sink. Kill him. He could still hear their faint voices. Izuku splashed his face with water again and buried his face in his hands. He took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves, focusing on his breathing and pushing back the thoughts of the ghosts. After one last deep breath, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face before leaving the restroom. He rejoined Mirio, who was chatting with Bubble Girl, just as Katsuki arrived. So Bakugo, how'd it go? Mirio asked the sandy blonde. Katsuki gave a slight proud smile. It went well. Yes. Mirio cheered. Now, I have 2 co-workers I can call my juniors. His presence is impressive and his smile is unshakable. Katsuki remembered Sir Nitai's words, and immediately, his smile faded as he turned his attention to Izuku, who wore a neutral expression. Katsuki frowned. In that case, shouldn't he also be a great candidate? That guy was full of nonsense. Izuku noticed that Katsuki was looking at him with concern, and he immediately wore a bright smile to ease his worries. Isn't that fun, Katsuki? We get to intern at the same agency. Katsuki was taken aback by Izuku's smile. Geez, that's a really fake smile, Deku. Your eyes aren't smiling, you idiot. Let's look out for each other, Katsuki replied. Izuku's eyes brightened a bit. Well then, Izuku suddenly said, I'm heading back to school. Do you want to ride, Katsuki? Katsuki was surprised. Really? Is it okay? What about Mirio-senpai? Ah, my shift actually begins in 30 minutes. You can ride back with Izuku, Mirio told them. Thank you for accompanying me here, senpai, Katsuki said to Mirio. My pleasure. After returning to UA from the Night Eye Agency, Izuku headed straight to his room, refusing to talk to anyone. He sat on his bed, hugging his knees while staring off into space, lost in thought. Did I really steal my quirks? Izuku kept asking himself this question. But every time he would reassure himself, but Dad said they weren't stolen. If Dad said that, then it must be true. This internal struggle continued, and he wanted to believe it as the truth because if it isn't, then could his father really be? He just couldn't imagine that could be the case. A sudden knock at the door snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku, it's time for dinner, came Shudo's voice. Dinner? Izuku looked out to his room's balcony and noticed it was already evening. He had been in his room all day. I'll be there, he replied quietly. Then Tenya's voice followed. Izuku, you need to come out of your room. We're not leaving until you do. Achiko added. Izuku, you've been in your room the whole day. We're worried. His 3 friends were there, and Izuku couldn't help but smile a bit. Izuku took a deep breath before getting off his bed and meeting his friends at the door. Once face to face with them, he wore a smile and, with his head lowered, apologized. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm okay now. We won't force you to tell us if you don't want to, but don't shut us out, okay? Achiko said. Come on, let's go down and eat. Izuku nodded sheepishly. On their way down to the common room, Izuku still had a blank look in his eyes. To hide it from his friends, he kept his head low. As they descended the final flight of stairs, Izuku's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see who was calling. The moment he read the caller ID, his eyes lit up, and he felt tears welling up. He accepted the call without hesitation and before the other person could speak, he exclaimed, Tenko, you be. Those who heard Izuku were caught off guard, some even unintentionally spitting out their drinks. Even Tenya couldn't help but reprimand him. Izuku, language. Izuku instinctively covered his mouth with his hand and ran outside the building, barely holding back his excitement, while his brother reacted from the other side. What did you call me a BS sturdy for? Outside, he was on the verge of tears as he listened to his brother repeat his question. You didn't say anything before you left, and your phone was unreachable for days. It was cruel, Izuku said, wiping a tear from his eye. Sorry, okay? It just slipped my mind. I thought you'd be fine with it since Dad's home. Wait, is that why Dad suddenly called and ordered me to call you? Have you been bugging him to force me to call you? Tenko accused. What? No. Izuku chuckled, tears still forming in his eyes. That sounds like something you do, not me. Tenko chuckled then apologized. Sorry, I forgot to call. I've been pretty busy. You could have at least sent a text. Izuku exclaimed, wiping away his tears. I tried calling, but your phone was off the whole time. Dad told me you'd call. But you took too long. Hey, are you crying? Did something happen? Tenko asked. Izuku shook his head as he continued to wipe his tears. No. Nothing happened. I'm just happy. That didn't sound like happy crying to me, Tenko retorted. Izuku could only laugh before deciding to change the topic. But weren't you already busy even before you left? You missed some of our video calls, and during the provisional license exam, Dad and Eri were there, but you weren't. Why was that? Oh, we haven't told you yet, have we? Told me what? Izuku asked, curious. Dad has effectively passed on the torch to me. Izuku heard his brother chuckle after that statement, followed by a slightly audible "Timinyu," but he brushed off that last part. Instead, he focused on his brother's answer. Passed on the torch? Wait, you don't mean? That's why I was too busy to call. Dad decided to retire and leave the family business to me. Izuku immediately felt bad after realizing why his brother was so busy and apologized. I'm sorry. Tenko chuckled. Don't be. It was our fault for not telling you. Izuku smiled, then finally asked, Are you playing chess with somebody? We had some free time while we were waiting, so I'm playing with my good friend, Yatu. Say hello, Yat. Shut up, came the voice of the other person, but Tenko only laughed. Now that, my stubborn little brother, is what you should call cruel, Tenko stated, but Izuku was unimpressed. I think the fact that you had free time to play chess, yet you still needed Dad to remind you to call me is what I should call cruel, Izuku said in a monotone, bordering on annoyed. Yatu couldn't help but burst out laughing while Tenko remained silent. Serves you right, Tenko-niken, Yatu teased the older brother before continuing to laugh. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as well. You're all right, kid, Yatsu complimented Izuku. Tell you what, I'll personally remind your brother to call you. When do you want him to call? In a cold voice, Izuku answered, whenever it's unfavorable for him. This only made Yata laugh more. How cruel, Tenko pouted. Payback, Tenko-niken. Fine. I'll remember to call. You happy? Tenko said, defeated. Izuku couldn't help but smile with pride. Izuku, dinner's getting cold. Tenko heard another voice from the other side of the call, recognizing it as Ingenium's little brother. Okay, I'll be there. Izuku told his friend before speaking back into the phone, I'll go eat now. Remember your promise, Oi, Tenko-niken? Tenko heard his brother chuckle before hanging up. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. That nickname won't go away anytime soon, will it? Menu Dabi? Tenko moved his knight, placing it one move away from capturing Dabi's king. Check. I'm not the one who decided to use his brother to annoy the other person in the room, Dabi retorted with a smirk, moving one of his bishops to take out Tenko's knight. But you actually have a good relationship with your brother, don't you? He sounds like he really trusts you, Dabi commented, glancing up to see Tenko pondering his next move. Tenko hummed thoughtfully. Is that what you noticed? Is it from personal experience? Weren't you pretty close to your second youngest brother? He asked matter-of-factly before moving a pawn. Dabi frowned. And you know that how? Tenko merely smiled, focusing on the chessboard. Dabi thought won't get an answer for that, huh? As he moved his remaining rook. But aren't you worried? He asked Tenko. Of what? Tenko replied, moving his queen without considering the implications of the question. Like I said before, your brother seems to trust you a lot. Aren't you worried about how he'll react once he learns your Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains? He is training to become a hero, isn't he? Dabi elaborated, moving his rook again. Tenko furrowed his brows, then threw the question back at his opponent as he moved his king. What about you? How do you think the rest of your family will react when they see you? Dabi smiled, realizing Tenko's mistake. Well, my situation's different. They think I'm dead. We have no recent attachments, he said, grabbing his queen. You, on the other hand, are still in your brother's life. It'll break him when it's revealed that you're a villain. The trust between you two will be shattered just like that. Tenko sat in silence, watching as Dabi's queen captured his king, finally realizing the fatal mistake he had made. Checkmate, Tenko Naiken, Dabi smirked. Tenko shrugged, conceding, you got me there. As Dabi stood up from his seat, the atmosphere in the room shifted, and one of Kurojire's portals appeared. Out came Jin and Kurojire. Hey Jin, Tenko greeted the masked man. Shigaraki, I'm ready for our trip. Are you? I get so motion sick. Jin exclaimed. Tenko chuckled, standing up to grab his coat and hands. As he was attaching the hands, Dabi voiced his concern. Are you sure it should be just Jin and you? Are you jealous? Don't worry if I feel like talking to you, I'll just ask Jin to make a clone. He's pretty good at making accurate copies. If only he could get rid of your annoying features, Tenko said with a smile, causing Dabi to roll his eyes. In a more serious tone, he added, all I'm going to do is meet one of our business partners and formally reintroduce myself. Jin as my +1 is perfect. I already had a few men head there early to secure the place. If anything was wrong, they would have called back by now, Tenko explained as he attached the hands that went on his neck. Considering that you've been racking up an impressive reputation, good for you, by the way, he sarcastically complimented Dabi. But I don't think they'd be comfortable with me bringing you to what's supposed to be a casual meetup. Finally, he attached the last hand to his face before ordering his caretaker, Kurojire, gate. All right, time to go. I don't want to go. Twice complained as a portal appeared. Tenko chuckled at his +1's personality. As he and Jin stepped into the portal, Tenko couldn't shake off Dabi's earlier statement. The trust between the two of you will be shattered just like that. The thought dimmed his mood. You think I don't know that? That's the last thing I want to happen, he argued in his mind as he and Jin arrived on an empty floor of a normal office building. The two walked through the vacant space, with Tenko leading the way. He recalled the time Eraserhead and All Might visited their home, specifically what his father said that convinced him to let his brother return to UA. I just need to trust what Dad told me, he reassured himself. Something caught his eye, snapping him back to the present. He furrowed his brows, inconspicuously adjusting the hand on his left wrist until it fell to the ground. Shigaraki. I got it, Tenko said, crouching down to retrieve the fallen hand. He frowned. 20 men in the room where we should be meeting, and 10 more hidden in the rooms before that. That's 17 more people than there should be. Tenko Midoriya. Quirk. Decay. Due to the intense training he underwent as a child, he has impressive control over his quirk, able to let it slowly destroy a target from the inside out or fully disintegrate it within seconds. He can even control the path of destruction. His quirk, however, requires conscious activation for human targets. Otherwise, it won't activate or will simply avoid them. It was utilizing this peculiarity that Tenko was able to determine the number of people on that floor, counting the humans his quirk detected, aside from himself and Jin. As Tenko stood up, he quietly ordered twice. Jin, on my signal, create a copy of Kurojire. What? I'll tell you when. Stay alert, Tenko instructed his companion as he reattached the fallen hand to his wrist. Jin was confused but kept Tenko's order in mind. They continued walking, eventually passing the peculiar shoe print that had alerted Tenko earlier that something was amiss. After a minute or two, they reached the corridor where the group of 30 men were gathered. Jin, Tenko said, and twice immediately created a Kurojire clone. As soon as the Kurojire clone was finished, a barrage of bullets and quirk attacks rained down on the three of them from both sides and from the front. Thankfully, the Kurojire clone acted quickly and created gates around them that served as shields. Jean was understandably surprised and shocked by this sudden development. Tenko could only let out a sigh. Kurogyri, Tenko addressed the clone, bring the rest of the league here. Looks like this won't just be a casual meetup after all. You jinxed it. Tenko sat on the sofa, feeling a mix of disappointment and confusion, while the rest of the league cleaned up the aftermath and neatly piled the 30 bodies from the other party. The members present were Dabi, Jean, Kenji, and Kurogyri. The 5 men I sent ahead were undoubtedly eliminated after their report. As for the people I was supposed to meet, should I be praising them or calling them fools? Was this an assassination attempt from the start? Very likely. But why throw away this partnership with us? Is it because of the hero's lie that Dad's locked in jail? No, I feel like I'm missing something. An important piece of the puzzle, Tenko mumbled. As Tenko continued to mumble, someone suddenly removed his hand mask and lightly tapped the top of Tenko's head. Hey, shouldn't you be helping us with all this mess? The culprit asked. Tenko stopped mumbling and casually took his hand back before responding. You jinxed this whole thing and inconvenienced the rest of the league. If anything, you should be doing all the work. The culprit, Dabi, frowned. Can you stop acting like a child? Dabi said. Only if you stop acting all broody, Tamura retorted. I think spending most of your free time together is making you too awfully close, Kenji interjected, while Jean could be seen in the background dramatically praying for the dead to rest peacefully. Are you two still in the friend stage, or have you already become best buddies? Kenji joked as she leaned on her large magnet after finishing her part of the cleaning. The 2 young men just stared at her, both thinking how ridiculous her statements were. After Kurogyri finished transporting the pile of bodies with his quirk, Tamura stood up from the sofa with a jump as black mist surrounded them, transporting them back to their hideout. Now, all that's left is for the cleaners to make it seem like nothing happened. It would be a hassle if the heroes found out about all this, Tamura stated. You would have been a lot busier, right, big brother? Dabi teased him with his latest nickname. What? You two are brothers? I don't see it. Jean shook his head, making Kurogyri and Dabi chuckle a little. Tamura rolled his eyes as he removed the hand from his face. He had a retort in mind but decided against it, instead choosing to retreat to his room for the night. If you need me, I'll be in my room, getting some rest, he said as he exited through the door. As he walked through the corridor to his room, he began to reflect on what had occurred that night. Though he had told his companions that he'd be sleeping soundly, he actually only wanted some peace and quiet while he thought. There was something about this assassination attempt that felt off to him. The men we fought were C rank at best. If they wanted me dead, they would have sent higher-ranking individuals. So what was all that about? They just ended up incriminating themselves in my eyes. And in the eyes of our entire organization, Tenko muttered as he walked. There's more to this than I can tell. What did they aim to accomplish by orchestrating an assassination attempt that was destined to fail? I'm missing a lot more pieces. Tenko furrowed his brows. I have a bad feeling that if I don't get to the bottom of this, it might end up becoming catastrophic, not just for me and the league, but for everything Dad worked hard for. He clenched his fists. That's something I won't allow. Not after I just succeeded him. In a luxurious office somewhere, a man with a plague doctor mask sat behind a large desk, flanked by 2 shadowy figures. Sitting on a long sofa a few meters away from the man's desk were 3 men in fine clothes. 2 of them were visibly larger due to their quirks, while one had the face of a frail old man. The remaining man, however, had an effeminate appearance that could easily lead anyone to mistake him for a woman. We've done what you asked, Overhaul, the old man stated. By staging an assassination attempt during our supposed meetup, we've completely turned Tamura Shigaraki and his league into our enemies. That's all we needed to do, correct? The effeminate man asked for clarification. Kai simply stared at them, resting his chin on his intertwined fingers, making the 3 men anxious. They worried they might be rejected by the man in front of them after cutting ties with All for One's organization to join him. But their worries were partially eased when Kai seemingly smiled beneath his mask. Then he said the sentence they had been waiting for. Welcome to the Hasai organization. Midoriya. Bakugo. Those are really nice hero costumes. Mirio beamed at his juniors. Mirio had been excited at the thought of having juniors, but having two? He was ecstatic. Izuku smiled at his senior. Thank you, senpai. Your hero costume looks great. Izuku complimented, and Katsuki returned the gesture, though his thoughts wandered to how Mirio's costume functioned. Katsuki stood there with a slight smile, relieved to see Izuku returning to his usual self after the call with his brother. But then a memory struck him. He recalled the intense glares he received from Izuku's brother 5 years ago. Back then, he truly feared for his life. The feeling of fear was something he would never forget, especially coming from someone quirkless. He still shuddered at the memory of that day. Bullying Izuku had been a grave mistake, he realized. Bakugo will be patrolling with Mirio, and Midoriya will be coming with me, the pro-hero announced. Katsuki's eyes widened at the news, and he turned to see Izuku's horrified expression. No. Mirai interrupted Katsuki's protest by addressing Izuku directly. Is that fine with you, Midoriya? Izuku gulped. He didn't want to be alone with Sir Night Eye at all, but he forced a smile and replied, Wise, sir, I'm fine with that. Katsuki furrowed his brows in concern, but Izuku gave him a reassuring look, trying to convey that he would be okay. Then Mirio cheerfully draped an arm around Katsuki's shoulders. Well, Bakugo, looks like you'll be coming with me today. Don't worry, I'll fill you in on everything you need to know. Katsuki glanced at Mirio, who was beaming. I expect as much, he replied. Mirai then turned his attention to Izuku, placing a hand on the greenet's head, causing Izuku to wince slightly as he activated foresight. Mirai narrowed his eyes before sending Mirio and Katsuki off, leaving him alone with Izuku. He noticed Izuku rubbing his arms. Shall we get going? Mirai asked, startling Izuku. Izuku forced another smile and replied, Wise, sir. Only 10 more minutes remained in their mostly peaceful patrol. However, Izuku could feel Mirai's gaze fixed on him, which became increasingly distracting. You keep rubbing your arms. Why is that? Mirai suddenly inquired. Izuku was taken aback, realizing he hadn't even noticed he was doing it. I don't know, I just started doing it recently, he admitted. Really? Mirai replied, noting another observation. I also noticed you've stopped using your arms in battle, am I correct? Why yes, that's right, Izuku answered sheepishly. And why is that? Mirai pressed. Izuku gulped before responding. The doctors warned me that if I continued using my quirk like I did, I might lose my arms. So I stopped and changed my fighting style. He hesitated before adding, I also didn't want to be associated with that villain. Mirai raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his expression. You say that even though he's your father? Izuku halted, trying to refute Mirai's statement. He's not. All for one's in prison. Dad can't be him. He just can't be. Tears threatened to form in Izuku's eyes as he clenched his fists. It felt impossible. Yeah, sure, kid, Mirai said with a smirk, causing Izuku to grimace. He's not. How about we make a bet? Mirai suggested, walking closer to Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused. If I end up dead in the next few days, if you suddenly stop appearing at my agency, or if you leave then your father really is all for one, Mirai explained. If you insist that your father isn't the villain at Kamino, then do your best to prove it. Izuku's eyes widened at Mirai's words, leaving him speechless. Mirai narrowed his eyes at him before patting Izuku's shoulder. Say hello to Daddy for me. After finishing their first day of work studies, Katsuki and Izuku headed back to UA in a Midoriya family car. Izuku was unusually quiet, even more so than the day before. Katsuki attempted to engage him in conversation, but Izuku ignored him. Once they arrived at UA's gates, they got out of the car. Katsuki thanked the chauffeur, while Izuku left without a word. As they walked toward the dorms, Katsuki pondered how to get Izuku to open up. He wanted to comfort him and help lighten the weight on his mind, but he also felt it wasn't his place to pry. Katsuki thought of Izuku's friends. Aside from his brother, they were the only ones who could help him. A sense of relief washed over Katsuki as he devised a plan. Suddenly, Izuku stopped in front of him, causing Katsuki to halt as well. Katsuki? Izuku finally spoke, and Katsuki's eyes widened with anticipation. Yeah, Midoriya? What is it? He asked with a smile. Don't mention anything to our classmates, alright? Especially my friends, Izuku instructed, causing Katsuki's smile to fade. He frowned. There was no way he could agree to that. If Izuku was asking this, it meant he had no intention of telling his family. Accepting this request would ruin Katsuki's plan to lift Izuku's spirits. Just as he was about to refuse, Izuku looked back at him with a cold glare. Don't tell them anything, Bakugo, or I'll make you regret it. Katsuki found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond. The hostile tone Izuku used indicated that it wasn't an empty threat. Katsuki gulped, trying to find his voice, which had momentarily escaped him in fear. Then something unexpected happened that made Katsuki feel sympathy for the person in front of him. Izuku's face softened, and Katsuki watched as tears quickly welled up in his eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Please. Izuku suddenly said, don't tell them. I don't want them to know. Katsuki felt a pang of empathy for the person pleading before him. Izuku tried to maintain a tough exterior, but he couldn't uphold the facade while feeling so lost and broken. Please, Katsuki, he implored again, tears streaming down his face, just keep this between us. I beg you. Izuku's voice sounded fragile and weary. Katsuki gritted his teeth, wondering what had happened to him. Reluctantly, he assured Izuku, I won't tell them, you have my word. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wanted to smile at his classmate, but he couldn't muster even a small grin in his current state. Still, he wanted to express his gratitude. Thank you, Katsuki. As he wiped the tears from his face, he took a deep breath, and the two of them headed inside the dorms. They were unprepared for what awaited them. Happy first day at Hero Work Studies. Katsuki and Izuku, the entire Class A greeted them, presenting 2 small cakes decorated with an All Might design and chibi versions of their respective hero costumes. We wanted to congratulate you two for being the first in our class to begin your work studies, so we asked Rikido to make cakes, Momo explained. Kyoka interjected, well, initially, it was only supposed to be for Izuku since Achiko and the others were the first to request it, but then we decided to make one for Katsuki too. Do you like it, Bakubro? Eijiro asked excitedly, showcasing his cake to Katsuki. The latter managed a slight smile and replied, why, thank you. He was genuinely grateful for the gesture, but something else weighed on his mind. He glanced at Izuku, who was staring blankly at the cake meant for him. Katsuki frowned at himself for making that promise. We really wanted to cheer you up after yesterday, so we asked Rikido to help us make this, Achiko said with a warm smile. We're here for you, Izuku. So I hope you'll tell us what's troubling you from now on. We'll listen, Achiko added, holding his hand. But Izuku suddenly pulled his hand away, catching her off guard. Thank you, Achiko, but I just want to be alone for now, Izuku said, his tone firm. The smile faded from Achiko's face as she met Izuku's tired and empty gaze. Everyone was taken aback and confused by Izuku's response, while Katsuki could only look away. I'm sorry to ruin the mood, everyone, he said as he walked past his classmates. Izuku's friends, especially Achiko, were too stunned to react appropriately. I'm really sorry, but I don't feel like celebrating anything, he apologized again. Achiko snapped back to reality for a moment and tried to grab his hand to stop him, but Izuku simply moved his hand out of the way. Izuku! Achiko called after him, but he didn't look back. Instead, he headed straight to his room on the 2nd floor. His ears rang the entire way, as if the world had faded away, leaving only him in silence. When he finally opened his door, the noise of laughter and celebration flooded back in. He tried to ignore it as he stepped into his room. He quickly set his bags down and headed straight for his bed, not bothering to change out of his uniform. All he wanted was to sleep and hope that everything would be better when he woke up. Izuku could still hear the echoes of laughter, but he did his best to tune them out. He buried himself under his blanket and tightly closed his eyes until his tears finally spilled over. You won. Izuku was jolted awake by the sound of his phone ringing. He could feel the remnants of tears on his face. Rubbing his eyes, he searched for his phone, which was lost somewhere in his bed. Once he found it, he checked the caller ID. Izuku gulped. He was about to decline the call but hesitated at the last second. Tears began to form in his eyes again, and he couldn't stop them from overflowing. He gritted his teeth as the tears continued to flow. He wasn't ready to talk to his dad, but if he didn't answer, his father would know something was wrong. After a moment, the ringing stopped, only to resume a few seconds later. Izuku let it ring while he tried to calm himself. Once he felt more prepared, he finally answered the call. With the brightest tone he could muster, Izuku greeted his father. "Hey, Dad. Sorry, I took too long to answer." "Izuku, you missed our video chat. Is something wrong?" his father asked. A single tear fell at that question. "Yes, there is. Oh no. There have just been a lot of troublemaking villains on the streets lately. I was too tired and fell asleep once I got back to the dorms. Sorry I missed it." Izuku apologized, trying to wipe his tears away, but they continued to flow. "I see. Well, how was your first day at your hero work studies?" Hisashi asked. Izuku hesitated for a moment before answering. "It was. But our patrols were pretty peaceful. Thankfully, we didn't encounter many villains." "Really?" Hisashi sounded skeptical. "You just contradicted yourself, Izuku." Izuku winced, remembering what Night Eye had told him. If any of these scenarios happen, then your father really is all for one. He gritted his teeth and made an excuse. "Really? I guess the whole day was just so exhausting I mixed up most of the details." He forced a laugh as he continued to wipe his tears away. "I can't let Dad know. I'll prove Night Eye wrong, and to do that, I can't let Dad know," Izuku thought as more tears streamed down his face. "Anyway, I'm going to go eat dinner. I still haven't eaten yet," Izuku said from the other side of the line. "All right," Hisashi replied. "Bye, Dad." Izuku bid farewell before ending the call. Hisashi let out a sigh, leaning back in his seat and looking up at the ceiling. How frustrating, he thought. Then the door suddenly opened, and in walked little Eri holding a stuffed bunny. "Hisashi-sen, we really won't be talking to Izuku and I tonight?" Eri asked, a little sad and disappointed. Hisashi smiled at the little girl and explained, "I'm sorry, Eri, but Izuku and I's a little tired from his first day at work. We should give him some time to rest. You should go rest yourself too. I promise you'll get to see Izuku and I soon," Hisashi assured her. Eri smiled at her foster father's promise. "Good night, Hisashi-san. Good night, AleahLRB-san." Eri waved at the two men in the room before leaving. AleahLRB waved goodbye as well. Once the door closed, Hisashi turned his attention to the other person in the room. He rested his chin on his intertwined fingers and asked with an ominous smile, "Tell me again, AleahLRB, what were the 3 conditions that Mirai gave Izuku?" Tenko sat at his desk, glaring at a number of folders laid out before him. After the failed attempt on his life a day ago, he conducted a small investigation into those traitors and their actions prior to the assassination. As it turned out, they had begun acting suspiciously for about a month, slowly distancing themselves from the organization and even sabotaging a few operations along the way. The assassination attempt seemed to have been their farewell gift. However, Tenko noted that their decision to betray him was incredibly foolish. The underworld does not take lightly to traitors, so their choice to betray him would have dire consequences for their business. It didn't make sense. Tenko furrowed his brows and pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. "I need more time and information to figure this all out." Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "You can enter, Dabi," Tenko called out, his tone aggravated. The door opened, and sure enough, it was Dabi. "Good evening, Tenko-niken. I'm just here to fulfill my deal with your brother and remind you to call." "You are busy, aren't you?" Dabi asked with a smirk. Tenko pinched the bridge of his nose again, taking a long deep breath to calm himself, a sight that seemed to amuse Dabi. "He's probably asleep by now. I don't think he'd appreciate me calling in the middle of the night," Tenko replied as he began to tidy the folders and files on his desk. Oh, so you do know what time it is. Please leave if you don't have anything else to say. I'm tired as well, and I want to sleep. Tenko said as he stood up to walk towards the door. Is it exhausting being Daddy's perfect successor? Dabi said in a teasing tone. Tenko flashed him a sarcastic smile, which only seemed to delight Dabi. Not wanting to give Dabi the satisfaction, Tenko thought of the perfect comeback. Your true hair color's showing to ya. Maybe you should try dyeing half of your hair red instead of all black. That way, you can be Shudo number 2. Good night, I hope you sleep tight. Tenko told him with a sweet, satisfied smile on his face. After that, he shut the door on Dabi's face and let out a satisfied yawn as he headed straight to his bed. Izuku got out of the black car alone, with his hero costume case in hand. He felt a sense of dread slowly creep up on him as he looked up at the building in front of him. Izuku gulped. Good luck, Master Izuku, he heard Adohira wish him, but Izuku didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he headed straight into the building. Good morning, Izuku. Ready for your second day? Bubble Girl greeted him from behind the counter. Izuku would have greeted her back, but his attention was on the suited person with a mutant centipede quirk standing in front of the counter. Bubble Girl seemed to notice this and immediately introduced the other person. Oh, this is Centipede. He was out investigating the past few days, so this is your first time meeting each other. He was Sir's first sidekick before I came here. You must be one of the new interns, the suited person said in an unexpectedly high-pitched voice. My name is Juzo Moshi, but refer to me as Centipede while at work. Centipede reached out his hand for a shake. Izuku forced a small smile and shook the former's hand. Please take care of me. After that brief introduction to Centipede, Izuku headed to the locker room to change into his hero costume. The lingering sense of dread and worry he felt grew stronger as the time to see that man again approached. He had to force his tears back the entire time in the locker room. He was all alone this time. Katsuki wasn't there, nor was Mirio-senpai. It would just be him and Sir Night-Eye. Izuku winced at the thought. He didn't want to be there. He didn't want to stay there. But he must. After slipping on his gloves, his hero costume was complete. He took a deep breath to psych himself up, then it was time to head to Mirai's office. I'm impressed, Midoriya. I was really expecting you to run away, Mirai told Izuku with a condescending tone as he sat at his desk. Eye-level-wise, they were equal because Mirai was sitting down, yet the older Greenit was obviously looking down at the younger. If I did that, then I'd lose the bet, wouldn't I? Izuku tried to feign strength in his voice. I suppose so, Mirai stated as he got off his chair and started walking toward the boy. Izuku tried to remain unmoved as the older person approached him. But that would have made everything much easier, wouldn't it, all of one? Mirai asked, placing his hand on the Greenit's head. Izuku winced and his eyes widened at the mention of that name. I threw that name away. It's not my hero name anymore, Izuku retorted. Of course, it no longer is, Night-Eye replied. After your father revealed himself to the public and became a household name, you can no longer just parade around as all of one. Honestly, using a variation of your father's villain name as your hero name, you and your father really think we heroes are a joke, don't you? No. Before Izuku could finish, Mirai cut him off. And did you think I didn't catch on to how you were making fun of All Might and all those who looked up to him? I was a fan since I was 5. He inspired me to become a hero, even pretending to fanboy over All Might's 10th anniversary tapestry. How insulting. Your father always knew how to get under people's skin. And it seems you've perfected it as well. Like father, like son, I suppose. Mirai said all this in a disgusted voice, confusing Izuku and making him question, why? Why do you have to be like this? Why not? Izuku stopped himself from grimacing. This isn't the time for me to deal with all of you as well. Do you deserve it after all? Please, leave me alone, Izuku pleaded. That you're nothing like a hero. Shut up. That you're the son of. All for one. Shut up. That you're a murderer. That you're a villain. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Izuku yelled out loud, making Mirai furrow his brows but smirk inside. Once Izuku realized what he just did, he immediately covered his mouth and tried to explain and apologize, but it was too late. From now on, I expect you to report in every day, Mirai demanded. Izuku winced. But what about? Don't worry, your shifts will only be half as long so you can still return to UA and work on your subjects, but you are now required to be present at my agency every day of the week. Is that clear, Midoriya? Mirai asked in a stern tone. Izuku grimaced. But what did I do to deserve this? Reluctantly, he responded, Why, sir. 4 days of Izuku's mandatory daily attendance at the Night Eye agency passed, and it seemed like his classmates had barely seen or talked to him during that time. Between leaving Heights Alliance after all of them had left for class, arriving just in time for supplementary classes, and then heading straight to his room, he wouldn't even say hi to his friends and classmates unless completely necessary. He had completely withdrawn himself from the rest of Class 1A. It was becoming too concerning. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed throughout Class 1A's classroom just a few minutes before homeroom began. The suddenness of the sound caught everyone's attention and made them look over to the source, where they found Achiko standing in front of Katsuki's desk, looking angrily at him. Katsuki, I know you know what's going on with Izuku. He's been ignoring us and isolating himself for a whole week now. I want to know, I need to know why Izuku's acting like that, so please tell me. Achiko pleaded. Katsuki could see tears starting to form at the corners of the brunette's eyes. He could see how much she cared for Izuku. If anyone could help him, then surely it would be his friends, right? As Katsuki was about to tell Achiko the truth, however, a horrible memory surfaced in his mind. Don't tell them anything, Bakugo, or I'll make you regret it. Katsuki shuddered. The sand blonde took a deep breath and flatly told the brunette in front of him, I'm sorry, Uraraka, but I don't know what's wrong with Izuku. Achiko frowned at that answer. She knew that was a lie. Still, she didn't know what to do. Katsuki didn't want to tell her what was wrong. Could she even force him to talk? Izuku wouldn't speak to her or anyone. How on earth could she help him if she had no idea what was wrong? She wanted to do something herself. The last time Izuku needed her help, she told him they should just leave it to the adults. But not this time. She won't just expect the adults to do everything. She promised she would take action herself. I promise that, Izuku. Katsuki watched as the round-faced brunette in front of him walked back to her seat at the back of the room, just as classes began. Everything else faded into the background, and all that occupied Katsuki's mind was Izuku. What is it with Night Eye and his fixation on Izuku? Why is he singling him out? It makes no sense to Katsuki. He wants to help Izuku, but it seems like Izuku doesn't want to be helped. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Katsuki cursed in his mind. Time passed quickly that day, with Katsuki's thoughts consumed by 2 green-haired students, one freckled and one bespectacled. Before he knew it, it was already time for lunch. Katsuki let out a sigh. Maybe there's nothing I can do after all. As he was about to stand up from his seat to leave, he felt a tap on his shoulder and heard someone whisper his name in a sing-song tone, Katsuki. Chills ran down his spine, and he immediately looked back only to see nothing. Katsuki furrowed his brows and wondered, was that just my imagination? He sighed and rubbed his eyes with his hands. Have I been getting enough sleep? He asked himself. As Katsuki opened his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the green-haired student's seat just behind his. His concerns rushed back to him. Katsuki remembered how much Izuku had been affected after his first meeting with Night Eye. Since then, he hadn't failed to report back to Night Eye. Izuku had been left alone with his tormentor. Anyone who would let such a thing continue, even after knowing what's going on, shouldn't be someone worthy of being a hero. Katsuki's eyes widened at a realization. What have I been doing? Why am I letting all this go on? I should be saving Izuku, not leaving him on his own just because of a little threat. Katsuki clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I need to tell All Might. Karakoko was once again positioned behind the counter that greeted guests, a post she often filled and rarely left unmanned. Centipeder was out in the field again, while Sir was in his office. The only intern that reported in that day was Izuku, but he had already left an hour ago. That kid had been present at the agency every day since he began. What a hardworking kid, Karakoko thought. She was working on the computer when a silver car pulled up in front of the agency. She looked over to see who had arrived, her eyes widening and mouth agape when she saw who stepped out of the car. The skinny blonde in a yellow suit marched stormily toward the building, looking like he was about ready to confront someone. As soon as the blonde man entered through the doors, a flustered Karakoko tried to greet him. Good afternoon, All Might. Where's Mirai? Is young Izuku here? Toshinori asked, his voice barely containing the anger he felt at that moment. Izuku? He already left an hour ago. He should be back at UA by now, Karakoko answered, a little taken aback by the presence of the now former #1 hero. Where's Sir Night Eye? Toshinori asked almost immediately after Karakoko answered. He's in his office right now. Where's his office? Toshinori cut her off. Just along the hallway over there, Karakoko replied, confused. Thank you. Toshinori thanked her before marching toward Mirai's office, leaving Karakoko bewildered. Mirai, what have you been doing? Toshinori wondered as he made his way to Mirai's office. It had been 6 years since he last saw his former sidekick in person. Toshinori never imagined this would be how they would meet again, him confronting Mirai about his alleged mistreatment of young Izuku. He didn't want to believe that Mirai would do something so awful to a child, but considering the circumstances, Toshinori had no choice but to believe it might be true. After all, he had also suspected young Izuku at one point. But Mirai was going too far. As soon as he reached the door to Night Eye's office, he slammed it open and demanded, Mirai, we need to talk. Mirai's eyes widened at the sight of Toshinori. He hadn't expected his idol and former partner to come meet him that day. All Might, you're here? Mirai immediately stood up and gestured for Toshinori to take a seat. Please, All Might, take a seat. We haven't seen each other in a long while, have we? Mirai smiled at his idol, happy to see him again. But Toshinori didn't share the sentiment. Though it wasn't obvious in his current form, he was actually frowning, upset with his former sidekick's actions. Mirai, we need to talk about your treatment of young Izuku. Mirai was taken aback by the sudden mention of All for One's son. He hadn't expected that Izuku would be the reason for Toshinori's sudden visit unless, of course. Mirai suddenly recalled a part of Izuku's future that he had seen earlier that day. In the future he envisioned, Izuku met with Toshinori and a few other teachers later in the day. They spoke for a short while, and then the boy flashed a huge smile at them, especially at the former #1 hero, before walking away. I see. So that's what that was about. He must have told All Might early in the morning, in the small gap in time that I don't check, Night Eye presumed. Mirai, you need to stop what you're doing to young Izuku. It's clearly distressing him, Toshinori pleaded with his former partner. Night Eye grimaced. He had managed to manipulate All Might into defending him. That sneaky brat. What I'm doing is necessary, All Might. That kid may be our ticket to finding out where his father is hiding. All for One made a grave mistake letting his spy son stay, and I plan to exploit it, Mirai declared. Toshinori couldn't believe what he had just heard. Mirai, are you hearing yourself? You plan to torment a child? Young Izuku's not even All for One's son. You're tormenting an innocent child who has no idea why he was chosen to endure this. Toshinori chastised his former partner, trying to make him see the absurdity of his actions. Mirai only furrowed his brows at Toshinori's statement. All Might, have you gone blind? Just look at the boy's quirk. Don't tell me you don't see the resemblance. Not to mention how his quirk seemingly changed appearance and function just a few weeks ago. He obviously switched what quirk he was using. It changed because young Izuku decided to stop trying to replicate how I fought and how my quirk functioned, and instead began to use his quirk as it was meant to be used, Toshinori defended the boy. Mirai, you two are a lot alike. You're both my fans, very skilled in strategizing during battles, and you both share the same views on what a true hero should be. If anything, I think you two should be getting along well. Can't you see that? Toshinori asked his former partner. He's deceiving you, All Might. Mirai retorted. That brat is all for one's son, I know it. I'm just waiting for him to slip up, then we'll finally know where his father is hiding. Toshinori's brow furrowed. Why are you so determined to find all for ones? You're even prepared to harm a child's mind. Mirai gritted his teeth. Because, Toshinori, the day of your death is right around the corner. Toshinori winced. That was the first time that day Mirai referred to him by his real name. Unable to hold back his emotions, Mirai's tears began to flow. With all for one still out there, it's almost guaranteed that he will be the one to end your life now that you no longer have one for all. Mirai lamented as he continued to cry. I know that what my foresight has seen cannot be changed. He looked down at his hands, rolling them into fists. But if I can at least stall your death by capturing that monster, then I want to do what I can. Toshinori stared at his former sidekick with sadness in his eyes. Mirai, I understand your determination. But sacrificing a child who could be innocent? Mirai, that's crossing a line. Mirai raised his head and looked at Toshinori, his glasses glinting and hiding his eyes. Then he suddenly chuckled and smiled slightly. Even though it's been 6 years, nothing has really changed, huh? I try to do something to help you, but you refuse to accept it. Mirai, please listen to me, Toshinori pleaded, but his words fell on deaf ears. Mirai let out a sigh and coldly told his idol, All Might, if the only reason you came here is to defend IIzuku Midoriya and nothing else, then feel free to leave. Mirai, I will continue my attempt to find out where All for One is hiding, and there's nothing you can do to stop me, Mirai declared. Tenko leaned his head against the backrest of the couch, staring up at the ceiling as he sat alone. Most of the League members were out at the moment, allowed to do as they pleased as long as they reported back when called upon. He chuckled to himself, thinking about how the League of Villains was supposed to be a one-time thing after the USJ attack. Then he remembered the USJ attack, the incident where Izuku wasn't supposed to be anywhere near. The sudden thought of his brother made Tenko grab his personal phone from the coffee table. For some reason, he felt the urge to check up on Izuku. He turned his phone on and prepared to call. But just as he was about to press call, he hesitated, realizing that Izuku was probably still in class. Not to mention, wasn't it nighttime where he was supposed to be? Should he really call him right now? Tenko stared at the dial button for a long while, contemplating whether to call or not. Ultimately, he decided to turn his phone off again and postpone the call for later. He let out a sigh as a small smirk formed on his face. Shaking his head, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Why was he suddenly so worried? If anything was wrong with Izuku, he was sure Dad could handle it. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'll just have to check on you later, Tenko thought with a smile as he placed his phone back on the coffee table. Izuku was in one of his supplementary classes, taught that day by Present Mike. The teachers often rotated, and supplementary classes for first years weren't planned to happen daily. However, Izuku had requested them after realizing how much he would miss. Thanks to his mandatory daily attendance at work studies, he had practically missed most, if not all, of his classes for the past week. These supplementary classes were his only chance to catch up. He was often the only one present since, unlike him, most first years didn't have to report daily. Izuku Midoriya. Calling the attention of Izuku Midoriya, a voice from the PA system suddenly announced, slightly surprising the green-haired boy. Izuku Midoriya, you are expected to come to the principal's office immediately. We would like to have a word with you. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, why the principal's office? And what did he mean we? Did Night Eye tell them? His hands trembled as he stared at the speaker in the corner of the ceiling. No. I'm not a villain. I don't have anything to do with All for One. He's lying. Night Eye's lying. Please believe me. Panic surged in his mind. Izuku. Present Mike suddenly called his name, making Izuku wince and freeze. He tried to hide the fear in his eyes as he slowly looked over to his teacher. Please head over to Principal Nizu's office, Mike simply told him. Izuku gulped and responded, Why, sir? After what felt like hours of walking, Izuku finally stood in front of Nizu's office, but he didn't dare enter just yet. Instead, he stared at the door, fear evident in his eyes, and his hands trembling. They know. Izuku heard the whispers echo in his mind. They know. He repeated it to himself. Taking a deep breath, he finally opened the door and peered inside. There sat Principal Nizu, along with his class advisor and the former #1 hero. He gulped again. Principal Nizu, you called? Izuku asked as he entered the office, doing his best to mask any fear in his voice. Izuku, Nizu addressed him, do you know why you were called? The question made Izuku freeze. His hands trembled so much that he suspected the 3 older men had noticed. He tried to hide his shaking hands behind his back and forced himself to shake his head. No, sir. I don't know why I was called. Did I do something wrong? Shota and Toshinori exchanged concerned glances. After Toshinori informed Shota about Sir Nightai's alleged mistreatment of his student, he had doubted it at first. Why would an adult, especially a pro-hero like Night-Eye, torment a child? He wanted to confront Night-Eye himself, but Toshinori had stopped him, explaining that he had already spoken to Mirai, who confirmed the accusations. Toshinori had feared that Mirai would reveal his suspicions about Izuku being all for one son. The boy was suffering enough. He couldn't let anyone else persecute him for something he wasn't. Shota looked back at Izuku, noticing the boy's trembling hands. He was afraid when he shouldn't have been. This wasn't the problem child he knew. What on earth happened to you at that agency, problem child? Don't worry, Izuku, you're not in trouble, Shota assured the green-haired boy. We just wanted to ask you some questions. Is that okay? Izuku gulped again. Sure. Alright. First things first, Nizu said, making Izuku tense a bit more. Do you want to stop your hero work studies at the Night-Eye agency? What? Izuku could only respond in shock. We received word that you are being harassed and that you feel uncomfortable at that agency. We want to know if you'd like to end your work studies there, Nizu explained. Izuku, if you don't want to go there anymore, you don't have to. We can consider your contract with Mirai null and void, just say the word, Toshinori interjected, offering the boy a warm smile. Izuku was taken aback by their words. He felt a flicker of hope at what he heard. He wasn't in trouble at all. In fact, it was the opposite. In front of him were 3 people who wanted to help him, who wanted to pull him from the dark hole he had been in. All the prejudice, the villainous labels, and the psychological torment he had endured for a whole week weighed heavily on him. But now, he could see the light breaking through, reaching out to him, waiting for him to grasp it and be pulled away from that darkness. He wanted to cry, to thank his heroes in front of him. At that moment, all he wanted was to accept their offer and never see Night-Eye again. But he couldn't. Stop appearing at my agency, and you would have proven that your father is all for one, Night-Eye's words echoed in his mind. Young Izuku? Toshinori called after a moment of silence. Izuku opened his mouth to respond but hesitated. Instead, he managed a smile, one that concealed all the pain and hurt he felt. A smile that said, I'm fine, don't worry about me. A smile he thought he could never use to lie, yet here he was. I'm sorry, but I refuse, Izuku said firmly. I don't know where you heard all that, but I promise you, Sir Night-Eye has been nothing but kind to me. The 3 men looked surprised at his response. In just a short time, he's taught me a lot. I don't want to repay his kindness by entertaining accusations that tarnish his name, Izuku explained. But young Izuku, I'm grateful for your concern and your offer to end my internship under Sir, but it's really not needed. I'll be continuing my internships under Sir Night-Eye, he said, bowing slightly. I hope you all respect that. Toshinori and Shota exchanged confused looks. Mirai had already confirmed the accusations, so why was Izuku insisting they weren't true? Thank you again, but I need to go back to my supplementary classes, Izuku said with a smile as he straightened his posture and exited the room, leaving the 3 men dumbfounded. As soon as he closed the door, however, the smile on his face faltered, and tears began to fall. But these tears were different from those he had shed that week. For the first time in a while, he wasn't crying out of despair. He was crying because, even if just for a moment, he saw a ray of hope, and that was enough for him. His 2 teachers might not know it, but Izuku was truly grateful for them. Thank you, All Might. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Katsuki looked around the black and white void where he found himself. The place seemed to stretch for miles yet felt claustrophobic. Where was he? Katsuki tried to move and walk, only to realize that he couldn't feel his body. He looked down only to find smoke where his body should be. He panicked for a moment until he suddenly heard someone whistling a tune. Katsuki turned his head, the only part of his body that he could move, to find the source of the whistling. Just a few meters to his right stood a man with long white hair, his hands tucked into the pockets of his pants. The same kind of smoke that surrounded Katsuki's body enveloped the man's feet. Katsuki was shocked to see the man there. He could have sworn he wasn't there just a moment ago. The man suddenly stopped whistling. He looked straight at Katsuki and flashed him a smile. Katsuki was taken aback and confused. Who on earth is this guy? Then the man walked towards Katsuki, catching him off guard. Katsuki could only watch as the man approached. For some reason, he felt an unexpected calmness around him, even in such an unsettling situation. Once the man was right in front of him, he placed his hand on Katsuki's head and beamed at him. "Thank you, Katsuki. You've done all you can." Katsuki's eyes snapped open as he awoke from that dream. His whole body felt numb, like when he had used a more powerful output of one for all than he was used to. Did he accidentally use one for all while he was asleep? Speaking of while he was asleep, who was that guy in his dream? Katsuki certainly didn't recognize him. And what was he thanking Katsuki for? Katsuki mentally sighed. It was probably too early to be getting worked up over all this, he told himself. He woke up lying on his side, mostly still due to the numbness in his body. After a while, he steadily regained feeling. Slowly, he repositioned himself to lie on his back, but even such a simple task took time and energy. By the time he finally managed to roll onto his back, he needed a moment to rest. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, taking his time to regain his lost energy. As he let his mind and body rest, he suddenly remembered the man from his dream. Was that man just a figment of his imagination? They say your dreams are the embodiment of your subconscious, but if that's the case, what was that dream trying to tell him? Katsuki scoffed, sneering at himself. All this thought over a dream? I must really be exhausted. He let out a deep sigh and opened his eyes, looking up at the ceiling. The longer he stared, however, the more he noticed something was off. It took a moment for him to realize what was strange due to the lack of light and his mental exhaustion, but when it finally registered, his face went pale. He began to draw quick, sharp breaths as fear took over him. On the ceiling of his room was a sentence that looked like it was carved with something sharp. Shivers ran up his spine as he read the message in his mind. "You should remember to shut your mouth, Katsuki." His heart skipped a beat. The whole time he was asleep, someone had been in his room carving this message just above him. The entire time he was thinking about his dream, this message was right there, staring down at him. Katsuki suddenly remembered the kid in black from all those years ago. He felt nausea rise in his throat. He tried to cover his mouth to stop himself from feeling sick, but his hand was too numb and slow to respond, and he ended up losing his breakfast all over himself and his bed. He tried to get off his bed and run to the toilet, but his body failed him, and instead he fell to the floor, continuing to retch. This went on until he could no longer continue. His eyes began to water, and he quietly sobbed. The next day, Katsuki was expected to report to the Night Eye Agency. He was still a little shaken by the message he received the night before and had planned to stay as far away from a certain green-haired boy as possible. As he was about to leave the dorms, however, that very green-haired boy approached him. "Katsuki, are you heading to the Night Eye Agency today?" Katsuki winced at the sight of Izuku, his face going pale. "Do you want to ride there with me?" Izuku offered, completely unaware of what Katsuki had gone through. Almost immediately, Katsuki refused, and "No, thank you. I'll take the train instead." Before Izuku could insist, Katsuki bolted out of there, leaving the green-haired boy confused. Then Izuku's phone pinged, indicating he received a message. He took out his phone to see who it was from. It was Adohira. Achiko stared down at her food with a frown on her face. It was a new week, yet she hadn't done anything to help Izuku at all. She felt like the longer this went on, the further her friend slipped from her reach. She wanted to see the happy Izuku she knew. She wanted to see him smile again. Achiko-chan. Tsuyu's voice snapped Achiko out of her thoughts, making her look up. You normally eat right away, but you haven't touched your food. That's not like you, Tsuyu noted. I'm sorry, Achiko replied, finally touching her food and eating. Still concerned about Izuku? Tsuyu asked, to which Achiko sheepishly nodded. You're not the only one who's worried for him, Achiko, Tenya stated from across the table. He saved both me and Tensei from the hero killer. I owe him our lives and I still haven't repaid him. Tenya clenched his fists. Everyone in our class is worried for him. Momo already informed Aizawa-sensei of our concerns, so. But I want to do something myself. Achiko interrupted, her voice filled with determination. I just don't want to feel helpless. Tsuyu and Tenya exchanged sympathetic glances, fully understanding her feelings. The mood at their table shifted, growing heavier. Hey, a voice chimed in mockingly, drawing their attention. Oh no, not him, they thought in unison. I see your group is missing your two main leaders again. I mean, as expected. After all, the person paused for effect, a chuckle escaping his lips before he continued with a more sinister tone. Todoroki failed the provisional license exam. Haha. The guy who came in second in the recommendations exam. How pitiful. Tenya, Tsuyu, and Achiko chose to ignore him, focusing on their food instead. Nito winced at their lack of response, feeling slightly irked. He decided to target another friend instead. Hey, I heard Midoriya got called to the principal's office a few days ago. Achiko's expression shifted at the mention of Izuku. Now, I wonder what he did to get called in actually. Come to think of it, we haven't seen him in a while, have we? Nito continued, feigning surprise. Could it be? Has he been skipping classes to goof around in town? I mean, he is a rich kid, he was probably spoiled his whole life by his parents. He probably thinks he can do whatever he wants. Suddenly, Achiko stood up, her anger flaring as she reached for Nito's collar, but Tsuyu quickly grabbed her hand. Achiko, calm down. Nito smirked at her reaction, but that smirk faded when he felt a familiar, ominous presence behind him. Nito Minoma. His face paled at the sound of her voice. Slowly, he turned his head, and as soon as he saw her, he was taken down with a swift chop. Itsuka sighed deeply, shaking her head in disappointment. Really took your opportunity while I stepped away, didn't you, Nito? I'm really sorry for whatever Nito said. He's actually a nice guy, just. What, Nito? Itsuka apologized. It's all right. Thank you for stepping in, Tenya replied, offering a grateful smile. She returned the gesture before dragging an unconscious Nito away. Did she hit him too hard this time? Achiko, you need to calm down. We'll find a way to help Izuku, I promise, Tsuyu assured her friend. Achiko furrowed her brows, then let out a deep sigh. Okay. While the league members prepared for their upcoming mission, Tenko sat on the sofa, a slight scowl on his face as he fiddled with his phone. Atsuhiro noticed and approached him. Tamura, is something wrong? Tamura looked up, initially confused, but then flashed a reassuring smile. Don't worry, everything's fine. Really? You seem a little tense. Are you worried about the mission? Atsuhiro asked. Wait, worried? Should we be worried? It'll probably be fine, Jean added, contradicting himself, which made Tamura chuckle. No, not at all. On the contrary, your skills are actually overqualified for this job. I could have sent in lower-ranked members to check on those little pests, Tamura stated confidently, causing the 4 members assigned to the mission Atsuhiro, Himiko, Jean, and Kenji to exchange glances. Then why send us? Himiko asked. Tamura chuckled at the question, then his demeanor shifted as he let out a chilling aura, his gaze turning cold. Because I want to let those pesky heroes know exactly who they're dealing with. I want them to understand that I won't tolerate their interference. Tamura's presence radiated a sense of danger, thrilling yet frustrating him. But before his anger could overwhelm him, he took a deep breath to regain his composure. He leaned back against the sofa, crossing his legs. With both my father and All Might retired, the hero industry and the underworld are in disarray, making this the perfect time to expand our territory. He lifted his head and continued, or in that poor excuse of a human being's case, the best time for revenge. During Chisaki's disappearance, he had been quietly building his own criminal organization, laying the groundwork to challenge All for One's empire. After all, a small business could grow into a giant and eventually topple the current big names. That was what Tamura discovered during his investigations. He also learned that Chisaki's new organization wasn't supposed to reveal itself for years. However, due to the chaos following All Might's retirement and All for One's arrest, Chisaki decided to rush his plans while All for One's empire was vulnerable. But that was where Chisaki made his mistake. His organization was still too young, leaving it exposed and weak. He rushed into a race that had only just begun, and as a result, he would tire before reaching the finish line. That germaphobe signaled the start of his revenge with that raid on one of our Noma labs. Well, we'll respond by interfering with one of their major shipments, Tamura declared. An eye for an eye, right? Sounds fair to me, Tamura grinned. No one ever said that a big name couldn't overshadow a newcomer still trying to find their footing, right? Suddenly, Tamura stood up and began stretching his body. Well then, I expect a great job done and a positive report from all of you when you return, he said as he headed towards the door and out into the hallway. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be having dinner at the restaurant below, as I recall missing lunch earlier today, he added, raising his left hand without looking back at them. As Tamura left, Kurojiri watched his master's eldest with a swirl of thoughts in his mind. Tenko had been raised with the intention of becoming All for One's successor, inheriting his father's dreams and ambitions. He had been taught and trained in various fields since childhood, including battle strategies and the management of a criminal organization. While the youngest son was training to become a pro-hero, the eldest was preparing to take the throne as the #1 villain. This was why, even though he had only been responsible for one branch of the organization, the League of Villains, until a month ago, he was able to easily assume control of the entire organization and manage its various branches, even in the face of new threats. Tenko was simply raised for this role. After the doors closed, Himiko asked, "Hey, Seiko-san, wasn't Tamura the one who insisted we arrive early so we could eat before our mission?" As she asked, Kurojiri noticed that Tamura had left his phone on the sofa. He walked over to grab it and placed it inside one of the drawers in the room. He let out a sigh, frowning at the thought of leaving his personal phone lying around for anyone to take. How irresponsible. "That is correct, Toga-san," Atsuhiro answered with a nod. "But he himself hasn't eaten yet. Isn't that strange?" Himiko looked over at the older man. Atsuhiro sighed before responding, "It can't be helped. After his father's arrest, I'm sure these past few weeks have been rough on him. I wouldn't be surprised if all the stress from work is affecting him, making him miss meals." He then turned to Kurojiri. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be watching over him? Why did you let him miss lunch?" Kurojiri met Atsuhiro's gaze and replied, "Tamura had me run an errand all day. I wasn't aware that he missed a meal, but I'll ensure he doesn't miss any more in the future." "But hey, I moved," Jean interjected. "Tamura trusts us so much that he let us go without him. That's slacker." "That's true, his trust in us," Atsuhiro agreed. "So we must prove to him that we are worthy of it. He is All for One's successor and the future ruler of the underworld, after all." "Yes, sir." "No way." "I'll do my best." "That's expected." As the 4 League members chatted among themselves, Kurojiri simply observed, his eyes narrowing with delight at the thought that his master's son had such wonderful allies. The restaurant was quiet as always. The current base of the League was at a hotel owned by the organization, with a whole area adjusted for private use, including a restaurant. The employees were expected to stay in, and no ordinary guests were allowed. Tenko had just finished his dinner and was waiting for dessert when his work phone began to ring. He took the phone out of his pocket to see who was calling. Kurojiri? Why would he be calling? He flipped the phone open and answered, "Kurojiri? Why are you calling? Shouldn't you be?" Kurojiri interrupted, "Tamura, it seems that we may have missed an important piece of information." Tenko furrowed his brows at Kurojiri's statement. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the air, causing the League members hiding behind containers to cover their ears. Just like a crow to make such an annoying sound, Tamura commented, removing his hands from his ears and peering from his hiding spot to observe the source of the noise. The Nomu touched several of the Hasai members, taking a deep breath. The League watched as the Hasai members began to lose consciousness while the Nomu grew larger in size. Vitality stealing a quirk originally from the 8 Bullets member, Rikiya Katsukame. A Nomu on the Hasai's side? Now isn't that vexing? Tamura frowned, realizing that he hadn't considered this possibility at all. How frustrating, he whispered under his breath, then turned his attention to Jean, who had been hugging him since they arrived. Jean, what exactly was your reason for bringing me here? Tamura asked. Jean winced and nervously replied, I definitely didn't panic when I saw the talking Nomu, which are supposed to be mute over on the other side. I panicked and needed a comfort person. You just seem so nice, calming and huggable, like a human teddy bear. Tamura let out a slight chuckle before rolling his eyes. Then he turned serious. Now then, how to deal with that Nomu? Judging from its color, it was definitely a middle tier. It doesn't regenerate, which means one touch from me and it's done. But I still need to be cautious. If it grabs me, then I could be in trouble. If possible, I also want to interrogate it. At this point, Jean had let go of Tamura. The clone of the leader of the League sneaked a peek at the Nomu again, noticing it was almost finished absorbing the energy of its comrades, as if they had been mere cannon fodder from the beginning. Suddenly, Tamura heard a sound from inside the container they had been taking cover behind. He furrowed his brows, realizing this is one of the containers that holds their shipments, right? Tenko placed his 5 fingers against the walls of the container, his eyes widening in shock. But soon after, they went bored. I see. After being rejected by the agencies they had first interned at, Achiko and Tsuyu were invited by Nijire Hado, one of UA's big 3, to join her at the Ryukyu agency. It was only their second day there, but they had already shown promise and received praise from the number 9 hero after bringing down 2 giant villains on their first day. Achiko was still trying to find a way to help her friend, but for the meantime, she had to focus on her own internships. Achiko and Tsuyu were assisting with case reports when Ryukyu and Nijire burst into the room, instructing them to come with them after 2 villain groups were sighted fighting each other at a warehouse near the piers. Wasting no time, the 4 of them headed to the site. Upon arrival, they were shocked to find several unconscious men on the ground and the League of Villains engaged in a confrontation with a Nomu. The Nomu was levitating off the ground, but its massive size restricted its height, keeping it only about 1.5 meters above the ground. 3 members of the League, Tamura, Himiko, and Magna, were taking turns distracting and provoking the Nomu from different angles. Stay still, League, the Nomu shouted, startling the heroes. A talking Nomu? Achiko and Tsuyu exchanged surprised glances. Uravity! Froppy! Focus! Ryukyu, in her dragon form, entered the warehouse, along with a floating Nijire. The villains quickly shifted their attention to the heroes, regrouping in response. Using 30% power output, Nijire unleashed her Gring Wave at the Nomu. Following that, Ryukyu slammed the Nomu into the ground, restraining it with her enormous claw. Tamura recognized the heroes and cursed inwardly, realizing that capturing the Nomu would be more challenging now that they were present. Atsuhiro, Jean, and a clone of Magna had been waiting for Tamura's signal to capture the Nomu, but the heroes' arrival had thwarted their plans. Achiko's eyes widened at the sight of Tamura, memories of the USJ attack flashing back in her mind. He was the one who had nearly harmed her and Izuku. Tamura noticed Achiko glaring at him, which he had anticipated. After all, he was the leader of the League of Villains. The League prepared for battle, but suddenly he declared, "It's time to retreat." Kurogiri, gate. As you wish, Kurogiri replied, and the League was enveloped in black mist. You're not escaping. Ryukyu attempted to reach for the League with her other claw when she suddenly felt weakened, allowing them to slip away. Confused, she looked down at the Nomu, her eyes widening as it began to grow larger while inhaling. A quirk! Ryuko stepped back, forced to revert to her human form as the Nomu cackled. using its levitation quirk to rise off the ground. You heroes are nothing compared to my new form. You stand no chance against a Nomu like me. The Nomu's boasting was abruptly interrupted when it was struck by a hypersonic wave from behind, paralyzing it and causing it to crash to the ground. The Nomu struggled to see who had snuck up on it and found the whale hero, Gang Orca, standing there. A Nomu that can talk? So the League was here. Kugo remarked, while his sidekicks moved in to secure the unconscious men on the floor. Yes, but this Nomu wasn't with them, Ryuko explained, her energy gradually returning. Kugo looked puzzled. What do you mean? As the two pro-heroes conversed, one of Gang Orca's sidekicks heard something coming from inside one of the containers in the warehouse. He called over a colleague to help him open it, and what they discovered inside left them wide-eyed in surprise. They quickly alerted their boss. Gang Orca, Ryuko, you need to see this. Kugo and Ryuko hurried over, furrowing their brows at the sight. This? Why would they suddenly need? Kugo asked. Ryuko grimaced, glancing at the Nomu still lying on the ground. Why don't we ask our friend over there? After the League members returned from their mission, they gathered with Tamura in the lounge area to report what they had discovered that night. The Hasai had a Nomu, and this Nomu still retained some higher brain functions. Of course, a Nomu being able to talk and think like a human wasn't news to Tamura. After all, Kurojairi and his Aniki, Adohira, were examples of Nomu with their own personalities. But this Nomu is unusual, Kurojairi noted, drawing the League's attention. A talking Nomu is certainly unusual, Magna retorted. No, I mean for a middle-tier Nomu to possess individuality and a distinct way of speaking. Even Dr. Ujiko's high-ends lack the ability to form proper sentences, yet this middle tier can. Kurojairi pointed out, to which Tamura nodded in agreement. That is indeed peculiar, Tamura said thoughtfully. Wait, what's a high-end? Someone asked. Kurojairi attempted to explain, but Tenko was lost in thought, pushing their conversation to the background as he pondered the implications of a middle-tier Nomu with brain functions comparable to Kurojairi and Adohira's. To those of normal humans, I would understand if it retained some part of its former self, but after hearing my members' accounts, it seemed more rational to think that it had regained its former self like there was a normal human inside a Nomu's body. Tamura sneered. Well, considering that individual's quirk, it's not far-fetched to think that he probably altered the Nomu's brain and… Tamura? Someone called his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. Tenko looked over and gave them a confused look. What? You're doing that strange thing again, Magna told him, making Tenko raise a brow. What strange thing? The muttering, he asked, then explained, it's just something I do to help me think clearly. But one thing's clear to me already, Tamura stated as he stood up from his seat. The night he attacked one of the Noma labs, he took with him the Nomu that were there, maybe 4 or 5 of them, and returned their state of mind back to how they used to be. Tenko paused, then suddenly realized, he returned their state of mind? He tugged on his chin, continuing, yes. He returned them. He couldn't have reprogrammed them. That would have been way too complicated to do. It's not something he could accomplish in just over 2 weeks, even with his quirk, but then that would mean it wasn't a random attack like I had thought. Tenko raised his head as if a light had gone off. Kurojairi, I need to know who the subjects were in the lab that was attacked, and the logs as well. Give me a report as soon as possible. As you wish, Kurojairi said before disappearing. Hey, what's wrong? What did you figure out, Tamura? Jean asked. It's possible that the Nomu he stole used to be his former subordinates, Tamura answered, then added, if that's the case, then he must have been eyeing that lab for a while. I totally missed it, Tenko cursed. There's also one thing. Tamura's clone suddenly spoke up after staying quiet this whole time, making the original look over at him. What is it? The shipments they were supposed to receive tonight. When we sent Kurojairi and the others to intervene, we had no idea what they were supposed to be, only that it was important for their organization, the clone stated. But earlier, I figured out what those shipments were. The original Tamura furrowed his brows. The shipments were humans. The original's eyes widened at what his clone said. He was taken aback for a few moments, then suddenly sneered, letting out a slight chuckle. Just like that, Izuku. The clone smirked. You caught on quite fast. Oh, was that the reason you were quiet this whole time? You were timing me? The original asked with a sneer. You would have gotten mad at me if I told you outright, the clone replied with an ominously sweet smile, which the original mirrored back. I guess you're right. Where would have been the fun in that? The two Tamuras smirked. This is creepy, so cool, Jean stated, which made the two Tamuras chuckle. But soon after, they turned serious. But with these new revelations, it means we have to change our previous plan. The two Tamuras furrowed their brows, then the original cursed, damn it. And I was looking forward to playing around with our birdie friend. The clone chuckled. Yeah. While he lays the bricks on one side of his castle, we'll take away the bricks on the other side. That was the plan, right? The original scoffed. But now, we can't afford to waste time. Not now that we believe Chisaki has the information he needs to understand how the Nomu work. The clones sneered at the original statement, then they both said in unison, not now that we know Chisaki plans to make Nomu of his own. 3 days after the talking Nomu and Hasai members were apprehended, a meeting was called at the Night Eye Agency, where Izuku was undergoing his work studies. Thanks to her internships and school taking most of her time, this was Achiko's first chance to visit Izuku's workplace. If she wanted to learn what was going on with her friend and help him, she would have to talk to the pro-hero in charge there, Sir Night Eye. She wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. I will make him smile again, Achiko declared in her mind. Achiko slipped on her shoes, completing her uniform, then went to join Tsuyu in the common room. She was slightly hoping that Izuku would be there since they were heading to his workplace, but when she arrived, she found only Tsuyu and Katsuki, no sign of Izuku. She was still angry at Katsuki for not telling her anything, even though he clearly knew what was happening to her friend. Is he still being spiteful toward Izuku like at the beginning of the year? And here I thought he'd changed, Achiko thought. Shouldn't Izuku be here too? Achiko asked, to which Tsuyu explained, our classmate saw him leaving earlier this morning. Come on, let's go so we won't miss the train, Katsuki reminded them, earning a glare from the brunette. Achiko scoffed at him and started walking off. Tsuyu could only give Katsuki an apologetic look before joining her friend. Katsuki let out a sigh. He had expected that reaction, after all. Once they arrived at the Night Eye Agency, they found a number of pro-heroes present, a mix of big names and smaller ones. Among them were Grand Torino, Edge Shot, E-Lady, Kamui Woods, and even their class advisor, Eraserhead. Ryukyu and Gang Orca were also there, as they were the ones to apprehend the talking Nomu and Hasai members. Achiko looked around, trying to find Izuku, hoping that maybe they could talk after almost 2 weeks, even if just for a little bit, but the greenette was nowhere to be found. Achiko-chan, over here. Someone called her name, causing her to look over and find her Nijire senpai along with Ryukyu. Tsuyu had also joined them. She had gotten so caught up in looking for Izuku that she was left behind. Achiko walked towards them, apologizing for her earlier distraction. Just then, the door to the large meeting room opened, and Izuku emerged in his hero costume. He addressed the gathered crowd in a slightly monotone voice. Everyone, thank you for waiting patiently. The meeting will now begin. Achiko's eyes lit up at the sight of her friend, but she quickly noticed the dullness in his gaze, causing her to furrow her brows in concern. She stepped forward, eager to reach him, but was blocked by the other pro-heroes entering the meeting room. A hand landed on her shoulder, and she turned to find Tsuyu beside her. Achiko-chan, we're here for professional matters. If you want to talk to Izuku about personal things, it's best to wait until later, Tsuyu advised. Achiko hesitated but knew her friend was right. Okay, she agreed. Afterward, she, Tsuyu, Nijire, and Ryukyu entered the meeting room and took their seats. As the audience settled in, Achiko scanned the room, searching for Izuku, but he was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? She wondered. Achiko-chan, Tsuyu whispered, catching her attention. Remember what I told you. Focus on the meeting. I promise I'll help you with Izuku later, Karo. Thank you, Tsu-chan, Achiko replied, turning her focus to the meeting. Good day, everyone. I'm glad you could all make it, Mirai, seated at the front, greeted his guests. Let us get to the topic at hand. A few months ago, the League of Villains caused an incident at Hosu, where a number of nomes rampaged, injuring civilians and creating chaos, Mirai began. The police labeled it as a simple act of villainy, but the Hero Public Safety Commission suspected something more was at play. After all, the League of Villains is led by Tamura Shigaraki, who wouldn't send out nomes for no reason. To uncover the truth behind the Hosu incident, the commission formed a task force, the Hosu Task Force, consisting of Gang Orca, Ryukyu, MT Lady, Ed Shot, Kamui Woods, myself, and our respective agencies. He nodded to Bubble Girl, who took over. About 2 weeks after the task force was formed, we recalled numerous reports of tremors felt beneath buildings before the League of Villains was sighted. Initially dismissed as unrelated, we later realized they could be connected and decided to investigate. At first, we found nothing significant when we examined the areas beneath the buildings with tremor reports. However, we eventually discovered a site that appeared to have been recently disturbed. A thorough examination revealed it was a battleground that had been concealed afterward, Bubble Girl explained. With the discovery of this battleground, we concluded that the League had clashed with another group. We spent the next month investigating possible villain groups they might have encountered, Mirai continued. Only one stood out. He gestured to the projected image of the Shai Hasaikai. Weeks before the Hosu incident, their leader, Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul, and a small group from the Hasaikai were seemingly on the run, moving from location to location. On the day of the Hosu incident, they vanished from all radar, both in the surface world and the underworld. The reasons for this remain unclear, but it's highly likely that the League of Villains was pursuing Chisaki and his men, leading to a confrontation on the day of the incident. This was mostly circumstantial until we captured the talking Nomu, Mirai stated. Suddenly, Ryuko stood up and walked to the front. After running background checks on the men captured alongside the Nomu, we found that several were from the Shai Hasaikai. The rest were from outside the Yakuza group, but we'll address that later. As for the Nomu, DNA analysis revealed it was Joy Irinaka, Mimic, the general manager of the Hasaikai, Ryuko added. The transformation of Irinaka into a Nomu indicates that the Hasaikai indeed clashed with the League, but they likely lost, and their members were captured to be turned into nomes. Shota interrupted, does that mean their leader, Chisaki, was also turned into a Nomu? No, it seems he managed to escape the League, Ryuko replied. How can you be sure? A lesser-known hero asked. The men captured with the Nomu, Gran Torino interjected. Some of them were not members of the Hasaikai but belonged to other villain groups, correct? That is correct, Mirai confirmed. After learning this, we investigated these other groups and found faint traces of Kai Chisaki making deals with them. Although he erased most of his tracks, even the faint traces indicated he had been roaming freely in the past few months, likely searching for his captured men to rescue them. Which brings us to 3 days ago. Mirai paused before continuing. On the night the talking Nomu was captured, the Hasaikai received a shipment from a Southeast Asian country. A shipment of humans. The room fell silent as everyone processed this revelation. Human trafficking? Why would they need humans all of a sudden? An unnamed hero asked. Mirai's glasses glinted as he tilted his head. What do you think is needed to create nomes? Eyes widened in realization. The room grew quiet as they understood the implication. Mirai continued, assuming Chisaki raided the League's hideout, it's likely he didn't leave with just nomes. He probably accessed some research files and kept them. Katsuki clenched his fists. Another villain group was creating those monsters. And that is where all of you come in, Gang Orca stated as he stood up, and the image projected in front of them switched to a map of Japan with numerous marks on it. The Hosu task force was initially formed only to uncover what had preceded the Hosu incident. As such, it was formed with mostly pro-heroes and agencies based in the Kanto region. But for this, we will need the help of heroes from all over Japan, Gang Orca explained. These are all the possible places Chisaki could be hiding, he continued, referring to the image. Included are the properties the Hasaikai owns, as well as properties of the villain groups he made dealings with. Ryuko added, if we can capture Chisaki and get him to tell us how he found the Nomus or any information about the League at all, it will help in the takedown of Tamura Shigaraki. We're counting on all of you, Mirai told them. Izuku wiped the sweat off his brow after finally finishing mopping the second-level floors. He wasn't allowed into the heroes' meeting because Night Eye suspected him of being all for one son, so instead, he was left to clean the building. The green-haired boy made his way to the storeroom to return the janitor's mop. Afterwards, he planned to spend the rest of his time in the locker room, but as he approached what he considered the safest room in the building, the large meeting room's door opened, and the heroes came out. So the meeting's done, Izuku thought. He stood there, watching as most of the heroes headed downstairs to leave. He was in awe of the different heroes who attended the meeting, being the hero nerd that he was. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the fear that once these heroes were gone, Sir Night Eye's attention would return to him. Izuku imagined the intense glare Sir Night Eye would give him, the kind that felt heavy and oppressive. It always made him feel like he was beneath everyone else. The thought made him subconsciously rub his arms. Then someone called his name, Izuku. He turned to see the hero who could have been a much nicer boss to him if only he hadn't messed things up at Hosu. Gang Orca? Izuku feigned a bright tone and smile. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you too, the Orsinus user greeted with a slight smile. He then asked, so, how has your internship been? I hope they've been treating you well. Izuku winced slightly at the question but kept the smile on his face. It's been amazing actually. Thank you for referring me to this agency. He wasn't being sarcastic. He still had the utmost respect for the hero in front of him. The only one he blamed was himself for messing up at Hosu and for not realizing that going to this agency was a mistake. But where were you during the meeting? Gang Orca suddenly asked. You were the one who called the heroes in, so why did you disappear? Sir had me run an errand. I'm done with it now. Plus, I already knew the topics discussed in the meeting, so I didn't have to attend, Izuku told the pro-hero, offering a small lie. I see. Well, considering your talents, I wouldn't be surprised if you had contributed significantly to Night Eye's investigations, the Orsinus user complimented, even though the truth was that Night Eye never let Izuku near this case. Shota stood nearby, watching as Gang Orca and his green-haired student conversed. Izuku's right hand was grasping his left arm close to him, a gesture often made when someone is uncomfortable. Overall, his student's body language screamed that he didn't want to be there. It was nothing like the bright, confident student he knew. It still puzzled him, even days later, why Izuku would want to continue his internship here and why he would defend Sir Night Eye despite being proof of the man's wrongdoing. Then someone called Shota by his hero name, Eraserhead. He looked over to see who it was, only to furrow his brows at the sight of the person. Speak of the devil. I was surprised to see you at the meeting, Mirai stated as he walked toward the Erasure hero. I didn't expect you to attend. I only came after I received an email asking for me to appear. To tell the truth, I'm surprised I was even invited, Shota retorted, glaring at his co-worker's former sidekick. Mirai was slightly taken aback by the former's words. I see. Actually, you weren't even on the list of heroes to be contacted, though Bubble Girl probably included you by accident, he bluntly stated. But it's good that you were able to come, Mirai told him, then reached out his hand for a shake. I look forward to working with you. Shota frowned at the man but accepted the handshake. Likewise. Shota wanted to bring up the case with his student, but before he could, Mirai suddenly said, Now, if you'd excuse me, I need to meet with someone right now. After that, Mirai went on his way. Shota let out a deep, frustrated sigh and looked back at his student, just as Gang Orca bid the green-haired boy farewell and left. Shota watched as the bright and warm smile on his student's face faded, replaced by a blank and dull expression. He tried to approach his student to talk, but lost him among the heroes who were leaving. Shota frowned at himself for losing track of his student. Mirai made his way up the stairs to the 5th floor where a lounge was located. Once he arrived, he found the old man who had wanted to speak with him, standing by the window and looking out at the streets. Gran Torino wasn't part of the original Hosu task force, but after his assistance during the raid on the League's hideout and in the fight against All for One, he was recognized by the Hero Public Safety Commission and included in the meeting. Yet, Mirai sensed that the old man wasn't there to discuss the investigation. If he were, he would have spoken up by now. No, he had a different reason for wanting to talk to Mirai. "Let's discuss All for One's son," the old man said, as if he had read Mirai's mind. "I see. So All Might told you too," Mirai replied, adjusting his glasses. The old man scoffed. "Of course. After I heard about your theory, I monitored him myself. I followed him on his patrols. Strangely enough, he goes out every day," the older hero noted. "You're not overworking the kid, are you?" the older hero asked. "Of course not," Mirai replied, walking closer to his idol's mentor. "I still have to abide by the laws of employment." Sorahiko sneered at that comment. "But please, continue." Mirai looked down at the older hero and asked in an almost challenging tone, "What did you observe from him?" "Well, he has a good grasp on his quirk. He might need to refine some of his movements, but he's working on them. His quirk seems to be a body enhancement type," Sorahiko commented. Mirai had planned to refute that statement, but before he could, the old man continued. "Or if we go by your theory, his current quirk." The tone Sorahiko used sounded skeptical, which visibly irritated Mirai. "As for his heroism," Sorahiko continued, "just yesterday, I watched him save a young man who was having a mental health crisis from being hit by a truck. He helped the man through his episode and even offered to take him to a hospital, all while wearing a bright smile. I noticed that whenever he talks or comforts those he saves, he always removes his mask to show them his smile," Sorahiko observed. "Earlier on my way here, I saw that smile of his up close." Mirai raised an eyebrow in confusion as the older hero continued. "As expected from what you've been putting him through, he looked exhausted. His eyes seemed too tired for someone his age. Yet when I bumped into him and he turned to apologize, he didn't let any of that show through. His smile. It was as if he didn't want to share his sadness with me, so he kept it hidden." Mirai tried once again to counter the older man, but Sorahiko wouldn't let him. "If you're going to say that a villain can easily fake that smile, then you're mistaken. You can't fake the exhaustion in his eyes, and you certainly can't fake a smile like his that lifts you up and prevents you from falling." "No," Sorahiko paused, then continued, "those were genuine. Could tell. You should know something like that, considering you were Tashinori's sidekick." Mirai felt a slight agitation toward the old man in front of him, yet all he could do was raise his chin and look down at Sorahiko. "And I don't know if you forgot," Sorahiko reminded Mirai, "but I was there in Kamino. I watched as All for One's son, a kid who had just come out of the hospital after battling villains and sustaining serious injuries, risk his life to save his classmate. Now tell me, Mirai, why on earth would All for One's son do that? Especially when the other heroes hadn't even arrived yet to witness his act of heroism. Which begs the question, what will you do if this kid ends up not being related to that monster after all?" Sorahiko asked Mirai. All Might's former sidekick remained quiet, his glasses glinting as he adjusted them. "Surely, you don't truly believe that?" he asked the old man. Sorahiko frowned at the question. "What are you talking about?" "I don't think you're aware, but I know," Mirai stated, one of the lenses of his glasses glinting. "I know that Nana Shimura's daughter is the mother of All for One's son, Tamura Shigaraki. All Might told me the day he came to my office." He looked down at the old man. "If this kid is indeed another one of that man's offspring, then that would mean he's also Nana Shimura's grandson. That's why you came to defend him, right? That's why you pointed out that smile of his. Because it reminded you of your old friend." Sorahiko glared at Mirai. "If you didn't think I was right, you wouldn't have come here to defend the kid to the extent that you have. Not unless he might be your old friend's family," Mirai concluded. "You know I'm right, Gran Torino." "Let me clarify your question," Mirai said, bending slightly to meet Sorahiko's gaze. "You were really asking, what am I going to do if this kid doesn't break?" Sorahiko frowned at Mirai's words. "You shouldn't care for him, Gran Torino. He may have Nana Shimura's blood, but that blood has been tainted by All for One. The boy carries the blood of a villain, not a hero." And don't worry, he will break. Once he does, I'll have his father right where I want him, Mirai declared confidently. Sorahiko grumbled to himself, thinking, Tashinori, you're right. Your former partner has lost his mind. His obsession with all for one has blinded him. Kid, I'm truly sorry for what you're going through. Well, Mirai prompted, breaking Sorahiko's train of thought. Was that all you wanted to discuss? Sorahiko glared at him before letting out a sigh. No. I also wanted to check on that Bakugo kid. How has he been under your care? Are you treating him the same way as Midoriya? Mirai hummed thoughtfully. You could say that. I had to change my approach quite a bit. Bakugo is a tougher one. Whatever I throw at him, he takes it head on, and it doesn't even faze him, more like he uses it to fuel his determination. It's become quite frustrating. Sorahiko chuckled. That was the same with me when I trained him. That kid never backed down. Mirai grimaced. I still don't understand why All Might chose him in the first place. He only started this noble journey after being selected. Before that, he was arrogant and pushed everyone around him down. He seems the opposite of All Might's vision of the symbol of peace, so why him? The older hero chuckled at the question. Even I'm puzzled. When I asked Tashinori why he chose Bakugo, he just said it felt right. He claimed something inside him urged him to pick Bakugo. Mirai let out an exasperated sigh, drawing Sorahiko's attention back to him. But Bakugo has come a long way, I must admit. If he keeps this up, he might just become the next All Might, Sorahiko said with a slight smile, though he quickly wiped it away. Good luck with your plan to pass one for all to that Togata kid, Sorahiko said as he prepared to leave. As he walked down the stairs, he passed two female UA students, one with brown hair and the other with a unique quirk. Once he reached the first floor, he decided to check on Nana's grandson. He correctly guessed the boy was in the locker room and found him sleeping peacefully. One of your grandsons has turned out just like you, Nana. Watch over him. Sir Knight, we need to talk to you, Achiko said, standing determinedly before him. Tsuyu stood beside her, ready to support her friend. You two are Ryukyu's new interns, right? What do you want to discuss? Mirai asked. Sir, we want to talk about our friend, Achiko replied. Your friend? Mirai's interest piqued. Yes, our friend, Izuku, Achiko stated, and Mirai's expression shifted as he recalled Izuku's future. Sir Knight, ever since he came here, he's changed. He's become the sad Izuku I've seen lately. He's built walls between us and won't talk to us. Whatever you're doing to him, we want you to stop, Achiko demanded. Sir, Tsuyu added, we have reason to believe Izuku is being mistreated in your agency. We demand that you stop and release him from your employment, or we will report this to the Hero Association, and you could lose your hero license and agency. Achiko's eyes widened at Tsuyu's boldness. She hadn't expected her friend to escalate things so far, but she decided to support her. If this is what it takes. Mirai adjusted his glasses, then asked, on what grounds? Achiko flinched, but Tsuyu remained unfazed as Mirai approached them. Go ahead, report me. An investigation will follow, but what will they find? What evidence of mistreatment do you have? Witnesses? What can they witness? Bruises? I haven't harmed a single hair on that boy's head. Overwork? He only works 4 hours a day, not exceeding 30 hours a week. I'd say he's lucky to have such a flexible schedule. Mirai stood before the two girls, casting a shadow over them. Sudden changes in behavior? That boy is a skilled liar and actor. Do you really think anyone would believe him? You speak as if you know him well enough to label these changes as uncharacteristic. But I must ask, Izuku's friend, Mirai said, addressing Achiko. How well do you really know Izuku Midoriya? Izuku remained still as he watched the villain's hand reach for his face. His green eyes, though lacking their usual brightness, struggled to focus on the hand of the person in front of him. Instead, they were drawn to the villain's face, which shifted between a scarred visage and that of someone he loved and respected. At first, the villain's face was a blur, but as seconds passed, it became clearer. The constant transformation began to slow until it was just the face of. But before Izuku could get a good look, his eyes snapped open, and he found himself still in the locker room of the Night Eye Agency. He hadn't realized he had fallen asleep. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. That dream again. Deciding to push the dream aside, he focused on his job. He wouldn't be released for at least another 30 minutes, and he hoped Sir Night Eye wouldn't find out he had dozed off. What kind of scolding could he expect? Villains are lazy? Villains are loafers? Izuku chuckled at the thought. They didn't sound nearly as harsh as some of the other things Sir could say. It brought a genuine smile to his face for a moment. However, his smile soon faded, and he decided to leave the locker room. He headed to the second floor, to the large meeting room, to see if his co-workers needed help cleaning up. No, thank you, Izuku. You already volunteered to mop the building floors, so you've done a lot, Karakoko told him. Thank you for your hard work, Centipeder added, and Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Izuku, Karakoko continued, 2 UA girls were asking for you and Sir earlier. They wanted to talk. I didn't know where you were, so I only told them where Sir was. They're probably talking to him now. Izuku's eyes widened at her words, and he cut her off in a panic. Where's Sir Night Eye now? Karakoko and Juzo were taken aback by the urgency in his voice but quickly answered, at the 5th floor, in the lounge. As soon as he got his answer, Izuku bolted for the stairs, leaving his 2 senpai behind. He activated his speed quirk and raced up the stairs. Moments later, he reached the final flight and could hear the conversation through one of his hearing quirks. But I have to ask, Izuku's friend. Just how well do you know Izuku Midoriya? Mirai's voice made Izuku grit his teeth. He ran faster, determined to reach the lounge before Mirai could say anything more damaging. How can you be sure that this strange behavior isn't his true self? Or that the person you know as your friend is even real? Do you even know the true him? Izuku saw the shock on Achiko's face after hearing Mirai's questions, and fear gripped him. He dreaded the thought of Mirai revealing his theory about him being all for one's son, and he feared his friends would turn away from him. He didn't want to see that same look of disdain in their eyes that Sir Night Eye often gave him. He couldn't bear to lose any more friends after Shinso. He wanted to hold onto those he cherished. As much as he wanted to stop Mirai from asking those hurtful questions, by the time he arrived, he was too out of breath to speak, still recovering from his sprint. Achiko-chan. Su-chan, he called, catching the attention of the 3 in the room. Izuku-in. Achiko exclaimed, surprised and relieved to see him. Izuku approached them, trying to muster the smile he usually wore to reassure others, but it faltered. Was it the fears still swirling in his mind, or was it harder to hide his true feelings from those he cared about most? Midoriya, good timing, Mirai said, making Izuku look over. Please guide your classmates to the 1st floor so they can leave, he ordered, walking past the 3 students. He paused beside Izuku to whisper, they are your classmates, right? After all, someone like you can't possibly have friends. Izuku furrowed his brows, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Mirai straightened and began to walk away. Achiko's concern deepened as she witnessed Izuku's reluctant agreement. He shouldn't be agreeing, they were friends. Izuku-in. Please, leave, Izuku interrupted, catching her off guard. Did he really believe what Mirai said? He looked at her with teary eyes. Please, Achiko, just leave, he pleaded, his voice trembling. Achiko frowned in worry, gritting her teeth. Then she called out, Sir. Mirai turned back, unfazed by her anger. Izuku panicked when Achiko called for Sir Night Eye. He tried to stop her, but she pressed on. I don't know the true him. I don't know everything about him. But that's why I want him to be free from you. So he can stop holding himself back and be our friend again. Whoever he may be, he's our friend, and we will accept him wholeheartedly. Izuku's eyes widened, tears welling at her words. Mirai, however, dismissed her and continued on his way. Achiko was about to call him back, but Izuku stopped her. Achiko-chan, that's enough, he said softly. Achiko looked back at him to find tears streaming down his cheeks. She was taken aback to see her friend suddenly crying, and she became flustered, thinking she had done something wrong. Izuku-in? Why are crying? Why did Izuku? But she was proven wrong when Izuku grabbed both of her hands and held them tightly within his own, smiling even as more tears continued to flow down his face. "Thank you, Achikatan," Izuku said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I really appreciate what you just said." Achiko couldn't believe what she was witnessing. "He's smiling again." Her eyes began to well up with tears of joy as well. "After all of this is done, let's be friends again, okay?" Izuku said with a big smile, causing Achiko's tears to finally spill over. She mirrored his huge smile and replied, "I'll look forward to that, Izuku-an." Almost 3 weeks after Kai Chisaki's resurfacing, Tenko exclaimed as he sat by his work table in his room, "Finally, it's done." He stretched his arms and back after a hard day's work. He had just hung up from a call with Adohira, reporting that the task Tenko had assigned was complete. Now, all that was left to do was wait for the heroes to handle the rest. Finally, this whole fiasco with the Hazsai would come to an end. It had been a challenging first task after Tenko's succession, but even he had to admit it felt somewhat pointless. Tenko stood up from his chair and did one final stretch. "Alright, now what do I do?" he asked himself. Having completed all his organizational responsibilities, he found himself with the rest of the evening free. Suddenly having nothing to do felt strange. He was about to lay down on his bed to rest when he caught sight of the time. A smile crept onto his face. Maybe I should celebrate this win over Chisaki by teasing Izuku on the phone. Then he realized, where's my personal phone? I don't think I've had it with me for a whole week. He began searching for his missing phone in his room under the tables, beneath his bedsheets and pillows, inside the drawers and in his closet, but it was nowhere to be found. Where did I put it? He wondered, scratching the back of his head. Could one of the members have found it? No, that seemed unlikely. They would have returned it right away, and none of them had acted strangely around him lately, so none of them had probably looked inside. He let out a sigh and decided to leave his room to continue his search for the missing phone. Maybe Kurogyari has seen it. He made his way to the lounge where Kurogyari often spent his free time. At first, Tenko found it strange to see him sitting there instead of standing and wiping glasses, but he had slowly gotten used to it. "Tamura, you're out of your room. Is Aniki's task done?" Kurogyari asked as Tenko entered through the door. "Yeah," Tenko replied, then asked, "Kurogyari, have you seen my other phone? The one with the blue case? I think I misplaced it somewhere." Kurogyari stared blankly at him for a moment before letting out a sigh and walking toward one of the drawers in the room. He retrieved Tenko's blue phone and handed it over. "You left this lying around while the League was here a week ago. Had I not noticed it, one of them could have taken it and checked its contents. Were you hoping for your secret to be exposed?" Kurogyari reprimanded him, his expression serious. Tenko pouted and took a step back, responding playfully, "I'll be careful next time." He then focused his attention on his phone. Kurogyari could only let out a sigh. Tenko was delighted to find his phone still had over 50% battery life even after being left alone for a week. With a gleeful smile, he dialed his little brother's number. "Sorry, this call's a little late, Izuku," Tenko said as he placed the phone against his ear. That day was unusual, as Izuku noted. Instead of being in his supplementary classes as he should have been, he had excused himself and asked permission to use one of the gyms for training. He even requested permission over the phone, rather than in person, which was his usual approach. He wanted to avoid people as much as possible that day. The sound of running water echoed throughout the shower room of the gym. Izuku cupped his hands under the faucet and splashed his face with the cold water, not caring that some of it missed and soaked his body instead. He wasn't wearing a shirt anyway. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Looking up at the mirror, he let out a small chuckle. The black eye was starting to change color. It had been red earlier. After Achiko had given him the words of acceptance he didn't know he had been waiting for since Sir Naitai's reminder, he decided he was done being pushed around by the pro hero. At first, it had been something simple. He tried his best to ignore Sir Naitai's words. It took time, but he managed to tune them out. He could master a new quirk combo in under 10 days, right? Compared to that, this was nothing. On that day, Izuku finally decided to stand up for himself and defend his dad. "My dad is the kindest man I know." He's not the villain you accuse him of being. If anyone's the villain here, it's you. You're not a hero, Knight. You don't deserve to be called one. Izuku thought it was a good comeback to that poor excuse of a human being, and he felt a brief surge of satisfaction. But that feeling quickly faded when a hard object struck his right eye. Sir Night Eye had never been physical before that day. Izuku hadn't seen that blow coming, and before he knew it, he was on the floor with Sir Night Eye's foot pressing down on his head. All for One's son has no right to call me a villain. Villains like you and your father, whose sins have stripped away your humanity, have no right to judge who is a hero and who is not. Night Eye probably kicked him a few times while saying that, but Izuku couldn't remember. I really hit a nerve back there, Izuku thought, chuckling to himself. Once he finished putting on a gray shirt, he grabbed his things and started heading back to the dorms. He planned to sneak into his room through the balcony, not wanting anyone to see the marks left by Night Eye. Cover that up, Midoriya, or I'll let everyone know about your secret. Just as he exited the gym locker room, his phone rang. He stopped in his tracks, letting out an annoyed sigh as he closed his eyes. Who could it be? I really don't want to talk to anyone right now. If it's Dad, even less so. Izuku debated letting his phone ring but ultimately decided to answer. He fished his phone out of his bag, furrowing his brows when he saw the caller ID. His eyes started to water as he read the name. What took you so long to call, you idiot? He thought as he accepted the call and placed the phone against his ear. Hello there, little brother. How are you doing? Izuku's older brother greeted brightly. Izuku covered his mouth to stifle a sob as tears began to flow. He couldn't help but curl up, overwhelmed by his emotions. It felt like years since he had heard his brother's voice, the one person who had always been there for him, always protected him. Where was he when Izuku needed him most? Hey, you there? Tenko asked after Izuku had stayed quiet for too long. Izuku struggled to find words. He was so glad to hear his brother's voice, yet so angry that it took him this long to call. His eyes couldn't stop crying. Still, he tried to respond, opening his mouth to say whatever he could at that moment. Please come home. His voice broke, and he could no longer hide his tears from his brother. Tenko, please come home. I need you. I need my big brother. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know if I can keep doing this. Night Eye keeps saying Dad is a villain. I want to defend him, but I can't take the abuse anymore. Izuku cried between sobs. Tenko, please. Izuku pleaded as he fell to his knees. I want to keep believing Dad isn't a villain, but I just don't know anymore. Tenko, please come home. I feel so alone. Izuku begged. Kurogiri observed his master's eldest son as he stood still and quiet, tears streaming down his face. Tenko clenched his free fist, trying to suppress the sound of his own. He had to appear strong for his little brother. Where are you right now? Are you at UA? Tenko asked. Izuku hummed in affirmation over the phone. Good. Just calm down, okay? I'll. His voice cracked. He gulped, struggling to continue. But Tenko couldn't find the words. His legs felt weak and he had to sit down. Just stay there. Okay? He told Izuku, the only words he could muster at that moment. Okay. Izuku replied weakly. Then Tenko ended the call. He laid his phone down on the table in front of him and buried his face in his hands as tears continued to flow. He sat there quietly for a while before letting out a loud, defeated howl of anguish, followed by more sobs. Kurogiri remained silent, allowing his master's eldest to express his vulnerability. He watched as Tenko continued to cry, flinching when his name was suddenly called in a hostile tone. Kurogiri. Why is Tamura? He nervously asked. The young man raised his head from his hands, revealing the red eyes he inherited from their father, still overflowing with tears but filled with anger. Open a gate to our home. I want to have a word with my father. Hisashi leaned back in his chair, reading a book he had taken from one of the shelves. Ever since he regained his sight and had less to do after retiring, he had mostly been rereading the books he had collected over the years. He had already heard about what Mirai Sasaki did to Izuku earlier that day. He felt proud that his son had been standing up for himself, but Hisashi wished he hadn't taken it a step further. Hisashi looked up from his book when he noticed a disturbance in the air. He closed his book with a sigh, realizing that Tenko must know already. A black portal appeared, and out stepped Tenko, his eyes slightly puffy from crying, with traces of tears hastily wiped away. Hisashi couldn't help but see his wife and his son at that moment so vulnerable. He brushed that thought aside and, acting as if he didn't know, asked, "Tenko, I'm surprised to see you here. What warranted this visit? A call would have sufficed." Tenko grimaced at the mention of a call. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his anger as he asked his father, "Did you know?" Hisashi hummed, pretending to be oblivious. "Know about what?" Tenko gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling over. "Dad, did you know about what's happening with Izuku?" Hisashi's cold stare caught Tenko off guard. Then he replied, "And what if I did?" Tenko exploded, "Then why haven't you done anything?" "Dad, you promised me you'd take care of Izuku. You should have gotten him out of that place after you learned that Hiro was hurting him. That Hiro has been hurting him because he knows who you are. He even told Izuku that you're a villain. How do you plan on dealing with this?" Hisashi remained silent for a few seconds before giving a simple answer, "I don't." His father's response shocked Tenko. "What do you mean? Why?" he asked, his brows furrowing in concern. "It was a lost cause. With the conditions Mirai Sasaki imposed on Izuku, I had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Not to mention, Izuku already knew I was all for one, so I didn't see the point in wasting time saving what has already been lost," Hisashi stated matter-of-factly, making Tenko's eyes widen. "What are you?" "Izuku. Already knew. Since when? Did you tell him?" Tenko's voice trembled. "Of course not. I wouldn't dare break the deal we made all those years ago," Hisashi replied with a smirk, leaning back in his chair. "No, Izuku figured it out on his own. I don't know when his true suspicions began, but if I had to guess, it was most likely the moment he ran to me and heard my voice when we first returned home," Hisashi explained. "I didn't pick up on it immediately because he made his thoughts more difficult to access," he added, looking at his son with a slightly proud smile. "Did you know your brother figured out a way to counteract my mind-reading quirk? It definitely took me by surprise when I realized it. It was impressive. Though that should have been expected. With 6 years of my absence, there was bound to be a thing or two that would surprise me," Hisashi admitted, not noticing his eldest's eyes widening with anger. "What else?" Tenko suddenly asked, making Hisashi look over at him. "What else are you hiding from me?" "Dad." Tenko's voice rose, tears beginning to well in his eyes. "You knew that Shinso Kid was Izuku's friend, but you didn't try to stop me from taking him, and Izuku ended up putting his own life in danger for him. You knew he had his suspicions about you but didn't tell me when I had every right to know. And you knew my little brother was going through hell, yet you said nothing again. Why, Dad? Why didn't you tell me anything?" Tenko shouted, tears streaming down his face, but Hisashi simply stared with an indifferent expression. After a few seconds of silence, Hisashi finally spoke. "Tenko, do you know what your greatest weakness is?" The unexpected question left Tenko speechless, so Hisashi answered for him. "It's Izuku, Tenko. Your greatest weakness is your brother. The moment your brother is even mentioned, you lose your focus and start acting rashly. The only things filling your mind at that moment are thoughts of how to get to him quickly. That's why I told you I'd handle Izuku, so you could focus on your true responsibilities," Hisashi stated bluntly. "You've done well in handling the Hazai, haven't you? Had I told you that Izuku knows I'm all for one or that All Might's former partner has been abusing your brother, do you think you would have been able to deal with your task at hand?" he asked, leaving Tenko unable to respond. Then Hisashi flashed a warm smile at his son. "But I would like to congratulate you on overcoming this obstacle. Very well done." Tenko clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as his tears continued to flow. "Still, you should have told me," he said, his voice breaking. "I had no idea what my own brother was going through. All those times I could have been by his side. All those times I could have saved him. All those times I wasn't able to keep my promise to him because I wasn't there." Tenko continued to weep, guilt consuming him. Hisashi watched his eldest with a displeased look before letting out a sigh and standing up to walk toward him. He gently wiped the tears from Tenko's face and pulled him close for a hug. "I'm sorry, Tenko. This was the only way I could think of to save Izuku and keep our secret safe. I promise I'll fix everything, just make sure you keep your end of our deal, is that understood?" Hisashi asked his son. Tenko sniffled, burying his face deeper into his father's shirt. "Yes, Dad." Hisashi smiled at his son's response. "I'm glad to hear that." In the shadows, a ghostly figure's eyes narrowed at the sight before vanishing. "I'll come back home as soon as I can, okay? Just hang in there." That was what Tenko told Izuku after he called again that day. From then on, his big brother never failed to call every night to check up on him before he went to sleep. Even though he was far away, Tenko tried to make it feel like he was right beside Izuku, and he appreciated that so much. Izuku missed his brother and was glad they were allies in the matter at hand. "Midoriya." An old man's voice made Izuku jump and turn around to face the speaker, only to find it was Gran Torino. "Gran Torino. Izuku started to stammer, making the old man chuckle. A gesture that seemed to calm Izuku down made him smile a bit. "Gran Torino, I just want to thank you for taking me into your team for this mission. I was actually surprised when you chose me," Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. Don't mention it," the old man replied. "The moment I heard you were going on this mission, I thought it would be best if I took you instead. You don't really enjoy being with Mirai, do you?" Izuku was taken aback by the old man's statement and immediately tried to refute it with his usual excuses. "No, sirs, actually." But the old hero cut him off. "You don't have to lie to me, Midoriya. I know everything about what Mirai has been up to." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and without thinking he blurted, "Why you know about Mai?" "Yes," the old man answered, causing Izuku to feel a wave of dread. But then Gran Torino continued, "But you're a good kid, Midoriya. After this mission is over, I'll help you deal with Mirai and your father, so hang in there, alright kid?" After that, the old man walked away to talk to the police officers accompanying them on this mission. Izuku was left frozen in place by the old man's words. "He'll help me deal with Dad? What did he mean by that? Does he also think that Dad is a bad person?" Izuku pondered. "If only I had a mind-reading quirk like Dad, I'd know. No, if only I had a mind-reading quirk from the very beginning, I'd know the truth and wouldn't have to deal with all this confusion." Izuku clenched his fists. "Kukuku." Izuku heard faint laughter echoing in his mind. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder, making him look over to find his class advisor. "Aizawa-sensei." "It's Eraserhead outside of school," the pro hero reminded him. "Oh, sorry, Eraserhead." Izuku apologized with an awkward smile. Shota noticed that his student had kept his costume's hood on since earlier that day. Last he checked, Izuku usually removed it when he wasn't in combat mode. Could he be hiding something underneath? Shota decided to brush the matter off for later. Right now, they were about to go on an important mission. It was best to focus on that first. "Watch out for my back and I'll watch out for yours, alright?" Shota told him. Izuku flashed a huge smile and enthusiastically nodded. "Yes, sir." 3 days ago, the Night Eye Agency received a parcel containing a flash drive with crucial information about Kai Chisaki's base of operations. It included a list of the personnel working at the site, as well as the floor plans of the facility where they were experimenting with the manufacturing of Nomu. The parcel had been sent anonymously. After verifying the information within the drive, the Hosu task force convened once again to prepare for the raid. 5 teams were formed, each with a specific task. First, the team tasked with subduing and capturing Kai Chisaki, Sir Night Eye, Lemillion, and Dynamite, Katsuki. Second, the team responsible for locating the lab on site and apprehending its researchers, Gran Torino, Eraserhead, and Izuku. Third, the team tasked with saving the human trafficking victims intended for Nomu manufacturing, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, Centipeder, Bubble Girl, Froppy, and Uravity. This team was to be split into 2 to cover the 2 separate holding chambers at the site. Fourth, the team assigned to guard the 4 exit points of the site, Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Nijire-chan, and MT Lady. Each hero was assigned an exit and would be assisted by the police force. Lastly, the team responsible for capturing site personnel, the police force. Each team was to be supported by a number of police officers who would handle the site personnel they encountered, allowing the heroes to focus on their own tasks. The heroes turned on their earpieces meant for communication with the other teams and waited for the cue to begin. Izuku took a deep breath and put on his costume's lower mask. He closed his eyes behind his visors for a moment as he prepared the quirks for his Arahabaki combo. "Stay strong, all right, Izuku?" His big brother's voice echoed in his mind, giving him strength. Then a voice came through his earpiece. "All teams move in." Izuku opened his eyes as he exhaled, matching the speed of his pro-hero teammates as they all simultaneously entered the building where Kai Chisaki was hiding. And with that, the raid began. "I'll fix Tenko's hands and add in Mama Inko's hands later. I actually already tried, but as you can see, I erased it because hands are incredibly difficult to draw. And yes, I did give Inko the iconic dead mom anime hairstyle. It felt appropriate. Also, fun fact, exactly as I was sketching this, someone commented on the last chapter and asked if Hisashi used to mistreat Inko because of the phrasing of the sentence where Hisashi said he was reminded of Inko after seeing the vulnerable Tenko. And the only thing I want to say to that is, no way. Yes, Hisashi may be a flawed father in some respects, but don't you dare think he'd stoop so low as to mistreat his own wife. Don't you dare put him on the same level as Endeavor. Hisashi is far superior. Yes, I did just defend and praise him after I published the last chapter, which was quite critical of him. A smear campaign that I seem to have been waiting to make for months. Really contradictory, isn't it? In fact, I even want to say this. I take it back. I take it back. Please like Hisashi again. I promise he's a good guy. I really do. So please like him back. I want to take the last chapter back. The building where Kai Chisaki's base of operations is located has 6 floors in total. The first 4 floors, 3 above ground and 1 below, the parking lot, serve as the cover of a normal factory plant. The remaining 2 underground floors are Chisaki's true base. Both floors stretch much further than the factory above, at least 3 times the area of the first 4 floors, and each floor is structured like a maze. Without a map, the guards, all of whom were required to memorize the schematics of the floors, could easily use the maze-like structure to corner any intruders. It took Adohira all of his 4 hours of invisibility per day to explore and draw up a map of 1 floor. With only 2 floors, he managed to complete the task within 2 days. The heroes couldn't risk making shortcuts by breaking down walls, as doing so might compromise the entire structure and cause a whole city block to collapse. That's one reason why the task force opted to put Gang Orca in the 4th team instead. Chisaki's hideout is right under a downtown area, and Gang Orca's abilities might become a liability instead of an advantage if he were to enter. At the east and west wings of the first floor, respectively, lie the 2 holding chambers containing the human trafficking victims, the target locations of the 3rd team led by Edgeshot and Kamui Woods. At the south wing of the 2nd lowest floor lies the laboratory, the target location of the 2nd team, led by Gran Torino. Then at the north wing of the same floor, probably the 2nd most time-consuming trip of all locations, after the lab, was Chisaki's office, the target location of the 1st team, led by Sir Night Eye. At least 10 minutes have already passed since the heroes stormed into the building, and he was notified, but there he still sat, swiveling in his chair while his fingers were intertwined, thinking out loud to himself as the Shin Noma watched. Shigaraki decided to send the heroes to do his dirty work. In him, Kai cursed. As he had correctly assumed from the beginning, the emergency exits had already been blocked off by the heroes in the 4th team. He could easily create his own exit from where he was, but leaving was not an option for him. Everything he had left he put into building that place. He couldn't just leave it all behind. He couldn't afford to start over again. Kai gritted his teeth under his mask. How the hell was Shigaraki even able to find this place? Overhaul, what are we going to do? The Shin Nomo asked. Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he tried to think. Shigaraki wanted him captured by the heroes to get him out of the way. Well, he wouldn't let that happen easily. Kai stood up from his seat and answered Shin's question. We fight. We'll fight and defeat those heroes. Afterwards, we'll take whatever we can save and move our base of operations, Kai told the Shin Nomu, adding his resolute declaration. I won't lose to Shigaraki again. This is Team 3A reporting. We have encountered a Nomu at the entrance of the holding chamber. Team 3B reporting. Same situation here. Sorahiko, Gran Torino, opened his comms as well and reported, this is Team, we've encountered a black Nomu 10 minutes away from the location of their lab. The leaders of the other teams reacted to hearing about the color of the Nomu as more Hasai guards arrived from the connected hallways and formed a defensive formation in front of the Nomu. Are you going to need backup? Gang Orca asked over the comms. We'll be taking a little longer to finish our job, but there's no need. We can handle this, Sorahiko informed Kugo through the comms. A number of the Hasai men were armed with guns, while others had their quirks at the ready. Sorahiko tried to think of a way to get through them quickly. We shouldn't need to worry about the police officers behind us since they have enough armor and shields. But that's quite a number of men. Midoriya. Sorahiko's eyes widened as Eraserhead called for the kid's name, and the two of them had to watch as the kid in green charged towards the enemy. Almost immediately, the Hasai started firing bullets and unleashing quirk attacks on the green-haired boy after his sudden advance. Using thought acceleration, he was able to keep track of every projectile heading his way. He avoided the quirk attacks while catching as many bullets as he could with his hands. Once he couldn't catch any more, he used his gravity manipulation quirk on the bullets, and with air cannon, he shot them back at the Hasai men, purposefully hitting non-fatal areas like their arms and legs to incapacitate them. A number of those in front were forced to kneel on the ground after getting hit. The Hasai and the police force alike were in shock after witnessing this kid's abilities. But Izuku wasn't done. The two sides watched as air was SED onto the green-haired boy's right leg. At the same time, the boy was strengthening the air cannon he was generating. Once he had built up enough power, he wounded his leg back. The Hasai men could see the boy preparing to unleash his attack, but for some reason, they were frozen in place, as if bound by invisible chains that prevented them from escaping. Izuku took a deep breath before releasing his attack, Hanketsu. He kicked, sending a powerful blast that sent the Hasai guards flying. Sorahiko, Shota, and the police force braced themselves as the wind from Izuku's attack rushed toward them. Once the dust settled, their eyes widened at the sight of many Hasai guards knocked down to the ground. Sorahiko was speechless. He didn't know how to react. This kid had recklessly charged into the enemy line and unleashed an attack that could have harmed his allies in the confined space. He was torn between reprimanding the boy for his recklessness and acknowledging the urgency of the situation. One thought rang clear in his mind: I can't let this kid join his father's side. Izuku's eyes widened beneath his mask as he saw an arrow-shaped appendage of the Nomu charging toward him. He quickly dodged the attack and advanced to counter. Air was drawn toward his right leg, but just as he was about to unleash his attack, he realized he needed to change his approach. Instead of attacking, he redirected his air cannon to propel himself back toward his teammates. This sudden retreat puzzled Gran Torino and the police force. Just moments ago, he had been on the offensive. Why had he pulled back? Izuku stumbled slightly, losing his balance for a moment, but quickly steadied himself. Shota's worry grew as he noticed the stumble. Izuku's quirk could be harmful if overused, and this could be a sign of the thief. I almost forgot about the 1-minute limit on acceleration. If it had timed out while I was in the Nomu's reach, I would have been in serious trouble. Izuku scolded himself internally. He looked up at the Nomu, but all he could see was a dark blur. Time to switch. Activating quirk, infrared vision. Underneath his mask, his pupils turned crimson red as his vision adjusted to infrared. Midoriya, are you all right? His teacher asked, and he quickly nodded. I'm fine, Eraserhead, he replied. Good, Shota said, relieved. Gran Torino chimed in. Kid, don't just charge into enemy lines without informing us first. It's a team effort. We need to back you up. Why yes, sir, Izuku said apologetically. Not that I can complain. You handled the grunts well. Now, we just need to deal with the Nomu. Sorahiko saw the silver lining and ordered Shota, Eraserhead, you and the police head to the lab. The boy and I will catch up. We'll handle this. Shota nodded and rallied the police. Everyone, let's move. He and the police took a different hallway, leaving Gran Torino and Izuku to confront the Nomu. At the Hasai lab, scientists and researchers scrambled to gather their equipment while Hari tried to buy them time to escape. They had about 15 minutes to collect everything essential before meeting Chisaki at a rendezvous point for a new exit. Suddenly, the massive lab doors flew open, crashing into 2 scientists and injuring several others. The Hasai men gasped, realizing the heroes had arrived earlier than expected. They prepared to fight, but to their confusion, no one was visible. Then, one of the guardsmen staggered as an unseen force struck him, causing him to bleed profusely. Despite his efforts to stop the flow, he collapsed to the floor. Those who witnessed the scene were stunned, and before they could comprehend what was happening, one by one, they faced a similar fate. Some fell to unseen attacks, while others were incapacitated in ways that left them reeling. As the unseen assailant continued their work, the blood of the fallen began to paint the scene red. The remaining Hasai men, now aware of the danger, unleashed everything they had in a desperate attempt to fight back. The assailant, a figure wreathed in flames, revealed himself, leaving the remaining guards disoriented and confused. Before long, the commotion ceased, and the lab fell silent. Adohira stood amidst the chaos, his long coat stained with the evidence of his actions. He removed the coat, knowing it had served its purpose, and tossed it aside. Pulling out a transceiver, he noted a green dot moving toward him on the small screen. With a determined look, he turned to leave the room, ready to prepare for the next phase of his mission. Just then, a hand grasped his foot. He looked down at the unfortunate soul clinging to life, a reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Looks like he missed one. Who are you? Are you from the League of Villains? The Hasai member, a bald man in his early 40s, asked. Adohira frowned. He kicked the man's hand away as he prepared a wind blade. He aimed his attack at the man's head, but before he ended the man's suffering, he replied, "Why does it matter to a dead man?" One last turn until Shota and the police squad accompanying him could see the doors to the Hasai's lab, but the moment they rounded the corner, they were surprised to see not the lab's doors, but a huge hole in the wall instead, making Shota furrow his brows. He picked up his pace and ran ahead of the police to the lab. What greeted him made his eyes go wide. Everyone in that lab was lifeless, all covered in their own blood. What the hell happened here? Shota asked himself. Before Shota could even try to connect any dots, his attention was immediately caught by screams coming from behind him. He quickly turned around, just in time to see a wind blade cut down the police squad, forcing him to take cover inside the lab. Shota's capture cloth tensed as he clenched it tight. He moved near the walls to try and catch a glimpse of whoever had launched that attack, but the moment he stuck his head out, a wind blade rushed toward him, grazing his left cheek and cutting a few strands of his hair. Shota immediately retreated back behind the wall. Shota furrowed his brows as he recalled the assailant's appearance. That guy. He looks just like Kurogiri. The League of Villains? They're here? Then his eyes found their way to the chaos in the lab. Did they do this? Also, we won't get any of the information the Hasai has on them? Shota gritted his teeth. Damn it. I need to inform the others that the League is here. Shota tried to open his comm, but before he could reach his earpiece, someone grabbed his hand, preventing him. He activated his quirk toward the unseen perpetrator, and almost immediately, the man made of white flames, the same one Shota saw earlier, appeared. Hello, Eraserhead-sensei, the man greeted him. Shota acted quickly and tried kicking the man away, but he evaded and, using just one hand, threw Shota further into the blood-red lab. Shota managed to maneuver his body and land on his feet. He kept his gaze on the white Kurogiri as he reached for his earpiece only to find it no longer in his ear. Shota's eyes widened as the man held out his missing earpiece between his fingers before crushing it right in front of him, making Shota grimace. I had planned on splitting your team up so you would be easier to pick off, but you ended up separating yourselves, making my job so much easier, the man told him. He wanted to split us up? Shota took interest in that part of his opponent's statement. Suddenly, the man in flames rushed toward Shota. He's fast. Shota thought as he sent out his capture cloth toward his opponent, planning on immobilizing him, but the man was able to evade and get above Eraserhead to bring a kick down toward him. Shota immediately took a few steps back to evade the kick, then using his capture cloth, he redirected it to try and capture the man again. The man was quick to think, however, and managed to move the majority of his body out of the way, with the exception of his right leg, allowing Shota's capture cloth to wrap around it. The hero made sure to hold on tight. The man's glowing eyes widened as he was dragged by his feet and slammed against the ceiling and then to the floor multiple times. After slamming the man to the floor one last time, Shota stood on top of his back, ensuring he wouldn't be able to get back up. So your whole body is physical, unlike Kurogyres. Tell me, are you two related somehow? Shota asked the man. He's my kohai, yes. But we're not related to each other, the man curiously responded. So you are from the League, Shota confirmed, then asked, why did you want us separated? Was it just our team, or were you planning on splitting up the other teams as well? Are you the only one, or is Tamura here as well? The man didn't answer. Instead, he said something else that caught Shota completely off guard. You're very lucky, Eraserhead-sensei. What? Shota could only react. The man then explained, I can easily defeat the acting #1 hero if my master wills it, Eraserhead. I was also this close to taking out the former #1 hero. You're very lucky you have me pinned down on the ground with your erasing gaze on me. Had you not had that quirk, I could have easily taken you down with the same attack I used on the police officers outside. Shota furrowed his brows at the man. He didn't understand why he was bringing all this up. Answer my questions, damn it. Shota tried to get back to his questions. What are your plans? Are you alone? But once again, the man didn't answer and instead deflected, this time with a more ominous tone. But to think all that luck could go away in just 1 second. In 1 short second. Maybe even shorter. Shota slightly winced after realizing what the man was saying. The man noticed this little reaction and his eyes squinted, seemingly with glee. Yes, that's it, Eraserhead. All that luck that has been keeping you alive for a little while now, all of it can easily disappear. All you have to do is blink. Shota's eyes widened as he heard a thud and felt a little dizzy after his head hit something. He felt his back leaning against something hard, the wall. He also felt something heavy weigh on his chest. It took him a moment to process it due to his thoughts being hazy, but he wasn't leaning against the wall. He was lying on the ground. Wait, where'd that man? I told you, Eraserhead. In just 1 second, equivalent to a blink, the man told Shota as he looked directly down at him. Shota's eyes widened as he realized that their positions were now switched. He was the one on the ground, and the man was the one who had him pinned. It took him a moment to realize it after he hit his head, but that was indeed the case. How? I told you, Eraserhead-sensei, I can defeat and kill the acting #1 hero if my master wills it. How do you think you compare? The man asked him. Shota gritted his teeth. Could he have escaped all along? So why didn't he? He struggled to move his body, attempting to push the man off him, but it was futile. The man had him pinned down securely, his arms restrained above him. He could still move his legs, but there was nothing he could do to change his situation. Now then, let me see your eyes, the man said suddenly, causing Shota's eyes to widen. He squirmed, trying to prevent the man from grabbing his goggles and removing them, but there was little he could do. Once the man had discarded Shota's goggles, he looked back down at him, and Shota glared at him, his quirks still active. Then Shota's eyes widened further as the man pointed his left index finger dangerously close to his eye. Don't close your eyes, Eraserhead. It would be best if you keep them open, the man instructed, using his other fingers to hold Shota's eye open. Shota grimaced, trying to shake the man's hands off, but he found himself unable to move his head. The man had somehow restricted his movement with just his fingers. It's pointless to resist, sensei. If you fight back, your teammates won't find a single strand of your hair. Just cooperate, the man said, a gleeful expression on his face. Shota glared at him, but that only seemed to please the man more. Turn off your erasure, the man demanded. This should be over quickly. With Eraserhead finally unconscious, AleahLRB was able to turn the hero on his side to access his back. After going through the layers of the capture scarf, he finally reached a small button-sized transmitter he had attached to the hero earlier, which he promptly crushed with his fingers. AleahLRB then looked back at the unconscious man, squinting his eyes. Your lucky master Izuku likes you, Eraserhead-sensei, he said, knowing the pro-hero wouldn't hear him. The man made of flames stood up, glancing down at the unconscious hero before giving him a light kick to return him to his original position. He then turned his attention to one of the Hazai corpses nearby, the same one who had clung to life and dared to ask his name. He flipped the man over and began searching his body for something. Once he found what he was looking for, he frowned as his suspicions were confirmed. AleahLRB stood up and took something out from his pocket. It was an earpiece, identical to the one Eraserhead had one that all the heroes used. He placed it in his own ear. None of the earpieces were labeled or identifiable. They were all the same type connected through one frequency. The only way to know who was talking was through their voice or by verifying their identity. AleahLRB's master had anticipated that the heroes would use simple earpieces like this and instructed him to take advantage of it. He was also given permission to take whatever course of action he deemed necessary. Do what you need to do, even if it is at my own son's cost. AleahLRB hadn't understood what his master meant at the time, but now, seeing all the pieces laid out before him, he finally grasped the meaning. Clearing his throat, he turned the earpiece on. Judgment. The black Nomu went flying after receiving the full force of Izuku's super move at point-blank range, crashing into the wall and creating a large indent. Izuku watched as the Nomu struggled to move, shaking and shivering until it finally lost consciousness, the poison dart he had hit it with earlier taking effect. Izuku looked at it in disgust as he turned away, discarding the arrow-shaped appendages he had ripped from the Nomu when it tried to attack him. He ran towards Gran Torino, who was on the other side of the hallway. The veteran hero had finally managed to pull himself out of the rubble after the Nomu's attack had worn off. Gran Torino, are you all right? Izuku asked, kneeling to reach the old man's height. I've been through much worse. It'll take more than this to kill me, kid, the old hero replied with a chuckle. Izuku managed a slight smile beneath his mask. Come on, let's regroup with Eraserhead and the police, Gran Torino said. Yes, sir, Izuku responded. But just as they were about to leave, a voice came through their comms. This is Team 1 leader, Sir Night Eye. Izuku shuddered at the sound of the pro-hero's voice, instinctively lowering his head, which caused Sorahiko to frown. We need backup, immediately. Is there anyone who can come quickly? Night Eye continued. This is Gran Torino. What's the problem? Gran Torino asked. We got distracted by two black Nomu. Chisaki is escaping. We need assistance ASAP, Night Eye replied. Gran Torino was about to tell Night Eye he would head over when the leaders suddenly demanded someone else go instead. Midoriya. You're coming here. Izuku winced at that. Sorahiko frowned and immediately denied Night Eye's demand. No, I'm heading over there. Izuku will. Sorahiko was cut off when a different familiar voice came through the comms, urgency evident in his tone. Gran Torino, it's Eraserhead. There's a problem at the Hazai lab. Eraserhead, what is it? What's the problem? Sorahiko pressed for more information. Gran Torino, you need to come here quickly. I don't know how long we can hold them off, the voice continued. Midoriya? Gran Torino? Is Midoriya coming over to assist? Night Eye interjected, continuing to demand the green-haired hero. Sorahiko gritted his teeth, determined not to let Izuku go to Night Eye. Izuku could help Aizawa while he headed to Mirai's team. Yes, that was the plan. I can't let him go to Mirai. This kid has suffered enough. Sorahiko turned towards the Greenet to inform him of their plan, but he was taken aback when he heard the sound of the Greenet's lower mask unlocking and saw his dear old friend's familiar smile. I'll go over and help Team 1, the Greenet said as he stood up. Go help Aizawa-sensei and the police officers. I'll be fine, Gran Torino. Don't worry. Izuku smiled at the veteran hero before bolting out, leaving Sorahiko unable to stop or reason with him. Sorahiko gritted his teeth as he remembered his old friend. Adohira let out a sigh as he turned off the earpiece he had. He couldn't help but feel sorry for his young master and recalled what his master had told him that day. Izuku will do what is expected of him. And he'll do it no matter how reluctant he is. It's what I would do. Mirai watched as Katsuki aided the police in securing the unconscious Black Nomu. He then looked around at Kai Chisaki's empty office. It was a huge office, probably 3 times larger than his own. It was a mess after their battle with the Nomu, but even with the chaos, Mirai could tell there was nowhere anyone could hide. Mirio then popped up from the floor and reported, "Sir, at the western wall, there's a path. The wall was thick enough that I almost missed it, but I'm sure Kai Chisaki escaped through it." "Good job, Mirio," Mirai praised the blonde, then looked over to his other intern, who had just finished assisting the police officers. "Bakugo, come over here," Mirai called to the explosive blonde, prompting him to run over. "Mirio," Mirai referred back to his student, "point out where the path is. Bakugo, you'll use your explosion to clear a way for us," he ordered. After his 2 interns went to do their task, Mirai tried once again to contact the other teams. He opened his comm, but just like the past dozen times, it was static. He wasn't receiving anything nor could he send anything out. Could Chisaki have left a jammer here knowing his Nomu would distract us as he escapes so we can't inform the others? Mirai thought to himself. They were unprepared. Even this Nomu fighting us seemed like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Sacrificing his Nomu should have been a last resort. It is a last resort. Someone else planted the jammer, Mirai deduced, then frowned as he remembered the brat. The League planted it. Mirai gritted his teeth. "I'll settle everything with All for One after this is all done. The plan will commence after Chisaki's capture. I'll use that monster's child against him, and I'll finally end his reign of evil." Mirai clenched his fists as he declared, "I'll save All Might." A loud explosion suddenly snapped Mirai out of his thoughts. He looked over to see the pathway finally cleared. He pushed all his thoughts about his plan to the back of his mind and focused on the mission at hand. "Everyone move out." A loud clap echoed through the maze-like halls of the Hasai hideout as Izuku traversed the area, running as fast as he could to reach the northern side of the floor. "What's the hurry, kid?" Izuku bit his lip. "There's no need to hurry, it's alright if we're just a little bit late. If we're lucky, maybe Night Eye would be gone by the time we get there." Izuku ran even faster as he shook his head to dispel the dark thoughts. "Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I can't let Night Eye die. I haven't proven him wrong yet. I'm going to prove him wrong about Dad." Izuku yelled, tears starting to form in his eyes, but none of the voices were impressed. Suddenly, Izuku felt cold hands cup his face, making him shudder and look up to see an effeminate ghost so close to him, staring straight into his eyes. Such a foolish child. You don't want to prove Night Eye wrong. You just want to prove yourself wrong because you and we all know that even before Night Eye, even before that day of the wager, you already knew that your father is. Shoo it you up. Izuku unleashed multiple air cannons at the ghosts in anger, making their eyes go wide and causing them to vanish. The blasts shook the hallway, cracking the walls and breaking the lights, leaving only a few flickering ones in the now dim corridor. Izuku was left wide-eyed and panting where he stood. Dad's not. He's not. His hands made their way to his head, grasping his hair as he continued to whisper to himself that his father's not. Izuku's eyes teared up. The hood of his hero costume was blown off by his earlier rampage, revealing the bruise he received from Sir Night Eye. Izuku gritted his teeth and bit his lip to stop himself from shedding tears. "Hang in there, Izuku," Tenko's voice echoed in his mind. Izuku took a deep breath and started haphazardly wiping the tears from his eyes. He let out a deep breath, then activated the quirk he had been using earlier, echolocation. Izuku activated muscle augmentation on his arms, then clapped. The sound traveled and echoed far. After receiving the information from echolocation, he deactivated it and activated his speed quirks as he pulled his hood over his head. "Thank you, Tenko." Izuku let out a deep breath as he thanked his brother. In his mind, he got into a runner's crouch, then sprinted away from the dim hallway. Kai continued his way through the path he had made, extending it as he went along until it connected to an area near the Hasai lab, where his men should be waiting for him. Kai looked over to his transceiver and grimaced. Still no response from them. Damn it. A lot of things were going through his mind at that moment. Did the heroes reach the lab? Can Nemoto keep them distracted long enough? What other plans does that person have? His thoughts raced, but he quickly set them aside when he sensed something was wrong. His eyes widened, and he turned just in time to see a red-gloved hand connect with his face. He stumbled back from the impact but managed to regain his balance as he watched his attacker slip into the wall. Thinking quickly, he removed his gloves and activated his quirk on the wall where the culprit had vanished, pushing it back to reveal his opponent. Kai noticed his attacker's eyes widen as the wall suddenly disappeared, but it seemed he didn't truly see it. He's blind, Kai realized, sending spikes toward the young hero. However, the spikes passed right through him, causing Kai to grimace. The blonde hero then dropped to the ground, prompting Kai to touch the floor. He altered the terrain, expanding and lowering the ground except for where he stood. With the ground no longer surrounding the young hero, Kai could see him clearly. He sent spikes toward the young hero again, but once more, they simply went through him. He can phase through objects, Kai deduced. Mirio glanced at Chisaki as he fell, deactivating his quirk and landing safely on the ground. He shouldn't be able to reach me from up here, and there's no way I can defeat someone I can't touch. It's best to leave him here, Kai decided, preparing to use his quirk to move closer to the walls when suddenly, a laser shot toward him from the tunnel. He dodged just in time, but the laser grazed his arm, burning off part of his jacket sleeve and skin. Kai grimaced in annoyance and turned to the tunnel to see who had launched the attack, but his eyes widened when he saw a swirling tornado racing toward him. In an instant, Katsuki closed the distance between them, ready to unleash his powerful move. Howitzer impact. Kai managed to raise a wall between himself and the attack, but the resulting explosion shattered the wall and sent Chisaki tumbling from his high ground. Chisaki grimaced, realizing he was at a disadvantage with nothing substantial to grab onto except for small debris. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. After Mirio landed safely back on the ground, he caught Kai's limp body. Katsuki landed beside them moments later. That was quicker than I expected, Katsuki remarked. Are you sure this is the boss? We took longer to deal with the Nomu than to beat him. We had the element of surprise, my junior. Your powerful move really caught him off guard, Mirio praised, laying Chisaki on the ground. He then looked toward the tunnel to see Sir Night-Eye arriving, standing there and observing them. Mirio cheerfully waved at the pro-hero. Sir, we got Chisaki. Mirai couldn't help but smile slightly. Adohira watched through a small hole in the wall as Sir Night-Eye and several police officers descended into the pit created by the Yakuza. He observed as the rest of Team 1 approached the young heroes and the unconscious Yakuza. Earlier, while engaged in another task, he had heard a peculiar sound through the walls, as if something massive was moving. When he checked the wall beside him, he was surprised to find it thinned. He made a hole to see what lay beyond the wall, and that was when he witnessed the Togata boy putting the Yakuza to sleep. His eyes narrowed. That's unfortunate. Mirai Sasaki didn't even get a chance to fight the Yakuza. The master had hoped Sasaki would at least be injured a little to delay the after-plans, but it seemed we were overly optimistic. Adohira let out a disappointed sigh and released the yellow cape he had been holding, causing it to thud heavily against the ground. His eyes widened as he looked at the person he had dropped. Oh, I'm sorry, old man, he said sincerely. He then began to enlarge the small hole as he pulled out two small objects from his pocket. I didn't think these would end up being useful when I brought them. As the police officers busied themselves tying up Kai Chisaki, Mirai attempted to connect with the other teams through his earpiece. They should be far enough from the jammer, he thought, and he was correct. He finally managed to contact the others. Team 1, Sir Night-Eye here. But before he could finish his report, his eyes widened at something moving swiftly in his peripheral vision. He turned to see the nearest police officers to the Yakuza disintegrate and the Yakuza himself rising up. Everyone, get away. Mirai shouted as the floor erupted into massive spikes aimed at them. Mirai, Mirio, and Katsuki managed to grab a few police officers and pull them to safety, but those they couldn't save were tragically caught in the onslaught. The three heroes grimaced at the sight of the Yakuza. He had healed himself using his quirk, merging with the fallen officers to create a monstrous form. Chisaki let out a loud roar that echoed through the pit, his voice distorted and rough. He crouched, preparing for a tremendous leap. Damn it. Don't tell me that thing I saw, which I thought was a bullet hitting Chisaki, was that trigger. Mirai grimaced. Not to mention, it's similar to the trigger from years ago. Mirai's eyes widened as the monstrous Yakuza suddenly loomed above him. Mirai cursed as he hurled the two police officers he had rescued earlier back to safety. He then grabbed two of his high-density seals from inside his suit and threw them towards the Yakuza, sending him flying away. Mirai landed on the ground. The only ones who could have used that type of trigger were those connected to that monster, in other words, the League. Mirai grimaced. So they're here. Using his explosions, Katsuki propelled himself up and above the Yakuza, where he had a clear shot of the villain. He aimed and released his super move, AP Shot, Auto Cannon. Numerous blast beams began raining down on the monstrous Yakuza, but it had no effect. Instead, it only annoyed him, making him let out another roar and leap towards the suspended Katsuki for an attack. Just as the Yakuza was right in front of him, Katsuki unleashed his stun. Grenade move at point-blank range, stunning the Yakuza, who was clearly not thinking straight. The Yakuza, now blinded and unable to hear anything, didn't notice when Mirio appeared right beside him until the young hero sent a powerful right hook his way, sending him flying. Dynamite! Mirio suddenly grabbed Katsuki's arm. Send me to the ground. Katsuki immediately understood and held his senpai's arm tightly. Then, using his free hand, he released multiple explosions, making them spin and accumulate momentum. Finally, Katsuki threw Mirio to the ground. The latter swiftly slipped underground using his quirk. Once underground, Mirio immediately deactivated his quirk and changed his trajectory, sending himself towards the Yakuza and delivering a surprise punch before he even touched the ground. Afterward, Mirio slipped back underground, only to reappear again and launch another attack at the Yakuza. The young hero repeated this over and over, not allowing the Yakuza a moment to recover or touch the ground. Katsuki's mouth dropped open as he watched his senpai in action. He was incredible, Katsuki thought, realizing that Mirio alone probably could have accomplished their task. This was who was supposed to be All Might's successor, he reflected. Then a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, one of the kid in black from 5 years ago. Don't think you're the best, because there will always be someone better than you. And that kid was right. Mirai looked over to Katsuki as he assisted the police officers away from the fight and found the reaction he had been hoping to see from the kid for weeks now. He finally broke through. Mirio, for one last time, slipped out from the ground to prepare his final attack on Chisaki. He soared above the monstrous Yakuza, a huge smile on his face, and released his punch while delivering his battle cry. Pow! Suddenly, everything went blank. Mirio's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't see anything, hear anything, or feel anything. He couldn't breathe. It was as if he was just falling endlessly. His quirk. It wouldn't turn off. Mirio! Senpai! Katsuki and Mirai's eyes widened as they saw a bullet hit Mirio on his arm, causing him to phase uncontrollably through the ground. Mirio! Senpai! Night Eye and Katsuki yelled in panic. Katsuki immediately jumped in to try and help his senpai, but his eyes widened when he was suddenly overshadowed from behind. He looked back to find the furious Yakuza, absolutely enraged after Mirio had beaten him senseless. The Yakuza reached out to touch Katsuki with his clawed hand, but before it could land on the explosive blonde, Chisaki was suddenly sent flying after being struck by Sir Night Eye's high-density seals. Bakugo! Night Eye called out to him, making him look over. Mirio didn't receive the full dose of trigger. The drag should wear off after a few minutes. Make sure he'll be able to surface sooner after that. Night Eye instructed him. I'll distract Chisaki. Katsuki immediately understood and, using his explosions, began digging through the floor to shorten the distance between the surface and Mirio. Chisaki got back on his feet after recovering from Sir Nitai's attack and tried to reform the ground, but before he could, Sir sent more of his hyperdensity seals towards the Yakuza. The Yakuza immediately tried to dodge the seals thrown towards him, all while Mirai attempted to close the distance between them. Mirai grimaced. We already had him. We already had Chisaki, but the League just had to interfere. Damn it. Then that brat. Mirai cursed a certain green-haired kid in his mind as he activated his foresight. After taking a look at Toshinori's future all those years ago, Mirai had limited himself to only 1-second glimpses into the future. He was so afraid of what lay ahead and the fact that what he saw could never be changed that he vowed never to use his foresight to look beyond 1 second. Then one day, he heard about IIzuku Midoriya, the student who came in first at UA's recommendations exam that year. A kid who was recommended by countless retired honorable pro heroes who had taught him themselves. A kid whose quirk bore a striking resemblance to the quirk combo that All For One had used on All Might 6 years ago. At first, Mirai thought it was just a coincidence that the kid happened to have a similar quirk. That was until he saw the viral video of the kid's super move used against Gang Orca at the Provisional Hero License exam. The kid's quirk had completely changed appearance. It was as if he had transformed his quirk. That monster had a son with the same quirk as him, Mirai concluded, and he couldn't have been happier. All For One might have escaped capture, but with his son still out there playing hero, Mirai thought he had found the perfect chance to trap him. Night Eye was still hesitant to use his foresight for longer than 1 second, but he had to. He took the kid in, and to ensure he wouldn't leave, he made that bet, chaining the kid to him. He used his quirk to watch the brat's movements starting from his first day of internships. Even if All For One didn't really care about the brat, he still would have cared if the heroes managed to capture his son, who had inherited the same quirk as him. That's the type of man that monster is. He waited and waited for All For One to make his appearance in his foresight, but day after day, he saw no sign or shadow of the man. All he witnessed was a boy who kept crying himself to sleep. This continued throughout the majority of the brat's internship until it dawned on Mirai that All For One had abandoned his child, simply waiting for Izuku to be released. But Mirai wouldn't allow it. He wouldn't let this chance slip away. Once Chisaki was captured, Mirai planned to go to the Hero Association and inform them about Izuku Midoriya, the son of the villain All For One, who shared the same quirk as his father. He intended to propose a plan to finally capture the villain. It would be broadcasted all over Japan that Izuku Midoriya was All For One's son and was found guilty of being an accomplice to the criminal overlord, and as such he would be sent to Tartarus. Even if the Hero Association opposed sending the boy to Tartarus due to a lack of conclusive evidence against him, all Mirai would have to do was convince them it was a ruse to trap All For One. Trapping the most dangerous man in Japan and finally imprisoning him would be enough incentive. This was Mirai's last chance to use the villain's offspring, and he wouldn't waste it. Which is why the future I have to see today needs to be a victory for US. Mirai declared as he continued to gaze into the future. But his eyes widened, and his quirk deactivated when he finally saw the outcome of the raid. "Shut up, you demon hero," the Yakuza roared with his distorted voice as he finally managed to touch the ground and send spikes towards Mirai. Mirai tried to evade as quickly as he could, but he was in too much shock to think straight and didn't realize he had gotten too close to Chisaki. Chisaki, seeing the opportunity, moved his clawed hand at the pro hero, causing a devastating blow that lifted him off the ground. "Demon you heroes," Chisaki cursed in a coarse voice. Mirai's eyes widened, and he coughed as he looked down, feeling dread fill him. But this isn't how it was supposed to. Mirai struggled to breathe, pain overwhelming him. "Disgusting," Chisaki commented coldly before retracting his arm and letting Mirai's limp body fall to the ground. "Mirio-senpai! Mirio-senpai! Wake up! Mirio-senpai, wake up!" Chisaki heard another young hero yell, making him look over to see the sandy blonde shaking Mirai, but it didn't seem to be working. Katsuki noticed the unusual silence in the pit and turned his head towards the fight, only to find Chisaki glaring at him, with a lifeless Mirai beside his feet. Katsuki's eyes went wide. Night-eye. Chisaki squinted at him. You're annoying. He lowered himself to send more spikes towards the two young heroes to finish them off, but that was when black lightning with a green glow suddenly appeared in the pit, capturing the attention of both Kai and Katsuki. Kai's eyes widened as he looked up and behind him, realizing someone was right above him. There, he saw a boy with green hair in a dark green hero costume, aiming his hand at him, surrounded by erratic black lightning. His hood was off, revealing glowing green eyes that stood out against the darkness. Time seemed to slow for Kai as his eyes met the boy's. It was as if death itself was staring down at him, its eyes filled with anger and sadness. The boy opened his mouth and released his attack, Arabaki, second punishment. 8 days ago, 2 days after the Hosu Task Force's first meeting regarding their findings about the talking Nomu and Kai Chisaki, Eri was finally allowed to go out by her foster father to get a present for her Izuku after noticing her brother seemed down during their calls. She was accompanied by AleahLRB, of course. After a long day of shopping, as AleahLRB and Eri were on their way back to the car, they happened upon Eri's green-haired older brother, who had just helped break up a battle between two gangs and arrest several members. Upon seeing him, she immediately called out until he noticed her. Izuku, glad to see his sister again, ran up to her, and they caught up on what they had been doing. Unbeknownst to the siblings enjoying their reunion, one of the gangs Izuku had helped arrest was affiliated with the Hasai organization. One member, who managed to escape the police and heroes, recognized Eri as the granddaughter of their former boss. After Eri and Izuku parted ways, the Hasai member decided to follow Eri and AleahLRB. Last he heard, Eri had been taken by the League of Villains, so why was she out there talking with a hero in training? Unfortunately for the Hasai member, AleahLRB noticed him and managed to shake him off. Realizing he had lost them, the Hasai member called it a loss and decided to return to their hideout to report back to Chisaki. AleahLRB didn't follow the Hasai member back since he had Eri with him, and watching over her was his first priority. After returning to their hideout, the Hasai member requested to see Chisaki to report what he had seen. The former boss's granddaughter was referring to this kid as Izuku, the member reported. They seemed pretty close. Upon hearing Izuku's name, Kai recognized him as the kid that Stain acknowledged, who almost defeated Gang Orca at the recent provisional license exam. Could that kid somehow be affiliated with the League and All for One? If I'm right about that man, he wouldn't have let just anyone get close to Eri, being the rarity that she is, Kai speculated. But if that's the case, then it must mean that Tamura is planting connections in the new generation of heroes, and a powerful one at that. Kai hummed as he thought. We might have to keep an eye on that kid. Izuku deactivated his gravity manipulation quirk and landed on the ground with a roll. He looked over at the unmoving Chisaki, watching to see if he was still alive and breathing. A huge wash of relief flooded over him when he saw that the man was still breathing. He had feared that second punishment might have accidentally killed him, so he was glad it only incapacitated him. His eyes then found their way to Naita. A sense of dread filled him upon seeing the pro-hero's sorry state. He was still alive barely, but Izuku could see how Night-Eye was struggling to breathe after losing one of his lungs. He looked like a fish out of water, desperately gasping for air while continuing to lose blood. It wouldn't be long now until Night-Eye took his last breath. Izuku's eyes met Mirai's, who had a pitiful look on his face as he glared at Izuku. I didn't arrive on time, Izuku blamed himself. I lost. Night-Eye. Izuku. Before Izuku could finish his thought, Katsuki called out to him, pulling the still-in-shock Greenette's attention. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw his Mirio-senpai unconscious, and he immediately ran to them, kneeling beside his senior to check on him. Mirio-senpai. Mirio-senpai. Izuku called out, trying to wake him, but Mirio remained unresponsive. His heartbeat and breathing were faint. This is bad. We need to get him to medics immediately, Izuku told Katsuki, but the sandy blonde had something else on his mind at that moment. That black eye, Katsuki noticed. That looks at least a few days old. Where did you get that? Izuku flinched. And now's not the time to worry about me. We need to get Mirio-senpai and Sir Night-Eye treated by the medics outside. He insisted, standing up to run over and grab Night-Eye. But Katsuki immediately grabbed his arm, stopping him. No. I'm done, Izuku. I'm done being afraid and leaving you alone to fend for yourself. I told myself I would make up for everything horrible I did to you, so I'm doing it now. Night-Eye gave you that, didn't he? Katsuki asked, but Izuku could only wince and remain silent, making Katsuki frown. Why are you willing to go so far to do whatever that man tells you to do? Why are you letting him hurt you, Izuku? What's so important that you let him walk all over you, you stupid Izuku? Izuku grimaced at Katsuki's questions. What's so important? What's so important? You ask as if what I've been doing has been for nothing. How dare you downplay everything I've been fighting for until now? Katsuki's insulting questions filled Izuku with anger. The greenette looked at him coldly before asking, and who gave you permission to call me by my given name, Bakugo? Chisaki's eyes snapped open. He tried to breathe deeply, but the moment he did, he felt pain all over his torso. He could feel his fractured ribs pressing against his insides. The rest of his body wasn't in good shape either. Blood flowed down his face, and both his arms and legs had at least one fracture. He could barely feel his extremities. He received all these injuries from a single attack, yet he could tell the kid who attacked him was still holding back. That kid. Kai recalled the appearance of the young hero with green hair and a green costume. IIzuku Midoriya. Kai gritted his bloodied teeth. The kid with Eri, the kid with the League. The kid with All for One. Everything went wrong because of him. He took Eri away. He destroyed the Hasaikai. And now everything is his fault. Chisaki's eyes found the hero he had attacked just a few meters away. He couldn't move his body, but he could manipulate the ground using his quirk. He touched the floor, making it move the man toward him. Once the man was within reach, he overhauled himself and the hero, merging them together and healing his body. The pit was filled with a bright light as he and the hero were both disassembled and reassembled together. I'm going to make you pay. Chisaki's voice echoed throughout the pit, sounding even more garbled than before. I'm going to make you all pay. I'll take down every last one of you heroes, then I'll go after All for One myself. I'll end that devil myself. I'll destroy evil incarnate and I'll... What did you just say? Absolute chills ran down Chisaki's spine. His hands started trembling, his legs weakened, and his lips began to shake. He couldn't speak a word as the atmosphere in the pit thickened. The pit was filled with erratic black lightning, casting a dark green hue. The kid right in front of him. His glowing eyes stared straight at him, as if trying to burrow a hole through his soul. The sadness Chisaki had seen earlier was gone. He was now met with pure fury. And he could see it. The way he would meet his end. Unrecognizable, covered in dirt, with the kid standing over him, staring down with cold, menacing eyes. Who is this kid? Kai wondered. Katsuki's eyes widened in fear. His throat felt dry. He wanted to gulp, but he felt that any sudden movement might draw the person's anger toward him instead. He was terrified of the person standing in front of him at that moment. This feeling, the absolute fear of the person standing right in front of you, was something he had only felt 2 times before. The first time at the park 5 years ago, when that kid in black had stared down at him, gripping Katsuki's head so tightly, he thought the kid would rip off the top of his skull. And the second time. It wasn't even that long ago, just a few months. He was just a few meters away from the greatest evil, the person he would one day have to confront as the 9th successor of One for All. Katsuki remembered wanting to cry, scream, and run away, but he felt so paralyzed by fear that he couldn't even move. He was terrified to make a sound, afraid that the man would discover their presence. His classmates shared the same fear when he glanced at them. Except for one. When he looked at Izuku at that moment, the green-haired boy wasn't as terrified as the rest of them. He seemed calmer, even the first to attempt to move and make a slight sound. Katsuki couldn't understand how Izuku could remain so composed, but now he realized it was because he was the same as him. Chisaki's eyes widened when those glowing green eyes suddenly appeared just inches away from him. He felt a sharp blow to his stomach and was flung toward the ceiling. He immediately coughed, feeling the impact resonate through him, and accidentally activated Sir Nightie's quirk. He glimpsed 3 seconds into his future, witnessing the boy create a swirling ball of darkness that would obliterate him in one attack. Air swirled toward Izuku's hand as black lightning began to combine with it. But before his attack could grow larger than the palm of his hand, Chisaki seized the ceiling, transforming it into pillars that moved and bent at his command, sending them toward the green-haired boy. The pillars struck like giant serpents, but Izuku remained unfazed. Instead, he released his attack early, shattering the pillars into pieces and opening up the ceiling. Chisaki landed on the ground, having jumped down before the boy's attack could reach him, and immediately sent spikes toward Izuku. The green-haired boy simply pet his arm back and unleashed an air cannon punch, breaking and cracking the floors to limit Chisaki's attacks. Izuku charged toward Chisaki, black lightning enveloping his right arm as it swelled. Just as he prepared to unleash his attack from above, spikes erupted around Chisaki, aiming for him. Unable to evade while airborne, Izuku activated another quirk, Silkweave. The cloth covering his arms sharpened and extended, slicing through his sleeves and gloves to cut down the incoming spikes. Once the spikes were cleared, Izuku noticed Chisaki was no longer where he had been. He looked up to see a giant pillar rising from the ground toward the opening in the ceiling, with Chisaki on top, clearly trying to escape. Izuku crouched low and activated quirks on his legs. Muscle augmentation, air cannon, fortify. He leaped toward Chisaki's pillar, the crack in the ground extending far beyond where he stood, sending dust flying and obscuring the area. Kai gritted his teeth as he saw the boy blasting toward him. He quickly sent snakes of cement from the ground to fend him off, hoping to halt his advance. But Kai knew the moment he provoked the boy that this move wouldn't be enough to stop him. All he could do was hope the boy wouldn't reach him. He could only pray that he wouldn't meet his end. The cement snakes were no match for Izuku. He easily broke off their heads and even used some as stepping stones before destroying them with an air cannon kick. As Izuku drew nearer, Kai grew frantic. He sent more snakes from the ground, realizing they were too high up to catch him, so he began sending snakes from the pillar he stood on. These were larger and more aggressive. It seemed as though Izuku was being overwhelmed. He stopped trying to jump and began free-falling back to the ground as the snakes followed him down. He activated his strengthening quirks on his arms and clapped, accelerating his descent. Both landed safely on the ground. Once he had solid ground beneath him, he activated several strengthening and reinforcement quirks on his right arm, something he hadn't done in months. His arm swelled and twisted as he pet it back, while his other arm repeated the earlier actions, crouching down and activating his main quirks, along with gravity manipulation. The clone released a powerful punch, obliterating the snakes from the pillar just a few feet away. As the path cleared, the original launched himself toward Chisaki once more. Kai was in shock as he caught a glimpse of the snakes being destroyed and the boy now just feet away from him, his leg poised for an attack. Fear gripped Kai's mind as their eyes met. "I thought you were going to kill us? Why are you running away, Chisaki?" Kai quickly acted a wall between himself and the boy, crossing his arms in front of him for protection. He felt the wall shatter as the boy's kick landed, and he sensed a painful crack in his ribcage and left arm as he was sent flying, breaking through multiple levels and out to the surface. Before he could lose consciousness, he activated his quirk to heal himself. The pain doubled, but all that mattered was staying awake and escaping. As he fell back to the ground, he spotted people around him. He resurfaced at a busy intersection. If he could create a bigger distraction here, he could surely slip away in the chaos. Just like how he escaped Tamura months ago. He would escape. He would escape no matter what. Suddenly, he felt someone grab him by the collar. Green glowing eyes locked onto him before he was hurled tens of meters into the sky. He didn't even have any time to react. As he nearly reached the peak of his climb, he looked up at the sky, only to find the boy hovering above him, appearing as if he was standing on air. The tips of his hair had somehow lost some of their color. The green-haired boy looked down at him with cold eyes as he began activating his quirks, pumping energy into his right arm. His arm swelled and twisted, growing larger until it matched the boy's size. Erratic black lightning with a green glow surrounded the monstrous limb. Chisaki felt the color drain from his face as all hope vanished. Suddenly, Chisaki recalled his earlier foresight, now altered. Instead of being trapped in that pit, his memory showed the boy preparing to unleash his attack towards him. This very moment. "You'll pay for what you said," the boy declared as he drew his arm back. "Divine punishment." The boy punched downward at Chisaki. His arm returned to its normal size, and the black lightning dissipated. Just like during the provisional hero license exam, there was a moment of stillness. Then it appeared a massive swirling ball of energy, radiating enough light to be seen a block away in broad daylight. It was an impressive attack, deserving of its name. Chisaki had to brace himself for the full force of it, knowing there was no way to escape. Kai was propelled back down into the pit he had created. The sound of cracking bones echoed around him, and all he could hear was a loud ringing in his ears. He had only one last thought before losing consciousness. So there was no escape after all. Izuku's vision blurred as he struggled to maintain his consciousness. His arm throbbed intensely, the sensation pulsing through his entire body. It felt like that pain was the only thing keeping him awake as he began to fall. He barely had the energy to stay conscious, let alone activate any of his quirks. Instead, he closed his eyes, hoping to land on something soft. "Hurry, Tsuchan," Achiko urged her friend as they raced against time to catch the falling Izuku. They had been assisting victims of human trafficking when a bright light illuminated the sky. They sprinted as fast as they could toward their friend, but it seemed they were running out of time. "Tsu-chan," Achiko called out, and Tsuyu immediately understood, responding with a determined, "Karo." Achiko activated her quirk while Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around Achiko's waist. With a swift motion, Tsuyu propelled Achiko toward the plummeting Izuku. Achiko silently prayed that she would reach him in time. The moment she saw the light, she recognized it was Izuku, who had once again pushed his quirk to dangerous limits. Panic surged through her as she watched him fall, barely conscious. What if she missed him? What if she couldn't reach him in time? Shaking those thoughts away, Achiko extended her arms as she neared Izuku. "Please let me get to him." "Aizian," she shouted. As Izuku came within her grasp, she didn't hesitate. She wrapped her arms around him, activating her quirk to make them both float. The collision caused them to roll in midair, but she held him tightly to prevent them from separating. Once their momentum slowed and they finally stopped rolling, Achiko released the effect of her quirk on Izuku, allowing his weight to guide them toward the ground while she remained weightless to slow their descent. As they neared the ground, she let go of her quirk's effect on herself. After gently laying Izuku down, she turned to the bystanders and asked them to call an ambulance immediately. Her focus returned to Izuku, but she was too late to catch the color returning to his hair. "Izukuan? Can you hear me?" she asked, concern lacing her voice as she lightly tapped his face to check for consciousness. After a moment, Izuku finally opened his eyes. "Achiko? Is that you?" he spoke weakly, enough to ease her worries. "Izukuan. Thank goodness." "Yes, it's me. Don't worry, we'll get you to a hospital soon. Just hang in there, okay?" she reassured him. Izuku let out a faint hum in response before closing his eyes again, causing Achiko's heart to race with worry. Just as she was about to call for help, she heard someone shout her name, "Achiko-chan." She turned to see Ryu hopping toward her, accompanied by medics, police officers, Ryukyu, and several local heroes. The medics rushed to Achiko and the unconscious Izuku, examining him. After assessing that he might be suffering from acute quirk overuse, they decided to transfer him to the hospital immediately. The medics rolled Izuku's stretcher to one of the nearby ambulances that had arrived after numerous calls. Achiko was about to follow them when Ryukyu stopped her. "I'm sorry, Uravity, but we received a message from Dynamite saying the rest of his team is still down there. He also reported that Lemillion is unconscious and needs medical assistance urgently," Ryukyu explained. "We need you and your quirk to help transport them back to the surface quickly through this opening. I understand you're worried about your friend, but you still have a job to do here," she reminded the young hero in training. Achiko bit her lip, then responded, "I understand, ma'am." "Thank you," Ryukyu said. "Come on." The two of them then set off to fulfill their duties. The heroes' raid operation concluded after 57 minutes. Kai Chisaki was defeated by Izuku, who was now being transported to a hospital after losing consciousness from exhaustion. All the human trafficking victims were rescued, and the members of the Hasai group on site were apprehended. While it was speculated that other Hasai members remained scattered across Japan, the capture of their leader and the seizure of their base made it unlikely they could launch a counterattack anytime soon. Dynamite reported that during the fight, Kai Chisaki had merged himself with Sir Night-Eye. Miraculously, both survived Izuku's attack but were in critical condition. Kai Chisaki, along with 4 captured Nomu, was sent to Tartarus, where his wounds would be treated, and attempts to separate him from Mirai Sasaki would be made. Eraserhead and Gran Torino, the other 2 members of Izuku's team, were found unconscious nearby in the Hasai lab, where many Hasai scientists and guards had been found. It remained unclear who was responsible for the chaos, but it was suspected that Tamura and the League might have infiltrated during the heroes' operation, silencing the personnel to cover their tracks. The reason for sparing the 2 heroes and leaving the computers and equipment untouched remained a mystery. They weren't destroyed or taken at all. With Sir Night-Eye unable to perform his role at the moment, the calls fell upon Gang Orca, who immediately contacted the tech department of the police force to retrieve whatever files the Hasai had, unaware of the fate that awaited them. A little later, while Gang Orca was overseeing the interrogation of the workers at the cover factory plant, a loud explosion suddenly erupted to the south, startling the heroes and police officers. Smoke billowed into the sky, and a second loud sound followed, reminiscent of a building collapsing. The members of the Hosu task force at the factory plant were oblivious to the chaos unfolding nearby. What just happened? Kugo shouted, frantic. Get me someone who knows what's going on over there. One of the police officers nearby rushed toward him. Gang Orca, I just received a report from one of the heroes inside the Hasai's hideout. There was an explosion at the lab. Kugo's eyes widened, and he frowned. But wasn't the tech team still there retrieving data? Yes, sir, the officer replied. It seems they were caught in the explosion. The person who reported it was lucky to survive, but they're in critical condition. Kugo frowned, then issued a new order. I assume Kamui Woods is just outside. Relay this to him. He'll be leading the recovery team for those trapped under the debris. He can recruit whoever can assist with the rescue effort. Yes, sir. The officers saluted and hurried off. Then someone came over the comms. Gang Orca? Gang Orca, do you copy? Kugo responded, Edge shot? What is it? Do you have something to report? Yes. I was near where Chisaki was apprehended. The explosion was right beside this hole, Edge shot reported. And? We received word that the explosion occurred at the Hasai's lab. We lost the tech team, and numerous others need to be rescued ASAP. Do you have anything else to report? Kugo asked, just as one of his sidekicks ran toward him, handing over a tablet with a recent Hero Network report. Yes. The explosion compromised the base of multiple buildings. At least 3 4-story buildings collapsed. Ryukyu and I are checking to see if any other buildings might fall, and then we'll begin rescue operations, Edgeshot continued. Gang Orca frowned upon hearing this grim news. I see. So that was the second sound we heard. Gang Orca? Is something wrong? Shinya, Edgeshot, asked. Yes, there is. The Hasai's lab wasn't the only one that was bombed, Kugo replied, continuing to review the report on the Hero Network. What do you mean? Shinya inquired. There were also reported explosions at several hero agencies, Gang Orca relayed. Specifically, there were explosions at the agencies of those in the Hosu task force, including mine and your teams. Shinya paused, contemplating. I see. The local heroes and other emergency response teams are currently on it. Unfortunately, we can't leave our posts. We need to finish our jobs here first, Gang Orca stated. Shinya was quiet for a moment before asking, do you think this is the doing of Tamura Shigaraki? Kugo didn't respond. We should have known he was planning something. He'd been unusually quiet while we heroes made our moves. We should have anticipated a trap, yet we fell for it. That anonymous tip Sir Night-Eye received might have actually come from him. Kugo remained silent, but he acknowledged the truth in the ninja hero's words. But we'll have to continue this discussion later. The other buildings have been confirmed secure. Rescue operations will begin shortly, Shinya informed Kugo. Let us know if Shigaraki decides to show his face. I doubt the explosions are his only surprises. I'll update you then, Kugo replied before Shinya ended the call. First was the attack on Gran Torino and Eraserhead, then the tragedy involving the Hasai staff, and now the explosions. Kugo wanted to focus on the brighter side of the day, but he couldn't shake the heavy feeling in his chest, a sense that things could go even more wrong. He could only hope that Shinya was mistaken. Kai Mirai slowly opened their eyes as they began to regain consciousness. They were greeted by a dark gray sky. Attempting to sit up, they were surprised to find themselves tightly secured to a cold metal bed. Their entire body felt heavy and unresponsive. They tried to use their overhaul quirk to escape their predicament and heal themselves, but they couldn't feel their arms. It took a moment for the realization to sink in, and their face paled. Straining to raise their head as much as their restraints allowed, they looked down and confirmed their worst fear. Their arms were no longer there, severed cleanly away. Panic set in as they realized they might bleed out if they didn't receive treatment soon, when a voice interrupted their thoughts. I wouldn't focus too much on dying of blood loss if I were you. Their eyes widened in surprise as they turned to see the speaker standing over them, only to receive a sudden kick to their face. They were taken aback, unable to retaliate, and could only grimace in response. Which one are you? Mirai or Chisaki? The person asked. They looked past the foot pressing down on their face, trying to discern who was inflicting this torment upon them. They gritted their teeth upon recognizing who it was. DMNU, Shigaraki. When there was no immediate response, the figure pressed down harder and repeated the question, Are you Chisaki or Mirai? Tenko's voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotion, cold and unfeeling. Kai Mirai felt the pressure on their nose intensifying, knowing the person wouldn't relent until they got an answer. In a desperate attempt to save themselves, they replied, Sasaki. I'm Sasaki. They hoped this answer would suffice, regardless of its truth. What mattered was that the pressure was finally lifted. After receiving the answer, the figure removed his foot from Sasaki's face. Sasaki glared up at the person towering over him, clenching his fists, only to be reminded that they were no longer part of him. The figure crouched down, revealing Tamura Shigaraki's face, a privilege only a few close to him had. Sasaki and Tamura locked eyes. Tenko's gaze was blank and lifeless, causing Sasaki to gulp in surprise. Tamura then placed his fingers on Sasaki's neck, causing panic to rise within Sasaki. Before he could shake off the hand, Tamura asked, Do you know who I am? Sasaki was taken aback by the question. Of course, he knew who this was. Tomer. My real name is Tenko Midoriya. I am the older brother of Izuku Midoriya, the kid you've been hurting for weeks. Silence hung in the air for a moment before Sasaki's eyes widened in realization. He was shocked by this revelation, unsure why Tenko had chosen to share such information. You were right. He is related to us. He is related to All for One. But that's the only thing you got right. My brother Izuku is innocent. He's not a villain, nor is he evil like you assumed. He's just my precious, clueless little brother. He had no idea what our dad and I have been doing, he never did. Tenko's voice faltered, revealing a glimpse of his true feelings beneath the icy facade. He wanted to be a hero more than anything. That was his dream since he was little. No matter how much we tried to stop him or convince him otherwise, he never gave up on that dream. All we could do was support him. Tenko smiled as he recalled a fond memory, but the smile quickly faded into a grimace. Which is why I'm so mad. He wanted to be a hero more than anything. He was destined to be a hero, and nothing in this world could have stopped him. Not any villain, not any injury. Not even us, his own family. So why? Why did you have to tell him all of that? Tenko's voice rose in anger. Every night, Izuku would ask me, Tenko, am I really bad? Tenko, am I a villain? Tenko, can't I become a hero? It hurt to hear my brother doubt himself, and I'm sure it hurt him even more. I couldn't bear listening to him question himself like that. The things you told him hurt him deeply. He cried himself to sleep. Tenko gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face as he asked, "Why? Why, Sasaki? Why Izuku? Why my little brother? Why him of all people? Why did he have to suffer? All he wanted was to be a hero. Why couldn't it have just been me?" The dark rain clouds above finally began to pour. Sasaki stared blankly at Tenko, his eyes devoid of expression. He had been silent for a while now. "You don't deserve to be called a hero. My brother, the one you tormented, is twice the hero you'll ever be. Once you arrive in hell, I hope you remember that a villain's son was more of a hero than you ever were." Kurojirai and AleahLRB had been watching from the sidelines since they finished their tasks. They observed as the remnants of Chisaki were swept away by the wind, only to be brought down by the rain. Kurojirai noticed the rain was about to intensify and moved to approach Tamura, intending to teleport him away, but AleahLRB stopped him. "Aniki, what are you?" "Not just yet." AleahLRB interrupted. "Let him be for a few more moments. Just a few more moments." Kurojirai frowned as he glanced back at Tenko but reluctantly complied. Thunder rumbled outside as the rain's pitter-patter grew louder until it was no longer just a gentle sound. The rain drowned out the usual ambience of the Midoriya home, replacing it with the soothing rhythm of droplets hitting the walls. Hisashi sat alone in his study, holding the book he had been reading for some time. Aside from the rain outside, the room was quiet, with no creaks to be heard. It was the perfect atmosphere to get lost in a book. However, Hisashi had been stuck on the same sentence for the last 15 minutes, unable to focus as distractions filled his mind. "I wonder what I should get for dinner tonight. Where's the cheapest meat store here? Maybe Hina-chan will be home tomorrow. I'll invite her for a ski trip. Why does that old hag keep calling me? She knows I don't have any money. Mama? Mama, where are you? I'm scared. Only 500 yen. Come on, get yours for only 500 yen. Please. Please don't hurt me. Please don't kill me." Hisashi's free hand clawed at the table as restlessness and annoyance grew within him, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices in his head. They were all packed into that one room that was meant to be a sanctuary for him, a place to rest and find privacy, yet every inch of that space was filled with people he didn't even know, though he had learned to recognize their appearances. People of all ages and genders were there, speaking and thinking as if they were still among the living, even though they weren't. They moved around, passing through one another like air, acting as if they couldn't see the others just like them, as if the others weren't there at all. They minded their own business and expressed their thoughts as if they were still alive. Their voices overlapped, creating a cacophony that made it impossible for Hisashi to focus. One voice was loud enough on its own, but in a room filled with these ghosts, he could barely think straight. "Junpei, wait up. I just got that new game we've been waiting for. Hey, you missed paying your rent this month. If you don't pay up, I'm kicking you out." Hisashi slammed the top of his desk in annoyance, and somehow, the majority of the ghosts vanished into thin air. He closed his eyes and breathed out in relief. With most of the ghosts gone, he finally felt a sense of peace. Then he heard the sound of a woman scoffing, which made him frown almost immediately. He opened his eyes to find a young woman standing right in front of his desk, surrounded by a faint mist. The young woman wore round eyeglasses and had long, straight black hair. She was dressed in a college uniform, and if Hisashi wasn't mistaken, she looked to be around Tenko's age when he had taken her quirk many years ago. The ghosts inside his all-for-one continued to live their lives within it, unaware of the fate they had already met. Rarely did they gain awareness and the ability to converse with the owner of all-for-one, and those who did were few and far between. But once one did, Hisashi simply discarded the quirk holding the ghost to get rid of them. This ghost, however, was different. She had once owned the mind-reading quirk he had been using for the past 2 decades, one of the most versatile telepathy quirks he had encountered. He hadn't found a suitable replacement yet, so discarding it would have been a waste. This ghost had been pestering him for 5 years since he woke up from his fight with All Might. Now this is just sad, the ghost said, her voice laced with disdain. I can't believe our warden, the one keeping us locked away, the one who stole our quirks and lives, the one who robbed us of a peaceful death, is himself at quite a pitiful low after all those evil overlord acts. I would have hoped for a devil as the one holding me prisoner. Hisashi glared at the ghost for a moment, then tried to ignore her by looking back at his book. But the ghost suddenly appeared behind him, whispering in his ear, "Was it really the only way? Could I have done something differently? How could I have handled this better? Should I have gambled back at Kamino in the first place?" That's what you keep asking yourself, right? The ghost continued as she walked toward the windows behind Hisashi's desk. The rain poured outside, casting a gloomy shade of gray. You can hear each and every one of our thoughts, while we can't hear yours. I may not have my quirk, but that doesn't mean I can't read you. It's written all over your face. Hisashi was no longer looking at his book. He wore a scowl, and his breathing was slow but forced, as if he were trying to calm himself down. The sight amused the ghost, though she didn't show it. She walked back to where she originally stood and continued to reprimand him. Humans only really have one true chance at change, Shigaraki. Once that chance is wasted, you'll find that change will forever be out of your reach. It can never be achieved, no matter how hard one might try. The ghost looked down at the man sitting in front of her, who had remained quiet this whole time. You wasted your chance years ago, she told him. And you know exactly when, right? Hisashi looked up at the ghost, glaring at her for the reminder. The ghost simply scoffed. This is just my opinion, but maybe the best thing you could have done for your sons was to stay dead. There's no one else to blame but yourself, she continued as she began to fade into smoke. I hope you don't forget that. Her last words echoed in Hisashi's mind, looping over and over until interrupted by a loud thunderclap from outside. He remained quiet for what felt like an eternity, his head hung low, his curly white hair covering his face and hiding his eyes in shadow. Then a knock came from the door. It opened slightly, and a little girl with short white hair and large round eyes peeked in. Hisashi-san, Akira-san, and the maid said lunch is ready, Eri told him. Hisashi took a deep breath and smiled warmly at his adopted daughter as he stood up from his chair. Did they tell you what lunch will be? I forgot to ask, Eri admitted, slightly ashamed that she couldn't provide an answer. Hisashi chuckled and walked toward her to lift her up and carry her. That's all right. It'll just be a surprise instead. With Eri in his arms, Hisashi left his study, closing the door behind them as they headed to the dining room together. Izuku felt like he was floating on air. A dream? But it didn't feel like it to him at all. That place felt so calming. He had been there for a while now. How long exactly, he didn't know. He just kept floating peacefully, while his mind wandered elsewhere. You'll pay for what you said. That was what I told Chisaki. But what exactly did he say to make me so angry? Izuku pondered this for a while, but eventually he couldn't help but chuckle as tears welled up in his eyes. I really am just lying to myself. Because the truth is, I already knew, ever since Dad came home. It was probably because we had only talked through calls all these years that I didn't recognize his voice when I first heard it. But when I ran to him to finally hug him after 6 years and heard his voice clearly, I immediately realized it. His voice was the same as the villain we encountered at Kamino. I tried to shake off the thought multiple times. This is Dad in front of me. There's no way he's the villain that fought All Might. He can't be that villain. I kept telling myself, even after that nightmare, and even after Dad's strange response when I confronted him about our quirk. Then I had to move to UA. My doubts still echoed in my mind, but I tried my best to ignore them. During our preparations for the Provisional Hero License exam, Dad helped me remotely with my quirk and my super moves. The whole time, I was reminded of the moments before he disappeared from home. Maybe it was nostalgia, but for a moment, I actually forgot all about my doubts. Dad was being as supportive as ever, and I finally got my hero license. Everything couldn't have been more perfect. But then I met Night Eye, and all my doubts about my quirk and Dad that I thought I had put behind me came rushing back. You say that even though he's your father? He said to me, and my heart broke. All this time, I've been fighting to prove to Night Eye that he was wrong, that my dad isn't a villain, that Dad's not Dash. But maybe I wasn't fighting to prove him wrong at all. Maybe I was just fighting to make myself believe the lies I wanted to believe. I've been fighting a battle I was never meant to win. But I'm tired. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit my defeat. It's time I face the truth I've been so afraid of. The really is all for one. Izuku opened his eyes and was greeted by the white ceiling of a hospital room. His eyes were watery and slightly puffy from all the tears. The right sleeve of his hero costume was torn, no doubt from the super move he'd used on Chisaki during their fight. The bandages wrapped around his arm were in a similar state. Izuku could feel the dried tear stains on his face. He had been crying in his sleep, but he knew that what happened earlier wasn't a dream. Dad is all for one, Izuku mumbled under his breath. He bit the inside of his lip as his eyes began to tear up again. He was done denying what he had known all along. He just wanted to cry it all out. Then the door to his room suddenly opened, and he jolted up to see who it was. He froze upon seeing his visitor. The other person, however, was just surprised to see that the greenette was awake. "Young Izuku, I didn't know you were awake," the visitor said, then asked, "Are you doing all right now?" "All might." "You're here." Izuku gulped. What are you doing here?" His hands shook uncontrollably. He tried to clench his fists to stop the shaking, but it only managed to hide it. "The hospital contacted UA after you and young Togata were brought here. We've also contacted your families, so they should know you're here," Toshinori answered. Izuku couldn't help but panic even more inside when his idol said that. Was his dad going to come see him? What if his dad and All Might ended up seeing each other? Did All Might already know that his dad is all for one? Night I must have already told him, right? Izuku's mind raced with these worrisome thoughts. He suddenly snapped back to reality when he felt someone gently turn his face to the left and brush away his bangs that were slightly covering his right eye. Toshinori had walked closer after noticing the bruise. The former number 1 hero frowned and asked, "How did you get this, young Izuku? This looks too old to be from earlier today, doesn't it?" Izuku quickly moved his head away from Toshinori's hands and averted his gaze. I was training by myself at the gym at school the other day and accidentally hurt myself. It's nothing really." Toshinori sensed that his student was lying, but before he could say anything, Izuku changed the topic. "All Might, you said that Mirio-senpai was also sent here. Is he alright? What about Katsuki, Achiko, and Tsuchun? Was anyone else hurt?" "And no," Toshinori replied, then continued, "Young Mirio is doing fine now, but he's still unconscious when I checked on him. Your classmates are all fine." Izuku felt relief wash over him upon hearing that. Toshinori then took a seat on the edge of Izuku's bed, letting out an exhausted sigh as he buried his face in his intertwined fingers. Izuku could tell something was bothering his idol, so he asked, "All Might, is something wrong?" Toshinori remained quiet for a moment, then shook his head and forced a bright smile. "No, it's nothing. It's nothing you should be worried about, young Izuku." "Well then, I'll be on my way," Toshinori said as he stood up. "I'll go tell the doctors and nurses that you're awake so they can check on you." Just as Toshinori was about to walk away, Izuku grabbed his arm, stopping him. Toshinori looked back at his student, slightly surprised, only to find the greenette with a concerned expression. "Please tell me, All Might," Izuku urged. "I can feel that whatever it is that's bothering you is really weighing down on you." Izuku then smiled at his idol. "I'll listen if it can help remove some weight off your shoulders. You shouldn't bear it alone, All Might." Toshinori felt a sense of calm and relief around the greenette at that moment. There was something about his student that felt familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Then the greenette suddenly withdrew his hand and began to backtrack. "I mean, if you're all right with it, All Might. Of course, you don't have to. You can just tell someone else. It doesn't have to be me. I'm sorry if I seemed like I was overstepping." Toshinori couldn't help but chuckle at his student, which made Izuku blush in embarrassment. He then let out a sigh before sitting back down on the edge of the bed. "Thank you, young Izuku," he said gratefully. Izuku offered a slight smile in return. Taking a deep breath, Toshinori continued. "According to young Katsuki, during their battle with Kai Chisaki, He saw a bullet hit young Togata just before his quirk apparently went haywire. During the follow-up investigations, a bullet was recovered at the scene that contained the drag trigger. Toshinori furrowed his brows, clenching his fists. The type of trigger found in the bullet was the same type used by the villain factory headed by All for One. Izuku froze at the mention of his father, and his smile faded almost immediately. No doubt, it was the League that used that bullet on young Togata, Toshinori added. Dread filled Izuku as he realized Mirio-senpai was hurt because of. And earlier today, Toshinori continued, interrupting Izuku's thoughts. As follow-up operations were being conducted on the Hasai's hideout, a massive explosion occurred at their lab, presumably set off by the League, resulting in the loss of the police's tech team, injuring countless others, and endangering numerous civilian lives. Similarly large explosions were also reported at the Hero agencies crucial to the operation. So, please stop. I don't want to hear any more, Izuku begged silently, but he couldn't bring himself to voice his pleading. He had asked for this, hadn't he? Izuku's eyes widened in shock and fear, beginning to tear up as he looked down in shame. He felt partially responsible for everything. After all, it was his dad who was the cause of all this suffering. And if that wasn't enough, Toshinori continued, anger and disgust evident in his voice. As Kai Chisaki was being transported to Tartarus, the convoy was ambushed by Tamura Shigaraki himself, along with Kurojairi and his brother. Everyone including the heroes guarding the convoy, the police officers, and Kai Chisaki was killed. No one was left. Toshinori let out an exasperated sigh, burying his face in his intertwined fingers again. I know you don't have a great opinion of Sir Night-Eye because of what he's done to you, he told Izuku, but he was still a friend of mine. Toshinori lifted his head slightly and shared a wish he had. I had hoped that maybe one day, Mirai would see the error of his ways and apologize to you personally. He gritted his teeth, grimacing. But that won't be possible now, all because of Tamura and his father. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. He slowly looked up at his idol and asked, Tamura is All for One's son? Toshinori's eyes widened, realization dawning on him. He glanced at his student, who was visibly trying to hide his shock. I'm sorry. That was supposed to be confidential information. Young Izuku, please forget I mentioned it, he urged. Izuku forced a slight smile and replied, Why sure, All Might. I won't tell anyone. But in his mind he was slowly processing it. I didn't even think of that possibility. Toshinori then stood up and apologized to his student. I know all of this might have been a lot for you, but I'm grateful for you listening to me. Izuku maintained his forced smile. It's nothing really, All Might. I'm glad you decided to trust me. Toshinori smiled at his student as a final thank you before leaving, closing the door behind him. The moment the hospital door shut, however, Izuku's smile vanished, and his eyes became dull and lifeless as he lowered his head. A doctor and a nurse entered soon after to check on him, as All Might had said they would, but they couldn't do much after the green-haired boy refused to respond to any of their questions or requests. He remained still and unresponsive until they had to postpone his checkup until he was ready. Izuku didn't utter a word even after the doctor and nurse left. He remained silent, his vision becoming blurry the moment they exited, and he was finally alone. Through his blurred vision, he noticed his blanket becoming soaked with tears. He felt shattered inside, unable to stop crying. Why? It was right in front of him. It was right in front of him, but it hadn't even crossed his mind. He had been too focused on his dad to notice. He felt foolish for overlooking it. Suddenly, the space in his room shifted, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw black mist appear. His head slowly turned toward the materializing portal. Tears continued to flow down his face, showing no signs of stopping. But a person with light blue hair stepped out of the portal, reminiscent of their first encounter, but this time, he wasn't wearing the hands that usually adorned him. Izuku could see clearly the face of the person he trusted more than anyone else in the world. Why did it have to be you too? Izuku felt a deep sense of betrayal. His own brother, of all people. I thought we were on the same side.